Alrighty. Any second. There we go. Alright. We're definitely not late. 100%. I promise you we're not late.
Yep, not late at all. Nope. Time has distorted itself.
Yeah,
We are
if you're
completely...
looking at your clock and it says 2:13 p.m., your clock is wrong. It's 2 o'clock p.m. right now.
Yep, absolutely.
Not a second late. We're perfectly on time. There's definitely no fuck-ups.
Yep.
2:14 p.m., that's wrong too. Trust me.
Trust me, he's a doctor.
Oh god, if I'm a doctor, the world is doomed.
He'd be just trustworthy as the current batch we got.
Fair.
Any reference to being late is heresy. There you go.
Glad to see you're on time today, fellas.
Yeah.
Yes. I was actually just about to say, genuinely, sorry for being late. We had some last-minute technical difficulties. For some reason, OBS doesn't want to pick up VLC. It's like, well, what the fuck? Why is this not working? It should be working. There's no reason it shouldn't be working, but it's not working. Then we got it working. Valar Morghulis, fellas. Yeah.
Yep. Valar Morghulis.
So yeah, we've already mentioned it on stream before, but I got these two to watch House of the Dragon. And, it's pretty fucking good for the most part.
It is. There's some oddities here and there's an entire episode that's pretty rough. But, yeah, no, it's genuinely pretty damn good show.
Yeah. I very much liked it. I'm interested to see where it will go. Hopefully it stays good.
Oh yeah, I hope so. They've got really good source material to work with. Though they are diverging from the book in a lot of places, and those will be brought up. Though, we'll talk about the show in and of itself. That'll be for Kree and Pagan especially, since they haven't touched the book at all. So that'll be more easy for them to do than me.
And just in particular, I like a lot of what they've done with the show, aside from the obvious tism. I don't mind changes from the book as long as they're changes that make sense, and I feel like most of the changes are either passable or do make sense. Not all of them, obviously, but...
Yeah, I disagree in some pretty heavy ones that got changed. But, yeah, I can see why they made the changes. I just don't think it works near as well, because it kind of makes a certain character seem worse than they are, though they are a pretty bad character. It's, what do they call it? Boulderization, where you hyperinflate their badness.
Never heard that phrase before. I've heard of flanderization, but that's something a bit different.
I'm trying to remember what the term for it is, but yeah, they're hyper-accentuating it. Yeah, they're hyper-accentuating Daemon being more terrible than he truly is.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Are we going to talk about Larry's feet obsession? I mean,
he's a fucking weirdo.
He is a fucking weirdo. I guess it'll get mentioned because it's kind of plot relevant that the Queen is doing things for him.
Debasing herself for him. But it's made pretty plainly clear in episode 6 that she's terrified of him.
That's true, but, I mean, I don't know. She's still doing stuff for him, and that makes me side against the Greens alone.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess that should be the first one. Yeah. Well, we talked about it a bit before on past stags, but I guess what side is everyone on? Kree, go ahead.
Well, I figured we'd probably save that for the end, but I could do it now. the blacks, because first of all, the queen is being a degenerate for a degenerate. Most important of all, of course. But also just the fact that everyone on both sides of this conflict is pretty fucked. But I think Rhaenyra is the less bad of the two. Like, um, the queen is just trying to. It's a grasp for power, basically. She's got no right to the throne, and neither do her kids by the line of succession. Because regardless of Rhaenyra's kids, the throne still goes to her.
Yeah. Pagan? Who are you? Black?
For sure.
Any reason why, one way or the other?
Green sucks. Fuck them.
Yeah, and I've sided with the blacks as well. I know a lot of the stuff that's coming up. I know a lot of things that happened during the upcoming conflict and everything, too. There are some changes, though, I do like in this. But yeah, I'm very much Team Black, for sure.
Yeah.
Fuck Otto Hightower in particular.
Well, see, Otto Hightower is, he's a bit of a fuck, to put it lightly. But I still really like his character. Like, not because I think he's a good person, but just because there's that... He knows how to play the game, and he's playing it really fucking well. It's hard not to like him. And same with Aemon Targaryen. Once he reaches the adult stage towards the end of the show, he just kind of owns every scene he's in.
Absolutely. Holy shit, I can't wait to talk about him.
Yeah.
And there's actually a change from the book about him that I genuinely like. I genuinely like, and it involves the finale. And we'll get there when we get there.
I did put together not really a chart, but just an image for us to keep track of a lot of the major characters that we'll be talking about. It's not all the big players, especially based on how much importance they have despite their little screen time.
Mm.
But it's mainly to talk about, the main players we're going to be seeing a lot of. And
yes.
Especially since it's hard to differentiate their names sometimes when you've got Rhaenyra and Rhaenys and Laena and Laenor, and yeah, it's the Targaryen names are a bit fucky, let's just say.
Yeah.
Just gonna get that on screen very briefly, because we are going to be showing the episodes in the background.
Yes.
But this is the chart we're working with. Actually, that's a poor quality of the image. Hold on. That's the one I meant to grab. No? Yes? No. That's the one I meant to grab. I'm totally not fucking up the stream, guys. Trust me. Whoa, that's big. But yeah, obviously there's just a lot of characters to talk about too, so that's why having a chart like this is kind of necessary. Anyway, should we start with episode 1?
No.
Oh.
Well, that's STAG for you, everybody. Have a good great time coming up.
I'm pretty sure our copyright coverage will be good enough to block this out.
Well, I mean, that's the hope, right?
Yeah. If not, I might have to change the opacity, but it should be good. But yeah, the show starts off on King, I believe, Jaehaerys? Is that the previous king?
Yes, known as the Old King.
Yeah. Both of his sons are dead, so there's a bit of a succession crisis of who is going to be the next king because his oldest,
Daughter.
yeah, his oldest heir is his daughter, Rhaenyra, and the throne hasn't historically gone to women. Like, it has never gone to a woman before.
Well, let's put that into a thing because there's never been a crisis like this before. There's always been a specific line of succession. People could obviously throw to Maegor the Cruel, but Maegor killed the actual line of succession to try to usurp the throne with the blessing of Queen Rhaenyra, who was Aegon the Conqueror's one of his Aegon the Conqueror's sister wives. And so, but he was overthrown and mysteriously died, falling on the Golden Throne. On the Golden Throne. God damn it, the Iron Throne. Fuck, I've been playing too much 40k again.
Rip.
He mysteriously died falling on the Iron Throne, and it pierced him in several locations, including his throat. And so, yeah, that kind of happened. And then Jaehaerys took over.
Yeah.
Originally, it was supposed to go to Viserys. So Viserys Targaryen is not the first Targaryen named Viserys who was going to be king. He's the first king named Viserys. But originally, there was a Viserys who Maegor captured and tortured and murdered in the prisons and cells beneath the Red Keep. He was originally going to be king because his father, Aegon the Uncrowned, was originally going to be king, but Maegor also killed Aegon the Uncrowned. Just woof. So this is the first time in Targaryen history where there wasn't a clean line of succession. There wasn't like a male heir you could specifically point to.
Yeah, and
Maegor was never intended to be the king. He just usurped the crown, and then the rightful line came back and overthrew him.
Yeah, and this is only Jaehaerys is the fourth king, right?
Yes.
So it's relatively fairly early on in their reign. Like, it's already been over 100 years, but when you're talking about a kingdom or an empire, it's that early on. But
yes.
They had a vote to see, who should be the new king after Jaehaerys passes. And 14 people put forward their name, but only 2 were considered. Rhaenyra and Viserys. And
there's a hilarious bit with one of the people that put forth their name.
Oh?
It was a landed knight who put forth his name, and he claimed that he was Jaehaerys. He was a bastard born of Jaehaerys. And this so enraged the king that once he proved it in front of all the lords, he had him fucking drawn and quartered.
Wonderful.
It's like, you didn't... Jaehaerys was well known for maintaining exceptional honor when it came to taking no one else but his wife, who was also his sister, mind you.
Yeah, but that's just Targs being Targs at that point.
Yes, that's Targaryen and Valerians. Valerians do the same thing because they want to keep the blood of old Valyria alive. But yeah, so, holy shit. I just love that, and we must also make special mention of another claimant who was this knight or whatever who put forth his name and claimed that he was a bastard offspring of Jaehaerys, and he was therefore rightful blood male. And oh god, that did not go well for him.
Very brave, though.
Yes.
But anyways, yeah, obviously, the throne went to Viserys.
Yeah, I wish they had made more mention in the show of how lopsided it was, the vote.
I thought they said everyone voted for him.
No. Did the show say that?
I thought so.
I don't remember the show saying that. I just remember the show saying, it obviously went to Viserys, even though it was, in the books, they made it more clear. It was, 20-1 in voting terms. It was a landslide. It wasn't even remotely close. Which is also why... Because originally, the reason that Jaehaerys did this was so to prevent a war, because it was going to be a war between the Targaryens and the Valyrians. He knew that was coming because he didn't have a direct line to go down.
Yeah, and that
So
is
that was
something.
the original thing.
That is something they do mention in the opening. Is Jaehaerys knew that the only thing that could bring down the House of the Dragon was the dragon.
Was
House
itself.
Yeah. And that he was trying to maintain peace for that reason.
Yes. And it was only because the vote was so lopsided that Rhaenys withdrew her claim. Because there was no way the Valyrians were going to make a fight of it. If it had been remotely close, it would have been civil war. If it had been like an 11-10, like if they just barely eked out the Viserys, there would have been civil war. But because it was so horrifically lopsided, there's like, okay, we'll have no allies in this fight. Got it.
Yeah. And that is something that comes up throughout the show is Corlys Valerian's thirst for the throne.
Yes.
Bit of a repeating theme.
And it makes sense for him, too. They do explain in the show very well that it makes sense. He is the sea snake. He is the most famous, in this time setting, he is the most famous of the Westerosi lords. He literally quadrupled, if not quintupled, his family's fortunes. He's also the leader of the entire Royal Navy. So it is pretty crazy. He is obviously, he believes he's owed because he's that strong of a person. And they reference it a lot in the show too.
Yeah. Anyways, we get a bit of a time skip. The show, for some reason, feels the need to say this is so many years before Daenerys Targaryen. It's just like, no, keep that bitch's name out of this. Stop!
Yeah, definitely don't care about that, especially how awful Game of Thrones was.
Yeah. It's just... I'm not sure why they would feel... I guess a lot of people who don't keep up with the lore might need that reference to be like, okay, where is this in the timeline? Because the Targaryens are ruling again. Last I saw, they were all dead. Jon stabbed her. And I guess for that reason, they might need to include it, but I don't know, it just brings up bad memories at this point.
Yeah,
they probably actually would have been better off to say it was so many years before the Mad King's rule. But then again, how many people remember the Mad King specifically? Normies,
Well, one would hope, but good lord, yeah, who knows?
No, I don't think most I think the Mad King would be like a trivia point for most normies, rather than, oh, he's the king before Robert Baratheon.
I think who is Daemon's third wife would be like elite trivia. That would be the finale trivia piece.
But anyways, yeah, we get to his rule in the present day, which is, I don't know, is this like 10 years after he takes the throne?
Yeah, it's been a bit.
Point is, the kingdom's running pretty smoothly, and everything is going well, and he's preparing a tourney because his wife is about to have a kid. It's gonna be a son that he can pass down the Targaryen legacy to.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't had a son yet. He has a daughter who is, I believe, 14 or 15 in this episode.
Yeah, this is a bit different than what happened in the books. The tourney was to replace the fallen Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. The Red Wine died. And so they wanted to hold a big tourney, but they repurposed it in the show to be about the child's birth. And you know what? I think it works well. It doesn't really fit Viserys' character in the books, but so if we ignore that, because Viserys didn't like jousting and hunting and stuff like that. He didn't like that in the books. That was Daemon. Daemon was very big into the joust, the hunt, and everything. And again, it's kind of the whole thing of polar opposites. It happens a lot in the Targaryen bloodline where one child will be one way and the other child will be the exact opposite of them.
Until that character needs to burn down a city, of course.
Yeah, and then suddenly, fucking wild out of nowhere insanity will spring up that the show totally tries to justify with a horrible montage of completely meaningless statements and phrases that could be applied to any single character in the entire fucking show.
Yeah, but you don't get it such. A character said when a Targaryen is born, the gods flip a coin, and that means it's possible that one of them is going to be insane, even though we already had the insane Targaryen, and he fucking died.
Yeah, and then they show, like, I love when the people take all those lines and then they instead make it about other characters who I cannot name because of, yeah. Well, yeah, that's true. He did like hosting them because he was the peacemaker. He was very much a person who wanted everything to be peaceful.
Yeah, and that is something you see throughout the show with Viserys. I really like again, I haven't read the book, so I don't have anything to compare it to. All I have is the show. And I really like the portrayal of Viserys through the whole show here. Well, first season, but...
yes.
He's constantly portrayed as just being a nice, like, guy you could get along with. He doesn't want the fights. Any argument or conflict frustrates him, and he very rarely is the one to, like, yell or take action. Only when he's, like, pushed to his limits or people are coming after his family is when he'll actually do something most times.
Yeah.
One of which we have coming up towards the end of this episode, but yeah. Another thing to point out too is we don't have long of this version of Viserys in the show, but prior to a certain event that's coming up real quick, he seems to be just a very happy, friendly guy. Like, he's at the small council meeting, and he just seems really jovial, and he's, you know, happy. And then for the rest of the show, he's pretty depressed. Which is understandable, considering what he goes through.
There are, Suka, I agree. There are actually scenes I do think they did better in the show. And we'll definitely talk about that. Because, again, that's the thing about the book, too, is it's not an exact book. It's not like Song of Ice and Fire, where it's from each character's perspective. It's more the Maesters putting together the history of the Targaryen line and going through in detail all their notes and records and everything like that. So it's more of a historical and less of a, this is what this character was thinking at that time, which is more what a Song of Ice and Fire is.
Not just historical, but you kind of question the honesty of the narrator, too. Or not necessarily the honesty, but
the sources can be muddied, and they'll actually mention that sometimes in the book where we have 3 sources, each one more scandalous than the last. And they're like, okay, so we know that this one is probably not accurate because of these reasons, but these 2 seem like they've overinflated themselves, but we know that these things are accurate because of these other witnesses that are present, and so on and so forth. It is an interesting read. It is genuinely an interesting read. It's going through a history book from the perspective of being a Westerosi history book. Like as if you were somebody at the Citadel. It is interesting.
Yeah. But we just came up on a scene here where Viserys has a wound on his back that is not looking too good. The Maesters are trying to take care of it, and this too becomes a bit of a running issue throughout the season.
Yep.
It hurt to see Viserys falling apart. You could just tell he wanted everyone to be happy. Yeah. Yeah. Again, I really like the character of Viserys.
Well, and again, a problem which is emphasized more when you're reading the book, and I wish the show would paint more of a picture of why. They kind of try to do this thing with the whole the prophecy of a Song of Ice and Fire. In the book, it's much more that Jaehaerys was such a great king that Viserys was just desperate to kind of keep things running the way Jaehaerys had run it. And he didn't want the family to fall to ruin. He genuinely wanted people to get along. It's not blackface, it's human face. Oh my god. Because 2 pounds from Threadnought. Why is Pagan an eldritch abomination in blackface?
You can't even see color. It's literally just shadows and eyes. What the fuck?
That's a lot of eyes, Pagan.
It is a lot of eyes. It's the swarm. They're coming for you. Run.
I agree.
Oh, no.
So Had Green says Jaehaerys also had his downs. He absolutely did. And he had quarrels with his wife, too. 2 quarrels, in fact, where they actually separated for a time and then came back together. But he had his downs as well. But people, the small folk and the people of the realm don't remember the downs as much as they remember, and it's hilarious to say that, they don't remember the bad times or the bad things as much as, man, thank God it's not Maegor the Cruel. And Jaehaerys was genuinely, he probably was the best Targaryen ruler they ever had. Quite honestly. Like, the amount of stuff he did and the amount of, like, piecing the realm back together after what Maegor did is pretty incredible. Especially given the realm had gone into a pseudo-civil war between the Faith and the Targaryens.
Anyways, moving along with the episode, Viserys, his wife is pregnant. She's gonna have the kid soon, and they get to the tourney, and I'm just gonna skip ahead in the video to that point. Oh, before we get to the tourney, I forgot about this scene. Matt Smith, Daemon Targaryen, Viserys' brother, captain of the City Watch, and he goes to fucking town on the criminals of King's Landing.
This is one thing I actually think they did better in the show. Because it was made reference the fact that the City Watch before Daemon were just wearing a bunch of rags and they had whatever at hand, so it could be a cudgel, a ladle, God knows what they would have to try to enforce the peace. Which is why King's Landing was such a shithole, truth be told. Not just because also it looked like a shithole and had to be rebuilt, but just because law and order, when the cops, imagine police if they were wearing like a cross guard uniform and they were like trying to stop you with a whistle and a little foam bat. It's like, yeah, that's going to do a lot to deter criminals.
Yeah.
So Daemon totally revamped them, and after bringing them up from mongrels, and he makes a speech about this in the show, but after bringing them up from these useless, like, just flatfoots, he made them into the Gold Cloaks. He absolutely, like, he gave them armor and weapons and trained them to properly use them, and he gave them gold cloaks so that they might, take pride in their position as members of the City Watch. And he's the reason why they're literally called gold cloaks for the rest of Westerosi history. And, yeah, his whole thing was, these were his punishments that he decreed and laid out. In the show, they make it one, like, orgy of violence in one night. Which is actually used as a good way to kind of, like, highlight the vast difference between Daemon and Viserys.
Yeah, because it's brutal the way they should. It's going to be hard to see under the copyright cover, but they literally just showed the cart of body parts being pulled away. And that actually gets brought up at the small council meeting, is Matt Smith, Daemon Targaryen, was so fucking brutal that night that they needed, like, a cart or two pulled by 2 horses just to pull the body parts away.
No, they needed a second cart. They actually had to pull a second cart in just for all the parts. It was just like, oh god. You just know that one freaky asshole is getting off on the slaughter? I mean, probably. Honestly.
Yeah. Well, it's also the fact that a lot of them, a lot of the gold cloaks are probably enjoying the power they have too.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, they went from nobody, nothing. Oh, you're just a City Watch member. Who cares? You wear rags like the rest of us, sort of thing. Now they have a proper uniform and armor and weaponry and training and everything. They have golden cloaks, and they now actually stand taller. They have more pride in what they do. So that pride also comes with a sense of entitlement and power. And oh boy, that really helps to indicate to the show audience, like, yeah, these guys are brutal. They are ruthless now.
Yeah. And also,
so it is like this is one downside to this, though, of the guy running back and forth, raper, thief, stuff like that. He's just like randomly pointing around, and then he walks over there, and then something happens. It's just kind of like, it's a bit weird. It just seems like they're just randomly making up stuff, whereas Damon's whole point was they had to prove the things. So that's a bit weird, but it works in a display for what the show needs it to, right?
Yeah. Also, I do really like Matt Smith in the role of Daemon Targaryen.
Absolutely.
I had only ever seen Matt Smith as the Doctor and the bad guy in Morbius, but it is bizarre seeing, there's the friendly Doctor who, well, when he's not dealing with certain enemies, he's this friendly, happy guy in Doctor Who, and then you get here to Game of Thrones that he's like, oh, you're some bronze cunt.
Yeah.
It is
Which,
great.
Hilariously, he does say that in the books, which is great. And
Amazing.
he actually writes in a letter to Viserys about how they say that the men of the Vale would rather fuck sheep, which I fully believe the stories because the sheep are prettier.
Which is a line that is actually said at the small council meeting here.
Yes. Though he does kind of say it under his breath, but it was more widely known to everybody that is exactly what he thought. Including to his wife.
Yeah, that gets referenced later on as well. And we also see a bit of the conflict between Matt Smith and between Daemon and Otto there. Because, they hate each other. As Matt Smith says later... God, I keep saying Matt Smith. As Daemon says later in the episode, Otto is a cunt. And Otto doesn't want Daemon in any position of power.
Again, it helps set up the fact that... Oh, go on.
Well, I was just going to say, because not having him around does make Viserys weaker, and Otto is obviously going for some power plays here. And it's just that Daemon would get in the way of a lot of that and would prevent it.
Yes.
Yeah. Just quickly, $100 from Alex Hoffman with no message, but underneath it said, I don't understand why it wouldn't send that. It won't send my actual snap. That's weird. But thank you.
Weird.
Send the message.
Greatly appreciate it.
Send the message you actually want to in chat and we'll read it.
Yeah. But yeah, it's great too because it sets up immediately the hostility between Otto Hightower and Daemon Targaryen. So you already get that they just do not like each other, and it's made clear that Viserys is getting tired of Otto constantly dictating things too, because he's like, I made him, the master of laws at your insistence. You said he'd ruin us. I made him the master of coin, and
that's later when they're fighting over the heir for a day comment.
No, because this is when they were referencing, like, we never should have made him commander of the City Watch, and then Viserys is like, that was on your insistence, Otto.
Yeah, but that's
made him that.
But that is after his newborn son dies, because the question of succession comes up again, or succession, and
Mm.
Otto doesn't want Daemon to be the next king should Viserys die early.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, in that small council meeting, we do have Viserys say to Otto, "You know he tries to get under your skin. Why do you rise to his I forget the exact phrasing, but it's essentially insults or bait or whatever."
Yeah, because he makes sport of annoying you. Why do you always take his bait?
Yeah. Also, here we get another good moment too. I'm just going to wind it back just a bit because I want to get the exact line from Viserys. But Lord Baratheon asks for the favor of Rhaenyra's, the queen who never was. And then Otto is like, you could have his tongue for that. And, hold on.
You could have Baratheon's tongue for that.
Tongues will not change the succession. Let them wag.
Which is just a really great line, especially with what comes later on in the show. Tongues will not change the succession. Let them wag. That definitely comes back into play in episode 8.
Oh, absolutely. And 9.
And 9, yeah. But mostly 8 because of the whole, what happens at court.
Yeah. Like I said, I like to the changes they made to Daemon here as well. That he's more ruthless because the show is going to have to do work to explain like how much of a pragmatic sort of fighter he is. So you saw instead of going for trying to take Otto Hightower's son off his mount in a traditional way, he trips the horse instead.
Yeah.
And sends him careening into the ground.
Yeah, and that's after he doesn't dismount him the first time. Because they both have the second run at it, and that's when he plays dirty. And, yeah, obviously he has a whole line of knights he could choose from, and he picks Otto Hightower's son just to fuck with them.
Yep.
Yeah, I really like Daemon.
Yeah, I do too.
Even though, like,
Daemon.
He's such a piece of shit, but again, it's hard not to like him. Just like it's hard not to like Otto, even though he's a massive piece of shit too.
Yeah. Daemon's
they play
base,
their
though.
characters great.
Yeah.
$5 from Alex Hoffman, thank you. Hi Tops, how are you guys? I don't know why YouTube doesn't want me to put that in. My son is due soon. Finally, less than a month. Nice, congratulations, man.
Nice.
May he, and hang on, I'm going to do the Godfather quote. And may he be a strong child, a masculine child.
Good to see my seeds bore fruit.
Yeah.
Yeah, congrats, man.
Anyways,
I guess let's do the one like big elephant in the room because you can see it a little bit through the STAG filter. The race swap stuff. I honestly, because they didn't make it a huge deal, I think it came out really well. There was only one weirdo who was like making a big deal about it. Like here, it doesn't affect anything. You know what I mean? Like they're not treated as they don't like highlight or
special. They don't talk about race at all. They don't make a thing out of it. They just treat it like it's completely normal, which is exactly how it should be.
Exactly.
Yeah. I didn't even know.
Not trumpeted around everywhere and everything, and thank God for that.
And not just that, but the guy who plays Corlys Valerion does it really well.
Oh, absolutely.
We're at 29 minutes here. I just want to skip back to the first council meeting because, like, he doesn't necessarily own every scene he's in, like Aemon Targaryen later on, but every scene he's in, he has a very strong presence. Ooh, not the one I wanted to put up there. There we go. He has a very strong presence in every scene he's in, and he really fucking nails the role.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is the thing we didn't mention earlier during that small council meeting. He's concerned about a group of pirates in the Stepstones, led by a man that they're calling the Crab Feeder, because of his extremely cruel way of killing the sailors of and crew of the ships that he's raiding, where he'll nail them to stakes and let the crabs eat them.
Yeah. And again, this is a bit where I personally prefer the book's timeline on this, because the crab feeder, it comes later, like long after this, and it makes more sense where certain things happen. But the show is using this for a particular plot point that's coming up in and of itself. So I think it works really well in the show. I just prefer the book timeline because it fits more who Damon is as a character.
Yeah, I didn't even know that the characters were race swapped because I hadn't read the book, and it wasn't obvious at all. It just felt like, oh, this is how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Because the whole thing with the
was
Valerians is the Valerians is because they are Valyrian. They have the same skin complexion, eye color, and hair color as the Targaryens. That's why, because they are from Valyria of old. They, in fact, came to Westeros before the Targaryens, but they were never Dragon Lords. They were Masters of the Sea. So they were never high in Valyrian society. But when the Targaryens came, and the Targaryens, remember, the Targaryens were a very small, minor house in Old Valyria. They weren't like, high up in the nobility or anything like that. They were barely nobles. They were dragon lords, sure, but it was kind of like they are the way that you would look at House Hornwood compared to like House Stark. It was a huge difference. House Stark is obviously super important. House Hornwood, you're like, okay, you are noble, but
Yeah.
But now, once Old Valyria
because they're a very
exploded,
small, poor house.
yeah, and again, the Valyrians made fun of Valyrians. God, that's the problem with the Valyrians being
and
so
Valyrian.
close. Yeah, the Valyrians made fun of the Targaryens. They're like, they flee the courts. This pathetic nothing of a Dragon Lord house. But it's because they had their dreamer. Dany's the dreamer who saw the doom of Valyria coming. And then, lo and behold, old Valyria gets wiped out.
Yeah.
And now suddenly, who was one of the weakest, most minor of all the Dragon Lords is now the only Dragon Lords left.
Yeah. Also, just another quick moment from that early council scene. After Viserys essentially dismisses the issue of the Stepstones, and Rhaenyra is the cup girl. She's pouring the drinks for everyone. Carl is, he's like, no, and he's just staring down. Like, this isn't over. This is fucking important. Whether you want to talk about it or not. So yeah, I really like the character of Corlys Velaryon.
Yes, I do too. I also like the fact that I just like the fact that there's more emphasis on these council meetings, because in the histories they get mentioned a lot, but I like seeing the interaction of the characters, like between them all, seeing the lords going back and forth and everything like that.
Yeah, not just that, it's pretty important to how the realm runs, is a lot of the decisions are made in these council meetings, and looking back on Game of Thrones, I don't think we got nearly as many of those as we maybe should have. But then again, It's also a show that's split between, 20 different character perspectives. So it's like, how do you juggle all that and have all the council meetings we need?
Yeah, House of the Dragon is far more narrow in its focus of character perspectives. That's for sure.
At least for the first season. We don't know how it's going to go in season 2, because there's definitely a bit more happening, and there's going to be more characters that we're probably going to be seeing stuff from the Baratheons and the Starks and other houses that are getting involved in these wars.
Yeah.
Even if they're not like major characters like a lot of people in this season are.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of hope they don't overinflate again, because ensemble shows work, but they work when you have like 30 episodes.
Yeah, that's kind of my fear too, because it would be so easy for them to go into season 2 and be like, right, people know the Starks, people know the Lannisters, people know the Baratheons, people probably know the Tyrells, so let's shove in a bunch of characters from these houses and build them up more, and give you a lot of time with the, you like the Starks, don't you? So here's a dozen Starks for you to latch onto.
Yeah. That's the thing that I'm worried about as well. Hopefully they will keep that in check and they just be like, no, we're just going to tell the story and not focus on the Starks are obviously, they're the normie favorite.
Yeah.
It's like, please just tell the story, because it is genuinely a good story. The Dance of the Dragons is a fascinating war.
But anyways, during the tourney, Viserys gets called away because there's a complication in the childbirthing process. And he's told sometimes the father is going to have to make an impossible decision to save one of them or neither of them. Essentially, you might be able to save the child if you make this decision, but the wife is going to die either way. And while all this is happening, things go to shit in the fucking tourney. People start killing each other because of wounded pride. And something that's almost an echo of the books and the show. Rhaenyra... Hold on, I want to get to... Because there's a moment where... sorry, not Rhaenyra. I'm going to have to look at the fucking chart because I'm... Rhaenys. She whispers to Corlys something about these being the Knights of Summer.
Yes, because the wars with Maegor and everything like that are long over. So these knights have not known true battle or anything like that. So they're as the modern saying goes, they're young, dumb, and full of cum.
Not just that, but it's also very reminiscent of a thought Catelyn Stark has in the books and a line she has in the show, say about Renly's camp, where these are the Knights of Summer and winter is coming for them, where these are people who haven't faced true war, like you're saying, and they're not prepared for what that's like.
Yeah. Because they haven't had a battle, they haven't been able to prove themselves on a field of battle and face bloodshed and violence and everything like that. So they're hot and eager. They have the romanticized look, the romanticized view of what war, what violence is, what chivalry should be.
Yeah,
so they're trying to prove themselves.
Like, I'm gonna slay the evil enemy and be a hero. I'm gonna be the knight of whatever title I earn that will be sung down in history through the songs. I just want to get the exact line from her here.
I will be right back while you do that.
All right.
And the day grows ugly.
Oh. I thought that's where she said it, but it might be here.
I wonder if this is how we should celebrate the birth of our future king.
All right, I had the time code wrong there. Sorry about that. But yeah, Corlys' line there is also pretty good. Is this how we should be celebrating the birth of our future king? It's like, with this grotesque murder fest. Imagine the feuds that started at that tourney? Yeah. I can imagine a lot of High Lords getting pretty upset that their heirs are dying at a fucking tourney.
With wanton violence.
It's been 70 years since King Maegor's end. These nights are as green as summer grass. None of...
Yeah, there it is. It's been 70 years since Maegor's end. These nights are as green as summer grass.
known real war.
They've never known real war.
Their lord sent them to the tourney field with fists full of steel and balls full of seed.
Yeah.
And graze. It's a marvel that war didn't break out at first blood.
It's a Marvel war didn't break out at first blood, yeah. But yeah, just a very good, I think, showing that, you know, kind of, yeah, just kind of how unprepared these people are for war, and war is absolutely coming by the end of, well, it starts at the end of Season 1, officially. But yeah, we're back at the bedchamber with Viserys and his wife, and he makes the decision, and the kid is going to be cut out of her, which is fucking horrifying, given the level of medical knowledge, not just of the real world, I guess medieval period, but just for what they have in this fantasy show as well. It's like, yeah, we can't really do anything to numb the pain without hurting the child as well. It's like, fucking oof. That is a bad way to go. But they do it. They cut her open and pull the child out. And he has that moment of crying for a moment, but then he, like, I'm not sure what causes it exactly, but he ends up choking and dying. And yeah, the king's son dies slightly after childbirth, so it was all for nothing. Yeah, and Viserys is very different after this point too, because like I said earlier, he was very happy and jovial prior to this, and for the rest of the show, he very much comes across as a very somber and sad person for the most part. Back at the tourney, Kristen Cole and Daemon Targaryen are jousting, and Cole actually manages to almost knock Daemon off, but he's saved by the bar down the middle, and he's sliding along it, and he's trying to get back up on his horse. Hold on, I'm just skipping to it. And you know, he's not off yet. He's not off yet. But once he gets to the end of that pull, yeah, he's out. Daemon fucking lost, and he is pissed. He has he gets his sword and he starts fighting Cole. You back?
Yep, I am.
Welcome back.
And so you already talked about the scene, right?
Cutting the baby out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that the baby dies somehow, because it's crying for a little bit at first, but then you hear choking. It's like, oh, so it's dead anyways.
Yeah. I dramatically enjoy that scene, and we should remember that scene for later.
All right.
But I love the fact that he was tasked with making an impossible choice.
Yeah.
Nick Ricada, I know, has talked about this on one of his streams, actually, one of his late night streams, of why he likes House of the Dragon so much, too.
Oh.
And that scene in particular hit him really hard because he and his wife had actually had that conversation. That if something happened, that it was Nick's duty. She told him it was his duty to sacrifice her to save the child. And that's why he was like, oh, God, when he saw that scene. It was brutal.
Yeah, I bet. But yeah, and the way they portray it in the show is really brutal, too. Like, they show a lot, and it is a little bit fucking horrifying. As it should be. Because Jesus Christ. And while all this is happening, we keep cutting back and forth to Daemon and Kristen Cole fighting. And Daemon beats Kristen Cole down and then starts celebrating when Kristen hasn't yielded yet. And he takes the advantage to knock him down and kick his sword away and fucking step on his arm. He's like, yield. And then that's when Daemon finally gives up because he's lost.
Now, one thing I don't like in this fight, and it's in the show and it's in the book, I hate this stupid flail with the spike on it. I really do.
I fucking hate them so much. Just use a fucking Morning Star. Jesus.
Yeah, they're terrible weapons. Terrible weapons.
If anyone doesn't know why they're a terrible weapon, I'm pretty sure Chad not only has a video on that, but I have seen Chad's nunchuck video, and I assume it's very much the same principle.
Yeah, same thing. It's dangerous. It's incredibly dangerous to the operator, which is stupid. A weapon should be dangerous to your target, not to you wielding it. And it's the same thing. Like, what happens? How do you swing this properly, right? You can only have so many ways to actually swing this weapon to make it effective. You can't change direction on it. You can't feint with it or anything. Because doing that might end up having the damn thing hit you instead. It's just... I genuinely hate flail weapons. I really do.
Yeah. There's a 50-50 chance that when you swing that thing and it wraps around their arm, it's either going to smash your opponent in the face or it's going to go a little bit wide and hit you in the face instead. And it's like, that shouldn't be an option in combat.
Yeah. It'd be like if you swung your sword at someone and you somehow managed to stab yourself with it. Like, it's just, no. You should never be able to impale yourself upon the blade of a sword, and like when fighting an enemy, and that's something that is extremely hard to do, but that's not hard to do with a flail, to hit yourself with it.
Yeah.
What are you trying to say, that the double-edged lightsaber isn't retarded? Oh, come on.
Actually, that reminds me, we didn't really have a preamble before the episode. I finally got Pagan to watch a Plinkett review.
Woo! Nice.
Yeah, we watched The Phantom Menace.
Yeah, it was
What's
pretty
wrong
good.
with your face?
What's wrong with your face? What's wrong with your face?
But anyways, yeah, we get the funeral pyre where the wife died and the newborn baby died, and
I would have I like that the show did this a little bit, but the show really goes out of its way to demonize Daemon. It really does. But at least they give him this, where he's trying to tell her, it's like, hey, your dad needs you. Like,
yeah,
he needs you to be strong.
Yeah, your father needs you now more than he ever has. And Rhaenyra's being a bit bitter because, he's always wanted a son. I wasn't what he wanted.
Yeah. I hope that, when his son was out, he was probably happy for the first time ever and was like, Jesus Christ, fuck off. Stop being a selfish twat.
Well,
yeah,
it's hard to pin it all on her just like she's being selfish, because she did lose her mother too, so they're all going through a hard time, and people don't always deal with that in the best of ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, she calls the dragon down to one thing. Hold on. I know the flame doesn't go quite that far, but I don't think the King's Guard should be standing that close to the funeral pyre that the dragon is about to set alight.
That's what I was thinking too when it happened during the show. I was like, why are they that close? I was like,
they want to make marshmallows.
It's a good thing they're wearing white clothes. They'll make perfect marshmallows.
I thought Daemon was quite heroic, putting himself in danger like he did against a crab feeder. Yeah, Damon definitely
this
has
is-
some heroic moments in this show. It's just
This is a thing where the books and the show differ significantly on the whole crab feeder incident. For one, Viserys and the Crown actually funded Daemon's war and gave him men of arms to fight the crab feeder, and it was much less climactic of a battle. In fact, what became more important in the Stepstones wasn't fighting the crab feeder; it was fighting the new alliance of the Triarchs and Dorne. So here it doesn't make sense that like the Triarchs are back. It's like the Triarchs never left. That's weird.
Well, no, what happened in the show is that they defeated the crab feeder and his men who were working for the Triarchy.
Yes.
And then they came back later allied with Dorne.
Again, which doesn't fit. The whole point why this all happened was because the Triarchs were ousting all the bandits and everything that were already in the Stepstones, and the crab feeder. The crab feeder is literally less than a paragraph of a note in the book. The crab feeder rises. Daemon, who is hungry for glory and battle, goes to fight the crab feeder. Viserys gives Daemon funding and troops and everything, as well as the Valerians go as well. So he and the sea snake attack the crab feeder, kill him. And then they set up a kingdom there. They actually do set up a kingdom there. And it is then constantly under attack by the Triarch. Just constantly. And so it becomes the war that never ends in the Stepstone.
Also, I played it forward a bit, and some of the Kingsguard are even recoiling from the heat of the fire. It's just like, yeah, why the fuck would you stand there?
Yeah.
It's just such a bad place to stand, especially when there's no one behind them for them to be defending.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because none of the
It's
royals
really
are
weird.
back there. It's just a couple of random, I guess, guards and flag bearers.
Yep.
Yeah. I feel like the show was trying to do a bit of a red herring with Daemon, because, you know, it feels like they're really building him up to be like the bad guy that you're going to hate throughout the show. And then he ends up being like one of the better characters. Like, I was fully expected to just hate him. Like, oh, he's going to be the fucking, you know, constantly brutal, really nothing. He's just going to be like he's going to be opposition to the main characters, basically. But no,
And that's another change, too, we'll have to get to when we get to it. Man, this show really makes Daemon, try to make Daemon way more evil. Or way more of a, like, bad guy character. It is weird.
They do a bit better in the later episodes where it kind of starts to flesh him out a bit more as like, oh, he's actually an actual character that you like. It's just, but the beginning of the show just makes him out to be like, oh yeah, he's just there to be opposition to everyone else.
Yeah, and it's something he's going to do in an early episode too. Not the first episode, but in an early one of the episodes, he's going to do something in the Vale that doesn't happen at all in the books. That is really dumb.
Yeah, the wife thing was kind of hard to like look past. Where it's
Yes.
like, I don't know,
That
you're
does
kind of
not
an
happen in the
asshole.
book. I'll just say that.
But
The books. Yeah, I'm so used to when it comes to Game of Thrones saying the books. It doesn't happen in the book, the one book.
yeah. But yeah, a lot of episode 1 does seem to try and give a bit of a negative spin on him, because the first time we see him is the Gold Cloaks going out and the butchery that happens to the criminals or apparent criminals that night. Then you get him antagonizing Otto Hightower, who at this point is the hand of the king. Why would he be a bad guy? He's there to support the king and help him rule the realm and make sure everything stays good. We get the tourney where he plays cheap against Otto Hightower's son, and then he gets unhorsed by Kristen Cole and tries to fucking kill him in a melee.
Well, he doesn't try to kill him.
Well, they fight,
but
He's
he
pissed
gloats.
off.
Yeah, he gloats and is a braggart.
Yeah.
Before he deserved it. That's for sure.
Yeah, so this moment here where he does say to Rhaenyra, your father needs you now more than ever, is the first actual moment we get of him showing a kinder side, a more caring side about his family, rather than just this brutish asshole. But yeah, then the show ends up undercutting that. Well, I shouldn't say undercutting that, but it has him toasting or celebrating the child dying with the whole "air for a day" comment in the bar.
Yeah.
Or in the tavern, I should say.
Yeah, which is... that was a really dumb thing for Damon to do. Really dumb thing for him to do. That should have been an obvious thing to piss off his brother. It's like, why? Why would you do that? If not for just to piss off your brother.
Yeah. I know they had to get Damon out of the picture and have a rift there. That might have been just a little bit too dumb for me to swallow, though, that he would do that.
Yeah. I technically we never see him actually say it, but he may not have stopped the people that did say it. You know what I mean? Like if one of his gold cloaks stood up and said, "To the air for a day," and then he didn't say anything, it still would be bad. It just wouldn't be as bad.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, I do like that aspect of the show is sometimes they won't show a thing being said or done, but other people will refer to it, because it doesn't necessarily matter if the thing actually happened or not. It matters what people believe. Yeah. And, so we, like you say, we don't know whether he actually said it or not, but it's the accusation of it happening and him refusing to deny it.
Yeah, and as we see later, Damon is not like, he won't exactly deny certain things. Like even if he didn't do it, he'll still try to act as if he did, even though it's just to piss off his father or his brother.
Yeah.
So, because there's an accusation later that is extremely severe, and even though he didn't do it, he doesn't deny it either, just because he knows it'll piss off his brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he wants, because of a thing he wants. Well, when we get there, we'll get there.
Not just that, but that ends up having a knock-on effect, too, with what other people believe, and, yeah, it gets a bit fucked.
Yeah.
But anyways, after the funeral pyre, we have this small council meeting where the line of succession is being talked about, and, this is where we get that moment where Viserys says to Otto, "You wanted him as Master of Coin, but he would beggar the realm. You wanted him as Master of something else, Master of Laws, I believe. And, he would be a tyrant if he was." And just how Otto is, like, kind of inconsistent with this, and Otto's excuse is, well, we kind of have to put him somewhere. He is your brother. Something to that effect.
Yeah, it's a half measure that we put him in charge of the gold cloaks.
Right.
And this does not go over well with the series. He's just like, what the fuck? Again, it's also to help highlight to the audience that Otto is obviously a schemer manipulator.
Yeah. Then we get this moment here where, again, everyone is arguing, and then Viserys just loses his shit. I'm gonna play it quickly.
My wife and son are dead! I will not sit here and suffer crows that come to feast on their corpses!
One of the few times he has an outbreak, just, like, he just lost his wife this day, and already they're arguing and fighting and fucking bickering about who's gonna be the next heir. And
yes.
He is just not prepared for this conversation, and again, it's a really good moment. I really like it. But yeah, it's after that scene, I believe, where we get Daemon in the tavern with his men celebrating. Oh no, it's after this we get Otto in the Tower of the Hand of the King. I assume that's built at this point.
Yes.
And he tells Alicent Hightower, his daughter, to go comfort the king in his time of grieving, which
Now, this is something I liked in the books more. Well, they don't. This scene doesn't happen in the books. There's no thing like go to the king to comfort him, grieving and stuff like that. There's nothing like that exactly. But in the books, it's made more explicit that Alicent, when she was little, would go comfort King Jaehaerys as well. She would go read to him about the histories and everything because she genuinely cared about those. She genuinely cared about the histories, and she enjoyed reading to the old king. And so it makes it more like, oh, she's not putting on an act when she goes to talk with Viserys. She's not pretending to care about history and stuff like that. She's not pretending to. She's not playing the game. Otto is playing the game. She is not. And I wish they would have emphasized that more, the fact that Alicent was not playing the game at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, now that you mention that, I would have liked... God. I was about to say there wasn't time for it, but if you cut out most of what happens in episode 9, except for the important stuff, we probably could have had a scene... Or maybe, like, part of an episode where we saw part of King Jaehaerys' rule. So we could have had that moment. Or even just a line from when Otto says, go comfort the king. He could have included a line saying, you know, read the histories to him like you once did to King Jaehaerys.
Yes. I think that would have been really nice if they had called back to the fact that she had been by Jaehaerys as he lay dying, and she was there to comfort him, to read to him, and everything.
Yeah, that would have worked really well if they... just a line that would have helped improve that a bit. Because, she might be naive about what's happening now, but this is obviously a move by Otto.
Yes. And Otto's smart. He realizes that Viserys and Alicent are very similar to each other. So he knew this was his chance. Which also goes to show that Viserys is also very, naive about Otto's service.
Yeah.
It takes him a while before he finally realizes, okay, yeah, you can get the fuck out, sort of deal. But
yeah.
But I also do like this because she can relate to the king here as well.
I was just about to say, I really like this line from her too. When my mother died, people talked to me in riddles, and all I wanted was for someone to speak plainly to me, or something to that effect.
Yeah.
And that's when she says...
Speak plainly to me and say, I'm sorry for what happened to you.
Yeah.
And then she immediately then says to the king, I'm sorry for what happened to you.
Now, even with a filter, this scene might be a bit too...
too spicy for you, Tim.
Yeah, so I'm going to... you know what? The good solution to this would be to just put this up for now. Because I don't want to disable VLC in case it gets fucky again.
Yeah.
But yeah, Daemon is here at the tavern. Well, I guess it's more of a whorehouse. Giving his men a good night. And yeah, he is kind of off in the corner. He doesn't seem too happy about everything. But the woman, as I just realized, that's that character that stays around for most of the show.
Yes.
She proposes to him to do a toast. And he stands up, another guy tells everyone to shut up, and he motions as though he's about to speak, and that's when it cuts to
Otto.
To Otto in the small council meeting, yeah.
Yeah, who fills in the rest of it. Because it starts with him. He totally looks like he's going to say something, then Otto cuts in. So it helps the audience be like, is Otto being honest here?
Yeah. Susan, don't look. Yeah, don't look, Susan. It's fine.
Oh, I also want to make mention of I actually like the redesign of the Iron Throne.
Yes. Yes, I really like the way the Iron Throne looks in this show, far more than Game of Thrones. And just the Red Keep in general. Because we
Yes.
get a lot of areas look vastly different to what they did in Game of Thrones, and I don't know if that's just because they wanted to do their own sets, or if it's because they wanted to separate it from Game of Thrones, you know. Sure, it's a Red Keep, but it looks visually different from the Red Keep we know. And yeah, I really like the look of the Red Keep in general. Even though we only see like a few rooms and hallways, it looks vastly different from what we're used to from Game of Thrones. Just better. But anyways, after...
I actually
Oh, go ahead.
no, because it's getting to the next scene. Sorry, go ahead.
Well,
That's what I want to talk about. The scene between the two of them in the throne room.
I was actually just about to... That's what I was moving on to, so go ahead. Because it sounds
Yeah.
like you have a lot to say. Because this is a really good scene.
It is. I like the fact that, one, he doesn't say that he said it. He just basically said, we all mourn in our own ways. Again, what a stupid thing to say. Just deny it. If it didn't happen, just fucking deny it, Damon. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Because now what it's going to signal to the audience is, oh my god, he did say it, sort of thing. But what I like is the back and forth between him and Viserys and Daemon. It's just really good back and forth between the two of them.
Yeah.
And I genuinely enjoy. I don't know why Daemon would throw the veil thing in Viserys' face, because it wasn't Viserys who set up the match with him and his bronze bitch. It was Jaehaerys who did that. So I don't know why he would throw that in there, but I mean, I guess if we go by the show, it's implied that Viserys did that. And it's just weird because, like, Daemon, you're being ungrateful. Everything we've seen, because we as an audience have seen more than Daemon has seen, though he did listen in on the conversation Serato had, talking about how he was a half measure. We saw that he knows that, but he doesn't see just how much Viserys works to protect Daemon from the rest of the court.
Yeah.
Because even the Maester, the Grand Maester, or something like that, is talking about how, like, should something befall you, by accident or design, sort of thing, implying that Daemon will obviously try to kill the king.
Yeah. But this is also the moment, too, where we get Daemon saying, you should have made me hand to the king. I would have protected you. Protected me from what? From yourself. You're weak.
Yep. And he's not wrong either. Daemon isn't incorrect. He's not like...
Weak does sound a bit harsh against Viserys, but...
Yes.
Because he will stand his ground when, like I said, when it affects his family.
Mm.
Which is kind of what he's doing right now, funny enough.
But Daemon's correct, though. He is not a great king.
And you could see from his reaction, too, that it kind of hits him when he says, you're weak. It's like...
Yeah.
Fucking ouch, brother.
Yeah, and you can tell Viserys has had this as kind of a thing in the back of his mind for a while. That, am I weak? It gets brought up quite a lot, Will people sing songs of me? How will they remember me? Sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's something on his mind, so to hear his brother tell him that he's weak is obviously just...
It's something that affects him.
Big punch in the gut.
Yeah.
And he's absolutely right. Daemon is right. Otto Hightower.
Yeah, because the king says, Otto has served me well. And then Daemon replies, Otto is a cunt.
He says, what do you see with Otto? An unwavering and loyal hand. And then Daemon goes, a cunt.
That's
cunt.
Yeah. And again, this is something else. This is kind of what's supposed to help connect us with Damon more as the audience. We've seen that he is a conniving little shit before, like when he sent his daughter to go comfort the king.
Yeah.
So we know that he's conniving. He's setting up schemes in the background. That's something we as the audience know. Viserys doesn't know, but Daemon has figured out that Otto is just trying to play the game now.
But there's also that issue we talked about while watching the show is part of the reason Daemon doesn't get through to Viserys is because Daemon does have that Targaryen fire within him. He's got that just chaotic energy where he does things his way. And,
Yep. And it's something that Viserys himself will mention. Like, he's got the blood of the dragon in him. He'll mention it a few times about the blood of the dragon, and it makes people just like the Targaryens are very much like their dragons. They have moments of incredible passion and fiery temperaments and everything.
yeah. And speaking of their dragons, this is a moment where Viserys names Rhaenyra his true heir to the throne. She will be the first woman to take the throne. And he tells her about the prophecy. Or no, before that, he talks about the dragons and has that line that becomes relevant in the last episode of, oh, people believe we control the dragons. That is merely an illusion. And it's not fully an illusion. The Targaryens definitely have a degree of power over the dragons, but the dragons are still animals with their own
thoughts and feelings and desires too.
Yeah,
and
so
I use that specifically. I'm not to say that the dragons are like hyper intelligent, but it's obviously it's obvious that the dragons can think.
Yeah. And sometimes they will act against their riders' wishes.
Yeah.
That comes into play later down the line.
And it is up to the writer to have the commanding presence, the discipline to be the alpha of the dragon, not to let the dragon run wild and play the way it was.
Yeah. But anyways, he says to Rhaenyra here, you're my true heir. We'll have all the lords come in and pledge their loyalty to you. This is a song of ice and fire. It's a prophecy that a darkness will come out of the north. This was Aegon's dream. Aegon the Conqueror's dream. And this is why the House of the Dragon needs to be strong. We need to protect the world from this darkness. Obviously referring to the White Walkers that come in the Game of Thrones era. Yeah.
And he specifically says, not in this episode so much, he'll say it again later, that the prince who was promised will be of our blood.
Yeah.
That it is guaranteed. So a Targaryen must be on the throne. They must rule Westeros, or else all are doomed.
Not just rule Westeros, but have it united.
Mm-hmm.
And
because it'll take all of Westeros to stop the threat.
Yeah. And,
unless you're the Game of Thrones TV show.
I wasn't sure how I felt about that at first, but after a few weeks of thinking on it, I do really like that they're talking about the prophecy, because they don't in Game of Thrones, from what I remember.
Yeah.
I don't think Azor Ahai or the prince that was promised was mentioned.
No, it's not.
Here,
because this is far more important. Far more important. There's a lot of dream and prophecy and stuff like that is going on. In this very fucking episode, he talks about a dream he had, because it turns out Viserys might actually be a dreamer. But he talked about a dream he had of his son and everything.
Yeah,
he misinterpreted that dream. We'll definitely get to that. He misinterpreted it, but
born with an iron crown, wasn't it? Or something
born.
like that?
I see our son wearing the Conqueror's crown just as Aegon, because there's actually two crowns. There's the Conqueror's crown, which is the direct crown that Aegon Targaryen created and made for himself, and he bore, and that is the black metal red ruby crown. And then there is the one that the Seven Kingdoms made as a crown, which is a gold crown, which is the crown you see like Robert Baratheon wear.
Well, Robert Baratheon wears one that largely resembles antlers for the house emblem. Because the crown Viserys wears in the show here is a golden crown that ends up going to someone else later on.
Yes, there you go. And as Hat of Green says, as in the novels, the prophecy only causes problems. Yeah, again, because his problem is that he is a dreamer, and he sees these things, and he believes in prophecy. He doesn't realize that he's a dreamer, but it becomes pretty obvious that he is. Which is something that he said he always wanted to be. He always wanted to be a dreamer, and it turns out that he actually is one. He just has no idea that he is, and he interpreted the things incorrectly, because you can't take prophecy for exact wording or value, because that's how you get fucked by prophecy every single time.
Yeah, especially when prophecy is as vague as it is shown to be in this series. Like, Bran seeing the people of Winterfell drowning and the ocean waves crashing along Winterfell's walls. It's like, okay, that says something. It's not saying that the world is going to flood.
Yeah, and then he can't figure it out. And then when the thing happens, and I'm trying to keep it... We're trying not to say what actually happens, and then when you see the thing that happens, you're like, oh, fuck, that makes entirely perfect sense to the prophecy.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
But it was something you couldn't have expected would happen, and the reason we're keeping it vague is because there's a certain someone in this call who hasn't gotten there yet.
Yeah, it's partly my fault for not sitting him down and forcing him to watch Game of Thrones episodes. I did get him to watch Aliens of London, World War III, and Dalek the other day, though.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, the moment the fucking, I forget their name, the aliens... The moment they said, victory should be experienced naked,
yes.
It just said, that line was exactly as awful as you guys had said it was.
Yes!
Yeah, I immediately fucking was like, oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh my god. And it was also so weird how the CGI and the actual, like, how they don't line up at all, where the CGI makes them seem hyper competent, but then whenever they're in their fucking puppet thing, it's like they can do nothing. They are powerless. But in CGI, they're like running through the halls like raptors. They're just like slicing through doors like they're butter. But then the moment they're like actually a puppet, they're just like, I don't know what to do. Nothing I can do. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
The episode is... those two episodes are definitely very, very weird, but they've got a weird sort of charm to them as well.
Yeah.
Dalek is fucking great, though.
Especially, the charm comes from just how goofy and off it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
While trying to play it entirely seriously.
I mean, can we say they were trying to play it entirely seriously with all the fart jokes?
But you know what I mean? Like, the characters are taking it seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I think just makes it more like, oh my god.
Yeah. I didn't dislike the designs or anything of the aliens. I just didn't like... I didn't like the fart stuff. I think if they cut that out, it would have been way better. And the disparity between the CGI and the actual, like, physical props was just too great of a difference, where it just didn't make sense. It almost felt like there was two completely different species of alien on screen whenever it was just, it just didn't make sense. I did like Dalek, though. The Dalek episode was really good. I liked that one.
Good.
Yeah. Oh, Also, I just want to briefly touch on the introduction for this series.
Yes.
Very, very well done. Obviously, it's a Game of Thrones theme again.
I'm split on that because I do really, really, really fucking love the Game of Thrones theme. It is a
Yeah.
really good fucking theme. And
Yeah.
I do kind of like it here, but at the same time, I almost kind of wish the show had its own identity in the music.
Even more so, yeah. I wish it didn't do the Game of Thrones theme, but it's a
Yeah.
great theme.
Yeah.
But I like the symbolism of it at first. Like, everything is fine, and then it zooms in on the icon of multiple dragons fighting each other. The icon sinks into the table, and blood seeps out around the Conqueror's crown and just drips all over this table. There's just blood gushing all over the table.
Well, you know what it's representing, right?
Mm. This is just like all these different houses and everything, all the bloodline and everything going through. But I just love that it spills out of the conflict. I genuinely enjoy that here in this opening intro.
Yeah. Because,
And of course,
just for everyone in
takes-
chat who doesn't know, it's showing the bloodlines of who sits the throne. Because it goes from Aegon the Conqueror, and it some of them are passed by very quickly, but point is, it shows much of the, I guess, royal family.
Yeah, but the fact that it's the first symbol it shows the Conqueror's crown, and then you see a bunch of dragons fighting behind it, and then it sinks into the table and blood gushes out of it, too, is so fitting for the conflict that is coming, that everybody knows is coming. Where the bloodline itself is going to be split, and there's going to be a horrifying war, probably the most destructive war ever in Westeros. And then, oh, what a lovely scene, the lovely crab feeder.
Yeah, just kind of reminding us that's there, that's going to be something that comes up, it's a big issue. That doesn't get solved until the end of episode 3, doesn't it?
Yeah. Which, again, I'm torn on it because the crab feeder was such a minor note. He was just he was far more minor in the book itself, and it was more after they took the Stepstones, the problems began.
Fair. I'm just, again, not having seen the books, I'm fine with the way it's portrayed here. I don't have any big issues with it myself.
Yeah.
I don't mind the crab feeder being a bigger problem than he was in the books.
I just don't buy the fighting methodology that they go through here when dealing with the crab feeder. I like the stuff that happens, but again, it kind of demonizes Daemon while also trying to give him a badass moment. But I just do not like how certain factions are going to go about trying to fight the crab feeder. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, oh, but they're hiding in the cave, so the dragons can't do anything. I'm pretty sure if you get your dragons breathing fire into the mouth of the cave instead of at the roof of the mouth of the cave, I'm pretty sure the people in there are not going to be comfortable.
Not just that, but we would really have to figure out the power levels of dragons, because especially with Game of Thrones Season 8, it's super inconsistent. Because there's stuff I want to say, especially about Season 8, that hasn't been spilled for Pagan yet. Now, it's stupid stuff, obviously, but it still relates to the power level of what can the dragons do. And it's like, okay, so if the dragons are as powerful as we've seen them be in Game of Thrones, much smaller dragons, mind you, in Game of Thrones, shouldn't they be able to just fucking melt or collapse the entrance of the caves and just seal them in?
I have no idea why they don't just seal the caves. I don't get it.
Yeah.
It's just weird too, especially because like the whole like the crab feeder is listening for the dragons or whatever. and he knows when he hears them to call his troops in, but then it won't, like, it doesn't change anything in the battle in the third episode at all.
Yeah.
It's so,
Yeah.
like, again, this is one of the parts where I'm just like, eh.
Yeah, and there's no reason why you can't just camp the dragon, like, literally on top of the cave, so every time there is something happening, they will just constantly lose more and more people over time. It'll just be a war of attrition that they can't win. They're stuck in the caves. The people are outside. They have access to food and water.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, and every time they come out, they get wiped out. Like, they lose a bunch of people to the dragon. It's like, eventually their numbers are going to run so thin they can't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's weird that it's literally, nope, there's nothing we can do.
Yeah, now that you guys mentioned that, that's something I had thought about before too, is like, if they're trapped in these caves, then why not just trap them until they die?
Yeah.
Or
Oh,
surrender.
I also want to make mention of this being very different. This, he sends his daughter to go pick a new member for the King's Guard.
Yes, because the old Lord Commander passed away in his sleep.
Yeah, Redwyn passed away. I am super torn on this. A lot of it because you can see visually by design, first off, when you look in this courtyard, you see every single knight, and they all have banners behind them. Oh, wait, except for one. One single knight who has no bannerman, no nothing behind him. He just stands out immediately, and there's a reason he stands out. But, again, I don't like this being delayed back here. It made more sense where they held a tourney to have them prove that they could fight, instead of just saying, I was in battle or whatever. Because that's what the princess will ask. Who's actually seen combat here? And that's when we get our wonderful friend Kristen Cole, who is the only one of these knights who has actually seen combat in the Dornish marches. And he's the only one that doesn't have a bannerman behind him to carry his banner, to carry his standard. So, yeah, it's nice that it's showcasing all these knights and everything, right? And it's nice that they're, like, giving a little bit of background to each house. But no, it's not. It's seven is very important too. The Kingsguard had to be 7 because of the faith of the 7. It's how Aegon specifically set them up so that, to try to build a bridge. No, I know. I'm saying this is obviously symbolism for that as well, right? Because it's 7 choices to fit the 7 faces of God.
I was muted for that. Whoops.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go, Chad. You got half the conversation.
I was just saying it's a coincidence that there's 7 knights there and there's 7 Kingsguard. So there's 7 people applying for the one spot to be part of the 7.
Yeah.
I'm muting myself more often today because I'm still sick and a lot of coughing and sniffling and stuff, so yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, like I said, I'm torn on this scene. I think it does good work of, like, kind of fleshing out the background on it. But I kind of like certain things make more sense if you go by what happens in the book, where he had already proven himself at the tourney, and then Rhaenyra was begging Viserys to make him her protector, begging, and Viserys relented and said, "Sure." Well, you know what I mean. Not sure. He said it in a kingly manner, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, the kingly equivalent of sure.
Yeah. So it fits better for other things that are set up in the storyline, and they still they keep that same kind of sort of storyline here, but I think that's one of the weaker aspects of House of Dragon is the Kristen Cole stuff. I think is Kristen got done dirty in this show. Like, he's very unlikable in this show, and I don't know if Pagan will mind me saying this, but Pagan was very much like, fucking kill yourself and goddamn it die and stuff a lot about Kristen Cole.
Yeah, almost any time he was on screen, Pagan just went into a fucking blood rage and wanted nothing more than for this man to die.
I hate him.
Yeah.
I want him dead.
I love how Pagan doesn't even deny the obviously hyperbolic thing I just said, and he just, like, 100% in agreeing. Yeah, I want him dead. I hope he dies.
Yeah. Like I said, again, this is kind of weird because there's a specific thing that happens later that makes more sense why the slanderous statement would be more damning. It doesn't. The slanderous statement doesn't work as much here as it does in the book, because here she's not like fawning over Kristen Cole the whole time, and she doesn't obviously want to jump him constantly. So it's just, can I just go off on that storyline like now? Do we have to wait to get there the full way?
I suppose it doesn't really matter if we go a little bit out of order.
Okay.
So the whole thing about doing it chronologically is just so chat understands what we're talking about. You know, this happened, so this happened, so that happened, so these happened. This is a series of events, rather than just talking about stuff at random. But if you think now is a good time to talk about that thing, then just, go ahead.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about stuff that happens during the Civil War. I do not want to talk about what happens during the Civil War, because the show doesn't get that far. The show gets to the opening gambits of the battle, of the war.
Yeah.
But, so, in the books, it is made clear that Kristen Cole did not fuck Rhaenyra. But she obviously wanted it real bad, because she was constantly begging for it. And the book establishes that somebody got rebuked when either she offered or he offered, and they do both in the show, which is weird, where she wants him so bad, but she only wants him in the show because, me so horny. And I did not like that. I did not like the fact that just because Daemon didn't bang her, she then immediately jumps Kristen Cole. And I was like, that's just dumb. I do not like the way they set that up here in the show. I don't. And the reason I don't like it is because Rhaenyra gets with... oh, God. All the character names. Harwin. Gets with Harwin Strong.
Refer to the chart. God damn it.
Okay. All right, I will open the chart. So she gets with Harwin Strong, and the show just says, somewhere in this giant time gap that we have, that happened. I hate that. It happened off screen. I fucking hate that. It much better, and what the book says, she got with Harwin Strong first, originally, not with Kristen Cole. Because unfortunately, with the way this show sets it up, Kristen Cole is a fuckboy. He is such a fucking twat, too.
Yeah, he is. I can't stand him. He's the catalyst of so many fucking problems, and he's also such a whiny little bitch. I hate him.
So what happened is, because there was a rebuking, either he rebuked her, which seems the most likely because she had constantly wanted to, jump his bones. So he likely rebuked her, and this soured their relationship to where he becomes a staunch opponent of Rhaenyra from then on. Or she rebuked him, which again, doesn't really fit that he's a jilted lover sort of thing. It doesn't fit in the book either. So it's much more likely that she wanted to bang him, and he said no and stuck to his vows. And he was more like she then did something which made him offended and made him like much more antagonistic of her, because there is somebody he's going to kill later in both the show and the book, but it makes way more sense in the way the book set it up. And it's at a tourney. It's not in the fucking dining hall.
Ah.
Yeah, the dance thing does not happen at the dance. It happens at a tourney, and they joust and he targets that other person from the get-go. Because Kristen Cole is that much, he does not like Rhaenyra. That much. Here in the show, they made him a pussy-whipped fuckboy.
Rip.
Yeah, and I just don't like it as much. And I honestly think it's a weak spot of the show itself that he is that way. Like, I don't like the fact that she jumps him immediately. I just don't like it. I don't think it fits with his characterization initially and everything, because we don't see him like lusting after her or anything before that. He just does it. He just breaks all of his vows just because. And I don't like that in the show. And then the show makes him, even more of a fucking asswipe.
Yeah, that's my thing, is that he willingly breaks his vows for a fuck because me so horny. And then as soon as it's over, he's just like, well, now I expect everything to be given to me because I broke my vows. And when he doesn't get it, he's just like, well, fuck you. I'm going to kill all your friends. Fuck you. I'm just like, God, I hate you, you pussy little bitch. It's your fault. You're the one that did it.
Yeah, I just do not like his character here. And again, this is Pagan. Pagan has not read the books. This is Pagan's feelings from just seeing the show.
Tell us what you really think about Kristen Cole, Pagan. I thought you loved him. I thought he was your favorite character in the entire series.
Yeah.
I hope he gets gilded. Fuck him.
and again, him having done what he's done, and then he's going to confess it to the Queen. The fact that the Queen is okay with this, it does not do good for her character either. I don't
think it's that she's okay with it. I think it's that she realizes that she can use him as an ally when she's going to desperately need allies. Because
yeah, but it didn't need to happen this way, because she already knew that he was in her corner just from the animosity he had towards Rhaenyra.
But I mean, he didn't have that animosity in the show when she questioned him.
I know, but this is what I mean. Like, it doesn't make sense of like why he becomes that antagonistic so quickly in this show in particular.
Yeah, because he does become antagonistic solely because Rhaenyra won't run away with him.
Yeah, and I do not like that.
Yeah, that's fair. While that rant was going on, that relevant tangent, it's not often we have relevant tangents. A lot of stuff has happened while the episode's been playing in the background. Mainly, Alicent is getting closer with the king. She's visiting him more often. It wasn't a once-off to console him while he's grieving. It's a regular thing between them now. And now, Corlys Velaryon is making a marriage proposal because, well, it's been several months since your wife has died, and you are going to need to remarry at some point. We have a daughter you can marry. We could unite the Valyrian houses into one and form a powerful alliance so that no one will challenge your rule. And, yeah, a lot of people are starting to put the pressure on for him to remarry. And, even when he talks to their daughter later, it's a very uncomfortable thing for him, because, she's fucking 12 years old, and that is fucked. But
yeah.
That's just what the society is.
Because at 14, you're considered to have flowered. It's medieval society for you. Again, at the age of 30, you're considered an old man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's just how this society is. The fact that King Jaehaerys lived to the age of 69 is considered like, oh my god, holy shit.
When a lot of people's reigns are like 10 years or less.
Yeah.
One thing I want to mention is during that part where we got to the scene where he's introduced to his new 12-year-old wife to be.
Yes! Oh, God, it was funny.
The way the way this happened is so funny because when it cut to the part where, because beforehand the audio was totally fine, and we're being told that, oh, she's 12 years old and stuff like that, and you know, like, but you should go talk to her. And then it just cuts to the next scene with him walking next to her, and it's just completely silent. There isn't even background sound. And it goes on for a while, and me and Setch thought it was actually part of the episode as like, oh, they're trying to make it really awkward, like this is really weird, and they're just walking next to each other without saying anything. Then we notice their mouths are moving, and we're like, wait a minute, something's not right. It turns out Free's headset.
I had gotten up to go collect a food order, and my headset usually has decent range. Lately, though, it hasn't for some reason. I go to the washroom, which is right next to my room, and it'll cut out. So when I went to go get my food and came back, they were talking about how the audio was dead and there was nothing that I could do to fix it. I had to restart the computer. We start up the episode again and start playing it, and there is a large portion of time where it is awkward silence because it's intended to be that way, but there's still sound effects, you know, there's the soundtrack playing and the ambient sounds before Viserys does finally say something.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah. Lesson learned. Don't walk too far away from the computer with the wireless headset.
Yeah.
And yeah, talking about the marriage proposal with Otto here, he's also getting maggots put on his finger, because they'll eat the dead flesh and leave the live flesh alone. It's medical treatment by the maesters, the Grand Maester. And
amusingly, that is a treatment that is used today.
Yeah, that still exists. They still
boy.
do that.
Yep.
It works. It does work. Although I do like how there was a scene where one of the aides is like, oh, I've been preparing this herbal remedy that the king can try. And basically the maester tells him, fuck off, hippie. We're using the leeches. The king loves his leeches.
Yes. Leeching has always brought the king's spirit back.
Well,
One of the
things I heard about that is that was a plan by the Maester. I forget where I heard this theory, but essentially, the younger Maester might have actually been onto something, but the Grand Maester was at that point was like, yeah, this king needs to go.
Which I thought that was the case as well. I was like, oh, he wants the king to die. You know, because like, why wouldn't you at least try something new? You know, if what you're currently doing isn't healing him.
Yeah.
But then he ends up living for so long, and I'm like, okay, maybe they weren't trying to kill him. Maybe they actually were just. Maybe the treatment just genuinely works. Because it's very confusing that way. It's like, well, if they were trying to kill him, they did a shit job because they made sure he lived for a long time.
It's not so much trying to kill him, because at that point you could be, executed for regicide. It would be more, oh, we're going to do stuff that helps, but doesn't help as much as this other stuff would.
I don't know, though, because, remember, the one guy who offered the herbal remedy becomes Grand Maester. So I don't know if that's, like, we see him...
I thought the guy who offered the herbal remedy was a white guy.
No, I'm pretty sure he was a black guy.
I thought he was a white guy,
Did I
too.
get that backwards? Oh, no.
You fucked up!
Oh, no, if I did, that'd be amazing. I race swapped somebody. Oh, no! Where was it? That was in episode 3, wasn't it? They're talking
3 or 4. But anyways, yeah, Viserys is talking to this girl, and she's talking, our houses will be strong together, blah blah blah, and he's just like, your father told you to say this, didn't he? Because
What did your mother
what
tell you
kid?
to say? Yeah.
Yeah. Um.
Which is funny because Jaehaerys, when he was this young, was actually like insanely ahead of his years. That's the thing that all the maesters and everyone agreed with, was like, it was shocking how intelligent and how good of a diplomat and a politician he really was. At the age of 12, he was already piecing all of this stuff together. He was like one of the best players of the Game of Thrones. So again, I wish they had highlighted more just how good Jaehaerys was. It's only kind of mentioned the fact that Jaehaerys reigned over a peace that seemed like it was endless. It technically wasn't, but you know what I mean? That's the perception that people have of the past.
Yeah.
So I wish there had been more emphasis on that to explain why Viserys is so, like, shaky at times.
Yeah. But here we get a bit of a confrontation between Rhaenyra and Rhaenys, where Rhaenyra thinks that Rhaenys is just still being bitter because she's the queen that never was. But Rhaenys is telling the truth that the men of the realm don't want a woman for, a ruler. They want a king. And you're fooling yourself if you think you're going to sit the throne, essentially. I don't remember the exact dialogue, but it's a pretty decent scene between them. Anything to add, or skip?
No, I like it too, because, yeah, that whole thing, like, oh, it isn't that they didn't choose a woman, it's they didn't choose you. And she's like, oh, you can keep believing that if you want. You're naive. Yeah. Like, oh, sure, they offered you obeisance, but make sure you remind them of that when you're filling up their cups.
Yeah. I think, is this the part where she gives him the... Yes, it is. So in an earlier scene when they were talking, Viserys drops one of his little stone dragons because he's got a model replica of old Valyria before it fell, before the doom came. And she took the stone dragon and had a mason repair it for him as a gift. And it's just showing that bond between them strengthening. It's a little thing, but it shows to him that she cares, and it's something that, pleases him. It's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
I love that model, by the way.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful model.
It's so detailed, and I love that they actually bothered to put in the detail of this is what this kingdom used to look like, and it's yeah, I could see why you would want to resurrect that. It looks fucking awesome.
Well, that's why I liked his speech too. Of will Valyria be again? And he says, no, Valyria of old will never be again.
Yeah. I keep getting a lot of flashbacks to Guts, to Berserk in this series, which we talked a little bit during the show. It's man, that has a lot of implications very similar to Berserk with Chris and what was going on with the princess and stuff. And then you had this where it's Falconia. It's very similar to the whole story behind Falconia and Berserk and everything. It's I see a lot of connections to that, and I like it. I like that I keep seeing stuff like that. I'm oh yeah, just make it more like Berserk and it'll be good.
But
I do genuinely love that he's when she gives him a gift, at first he's oh, here we go. What nonsense is this going to be?
Yeah.
Somebody playing for affections, and then he opens it nonchalantly, and then he's stunned for a moment. and it takes the time, and then then he slowly lifts out the stone dragon, and it's supposed to be like, yeah, audience, this is. Do you remember? You remember? She's the one that picked it up and everything.
Yeah.
And it's like it's such a. I genuinely enjoy that though. That he is at first going to be so dismissive of this because it's another one currying favor with the king, and then she hands him something he genuinely
happy about,
cares about. Yeah.
Yeah. And the way he smiles there too, it seems like he can't help but smile. Like it's just something that comes naturally.
Yeah.
But after that, he gets called away to the small council because something has happened. A thief broke in and stole a dragon egg, and
again, this is just smearing Damon more and more. Like,
yeah,
I don't know why they needed to do this. They just needed to say like Damon requested the egg and we gave him one because he's the prince after all, and then that should have been what initiated this whole thing. Because then the king could have been like, he was not allowed to have one.
Yeah.
But also in the books, and this is where I think the show genuinely does it better than the book. In the books, King Viserys demands the egg is returned, and Daemon is shocked that he's being demanded by his brother and gives the egg back and leaves. And he's also told to send your whore away, so he sends her to Lys. And then he leaves Dragonstone himself and goes back to the Eyrie. And it's only then when other things happen immediately afterwards, that's what makes Daemon bitter towards Viserys. So I actually like what happens here in the show more. Not so much the thief part here, but the confrontation that is going to happen between Daemon and the Crown. I like it more here.
Yeah. Because it very much seems at first that Viserys isn't going to do anything about it, because I guess he doesn't want too much conflict with his brother. But then Rhaenyra thinks to ask, which egg did he take? And that's when it's revealed, he took the egg that was going to be the one given to your dead son.
Yep, to Balon.
To Balon. And that's the thing that's like, okay, we're fucking doing something about this. I am going to go get that egg back. And that's when Otto is like, no, it's too dangerous for you to go. I'll go in your place. And this is one of those things, too, where it's probably... Well, not probably. It almost certainly makes Otto look better to Viserys. So, he can keep... I don't want to say illusion, but keep his position longer. Not that it was in danger, but it's like, I've been loyal to you, my king. I risked my life to go get the egg back from Daemon. It's just one of those things that almost indebts the king to him. Not quite, but you know what I mean. Don't have the right words to describe it off the top of my head. But yeah. He goes with a bunch of soldiers and a few of the Kingsguard to Dragonstone, which that's something I wanted to ask. What do you think of Dragonstone in House of the Dragonstone in House of the Dragon as compared to Game of Thrones?
Wow, I love Dragonstone. I think Dragonstone looks better than Game of Thrones, but I think they both look terrible compared to what they're supposed to look like.
Fair.
What Dragonstone is supposed to look like, it is supposed to have massive dragon statues all over it, and it's supposed to be enormous. Dragonstone looks so small in comparison.
Fair.
To the point of like, you couldn't believe that there's an entire city beside Dragonstone on this island. There's an entire city besides the castle itself. And it was multiple fishing villages that all banded together to form a big one called the Hull? No, that was Driftmarks. What was the fishing villages around Dragonstone? I forget what it turned into. But it just doesn't feel like it. And you don't see the immense dragon statues. One of them so big that there was an entire garden that was built into the built behind one of the dragon statues. There's a little hidden garden. It was a big one though, but it was a hidden garden where Prince Rhaegar would play and everything later. Hilariously, Dragonstone, and it's a problem that Game of Thrones has as well. Dragonstone is too small in this, and its island is too small. It just does not work. I don't like the way Dragonstone looks in House of the Dragon, but it is way better than it looked in Game of Thrones. So it's like a degrees thing, right?
Yeah.
It's better, but I still wish you had actually made Dragonstone and not this, like, toy model of what Dragonstone is.
I agree with that, because the one thing I remember from Dragonstone in the show is just the bridge. I think the bridge is impressive. That's about it. I can't remember anything else.
It's a long walkway. That's it.
Yeah, that's all I can recall, really, is like, oh, there's a really cool looking bridge that's basically like a mountain ledge that's been carved, and it sits above the clouds. And I'm like, okay, that looks kind of cool. Everything else, though, is completely forgettable.
Yeah, I do not like the way Dragonstone looks in these. There's... see if I can get the picture of one. There's a pretty good picture that kind of represents what Dragonstone is actually supposed to look like, and you'll see what I mean when I say, like, how vastly different it is.
So the quality of the video is a lot lower, just so people in chat know. That's how I got this working, so you guys could see it. Otherwise it'd be far higher quality. But just the scene here too, where they are on this bridge above the clouds, like, it just looks so good. Especially with what's about to happen.
Yeah, like I said, the bridge is the most memorable part of Dragonstone. I could clearly recall the bridge, but nothing else.
See,
Well,
this is
fair,
more...
this is most of what we see of Dragonstone too, though.
Hey,
Fair, yeah.
this is much more like what Dragonstone is supposed to look like.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that would be... that'd been awesome if they'd done that. Holy shit.
Yeah, again, as if, you know, the Targaryens weren't obsessed with dragons enough. This is literally, their castle was supposed to have tons and tons of dragons. These huge statues all over the place. Built into the very castle itself.
Hold on, just getting this up so chat can see. Yeah, that looks fucking cool.
Yeah. Now, again, this is interpretation because we've never seen an exact perfect thing of what Dragonstone looks like. There's one. This one directly is the one that's the most accurate to what George R. R. Martin wanted Dragonstone to look like, and I'll get you this. This is the one that's in the book, The World of Ice and Fire. So I'll get you this one.
All right.
There you go. This is more accurate towards what he wanted it to look like.
I think I like that one more, actually.
Yeah. That one looks fucking cool.
Yeah, and you can kind of see how you can see how big the island is too. So you can tell that, well, one, that this is built in the side of a volcano to begin with, but two, that there would actually be enough places for there to be a city here. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn, that looks fucking awesome.
Targaryen are into Dragusi. Yes, very much so. In fact, that is sometimes used as slander against them. That you know, not only do they not prefer to lay with anyone but their own family, but they will actually lay with their dragons.
That sounds like a really stupid insult, though. It's like, yeah, I fuck dragons. What do you fuck?
Yeah.
Sheep?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, come on. Like, that is such a shit insult. It's like, oh, I heard you fuck dragons. Yeah, I lay fucking dragons.
It's a great insult in terms of the the faith. Remember, because the most powerful entity that is not a lord or noble is the faith of the seven in the Seven Kingdoms. And there's a huge war that started just because the Targaryens wanted to sleep with each other. Huge war. Aegon, even though he took both of his sisters to wife, Aegon was able to do it because he's the fucking conqueror. Nobody wanted to fight against it. Well, the people that did fight against it found out what happened. But when his son, Aeron, tried to, huge war broke out, which is how Maegor rose to take power to begin with, and dethroned his son, Aegon the Uncrowned. Yeah. Then that led to a bloody civil war, but not civil war because it was all the small peoples and everything. It was all the small peoples, and many of the noble houses weren't directly sending out conflict, but they would hide like the warriors of the Faith Militant, and they would give them shelter and arms, and then they'd be like, oh, well, we didn't see them Targaryens. No, we didn't see the Faith Militant at all. Because incest, bestiality, and all that stuff is a huge, like, insult. It's a cardinal sin in the Faith of the Seven. And it was actually Jaehaerys who came up with a brilliant way around it, because Jaehaerys wanted to marry his sister as well. Jaehaerys made a bunch of septons and maesters who believed in exceptionalism. And the way that this spread was to change the faith to allow Targaryens to practice incest was that the maker, the seven faces of God, did not make everything equal. Are you like the auroch in the field? Are you like the stag in the forest? No, you're a person. You can talk and walk and think and feel. What makes you think that we are like the dragon people? What makes you think we are like the Targaryens, who are taller than us, who have silver hair and glowing purple eyes? It's clear that they are not like us, that they are above us. Why should we hold them to the same rules that the Seven made for us? Surely they are exceptional. And it was only through spreading this new version of the Faith of the Seven with exceptionalism at its heart that the Targaryens were allowed to actually wed each other like they wanted.
Now that we've mentioned this, I have to change my fucking my profile picture.
Oh,
so
boy.
yeah, you guys just
changing it to.
don't worry, you'll get it when it gets there.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. But anyways, back to the episode of what's happening currently. Otto arrives to Dragonstone to get the egg back. Daemon comes out to meet him with his men, and he even holds the egg out, kind of like baiting Otto, come get it. Both sides end up drawing their swords, and then Daemon's dragon kind of comes into play, crawling over the crest of the mountain, and realizing that there's no way they're going to win, Otto is just like, sheathe the fucking steel. And
and this is actually something that gets brought up a lot in Fire and Blood as well. Is like the lords will have moments where they just forget that the dragons exist because they want to just treat this as like, oh, you're any other upstart or anything like that. And then the dragons like remind themselves, there's like, oh, I exist, by the way. And then that immediately like changes the power balance into, fuck off, I've got a dragon.
Yeah. Fuck off, I've got a dragon is a way to solve a lot of conflicts in this world. But
yes.
Not when both sides have dragons.
Yeah. Which, again, that's why I actually like this more in the show than in the book, because Daemon will actually relent to the king's command. He relents. In this, it is only because Rhaenyra shows up with her own dragon that he even has a momentary, like, listen.
Yeah.
And I like the conversation that the two of them have. I really do.
Yeah. But, again, it's lower quality, but people kind of need to see this because, they hear something, and then, like, out of the distance, and then here come the clouds fucking breaking as she arrives with her dragon. It's just so good. It's such a good shot.
Mm. It also makes you realize, like, that Dragonstone is up here, where obviously the dragons, where they would put the dragons. They would put them up high.
And that is one thing I do like about this iteration of Dragonstone, because, again, it's been a long time since I've watched Game of Thrones, but it felt like Dragonstone was a lot closer to water level than up in the mountains.
Yeah, and it was in Game of Thrones. It was like...
Yeah, because it felt more like, the castle of an ocean lord rather than a dragon lord. You know?
Yeah. If the way that Dragonstone looked in Game of Thrones, this TV show, would have fit better for Driftmark instead. It really would have.
Yeah. Although I do really like the design of Driftmark in this show.
Yeah, I do too.
But anyways, yeah, Rhaenyra shows up with her dragon, and that balances out the conflict again.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least the powers on each side. And
yeah.
This mirrors a scene later on in the show, and I really like that they do it that way, too, with the two sides meeting. It's actually really good. But she walks through and goes over to talk to Daemon.
Yep. And I this also helps kind of redeem Daemon a little bit in the show, where he has the chance right here, right now. If he just kills her, nobody can stop him. Rhaenyra's dragon can't stop him. The Kingsguard can't stop him. He could draw his blade and kill her instantly. But he genuinely does care about his family. He actually does care.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why this scene feels like it's so much stronger than what you're describing in the book. In the book, it sounds like, oh, the king told me to? Alright, here's the egg back. Whereas here, it's like, he actually does have to make a decision.
Yeah. But in the book, it's more like he was kind of dumbstruck that the king, like that he had gone that far. He felt like he was owed this. He's prince, he's royalty. Why can't his son why can't his child have an egg?
Not just that, but the way it's presented in the show, too, is that, oh, I didn't steal the egg, I claimed it, I am marrying my wife, who is pregnant, you're invited to the wedding.
Well, that's what I mean. Stealing is something the show invented.
Yeah.
He didn't steal the egg in the book, either. He took one as was his birthright. And so that's why it's weird that it became like, it was stolen. So the guy was like, well, that wasn't in the book either. It wasn't stolen in the book. But I like the scene way better here. I don't think Daemon should have stole it. I think the dragon tenders should have told the king that Daemon took one. I think that would have been better than claiming that he stole it. It's like you don't need to make Daemon worse. He didn't steal it. He took it.
Yeah. But, obviously he returns, and he starts to walk away, then he turns and throws it at her. Kind of like he's tossing a football, almost, but not, like, a proper throw.
Yeah.
He's obviously not happy about the outcome, but it's better than hurting his family.
I really want to see a blooper where he does that and she doesn't catch it and it breaks. And they're all just looking at him, they're like, oh god, no! Dreamfire!
Yeah. Anyways, he returns inside Dragonstone and talks to his whore, who, she does have a name, but I happened to miss her name every time it was said.
They've conflated her character with the oh shit, Whitesnake? Oh, what do they call it? She's now one and the same. She's synonymous. She's
Yeah,
What's her
because it's
fucking name?
kind of weird that, like, okay, she is a random whore that he took as a wife, but then later on, she's just running this brothel in King's Landing, and she's like an informant type person. She,
Yeah.
not the equivalent of Varys, but someone who would inform Varys. Almost.
Yeah.
White Worm?
White Worm. There you go. Yeah. She's the White Worm. And they've kind of put that together. They've kind of merged that. I'm like, oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
I just don't like her as a character. I think she's one of the weaker characters for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
And her accent does not help at all. You swore to protect me, Daemon. It's like, no.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Daemon. You swore to protect me, Daemon.
Anyway.
Yeah, no, not a fan of that. That's one thing in the show. I'm just like, not a fan.
Yeah. After that, though, we get a scene of Viserys talking to Sir Lionel Strong, an advisor on the Small Council. And he's asking, I want your unencumbered opinion. I want, the truth from you. What do you think?
I have a lot to talk about here with this guy, but I need to go grab something. I have heartburn. I'll be right back.
Right, go ahead. I'll continue. Basically, he just wants the advice of someone who isn't self-serving, trying to raise themselves, or from someone who isn't going to tell him what he wants to hear. As in, you want something good and fun, but unfortunately I can't give you that advice because we need to deal with more serious stuff right now. Stuff like that. And the marriage proposal thing is obviously becoming more and more important, that, Viserys has to remarry. So, who should he marry? And, obviously he's growing attached to Alicent Hightower. But Lionel Strong is like, the best option for you is to accept, Corlys Valerion's proposal to marry his daughter. And there's kind of a moment here of, like, what's not to like about her. And then, Viserys is like, she's 12. And, like, yeah, that's obviously fucked. But, but Lionel does make the good argument of, well, she's true Valyrian blood. She's part of House Valerion, which is going to strengthen your, I guess, grasp on the realm, for lack of a better term.
Also, I do want to go back slightly on that thing you were talking about. Like, what's not to like? She's 12. She will mature.
Yeah.
He just immediately, like, she will mature. It's like, I understand you, but come on.
Yeah. But yeah, she's got Valyrian blood because of Princess Rhaenys, and she's connected to Valerion. And it's the old blood of old Valyria. So it's like, this is as good of a match as you're going to get for strengthening the House of the Dragon. For strengthening the Targaryens. And keeping the reign going. And, this we haven't really gotten much of Lionel Strong at this point, aside from a few comments on the Small Council. But this is what kind of really first sets him out as, like, Lionel Strong is going to be a bro. He's going to give you the good advice always. And he's not going to be self-serving. And we get this even better a little later on. Yes.
During a special moment. During a big hunt. We'll just say that.
Yeah. You had stuff you wanted to talk about, Ham, or did you want to wait until we get to that point?
let's wait till we get to that point, because I think it fits better when people hear the context around it, too.
Yeah. Anyways, Rhaenyra returns, and she's like, yeah, I got the dragon egg back, and Viserys is upset about this because you could have died. And I actually forget what she says after that.
Hang on a second.
Killed.
I will get to that scene. Here we go.
Oh, you've got the episodes?
I do.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. He was upset because you could have put yourself in danger. It's like that. He's like, yeah, but I made sure a war didn't happen. Something that Otto Hightower could never do.
Yeah.
Because obviously Otto Hightower and Daemon hate each other so fucking much. And she knows that. She knows that Otto Hightower and Daemon hate each other. So if he goes there, of course a war would break out. You think those two would ever come to terms with one another?
Which would be beneficial for Otto Hightower because it would get Daemon Targaryen out of the picture permanently.
Yep.
Yeah. Is there much left in this episode to...
Oh, yes. He announces who he will marry. The king finally makes his decision of who he will marry.
Yeah, I just got to that scene.
Lord Corlys, he shifts around, stuff like that, because he's preparing himself for the big moment. He knows it's coming. He's going to announce his wedding to his daughter. And so he's going to beam with pride because a Valerian blood will now sit the Iron Throne.
Yeah, even if it's not the Valerian name, it's the Valerian blood.
Yep.
And he has interesting takes on that later on.
Yeah.
But
he turns and looks at his daughter, who his daughter had encouraged him to do what he wanted, right?
Yeah.
And he's trying to explain to her, he was trying to explain, like, you know, how fragile their line was. And that he needs to marry again for the good of the realm, for the good of House Targaryen, to keep their bloodline strong. Because right now, they are too fragile. They're too fragile. The Targaryen line could end here very easily. So he gets up to make his big announcement that he shall be wed to Alicent Hightower.
And that pisses off Corlys Valerion, because he's...
Something fierce.
Which is understandable, because it feels like his offer has been spat on. He even says something like, this is a farce. Because you are taking this woman who... Like, who is she, exactly? Where his offer is as good as an offer as could have been made.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the best offer you have gotten, and you turned it down. Because at that point, it's going to come across as an insult.
Yeah.
I gave you everything, and you still spit in my face? Fuck you.
It's like if you went to England, and the King or Queen of England offered you the prince or princess's hand in marriage.
Yeah. And then you marry someone who's working at McDonald's.
Yeah, you're like, no, I'm going to go marry her instead, or him.
Yeah.
You're like, holy shit. He is blown away by the sheer audacity of it. He even says it's a farce. This must be a farce.
Yeah. And, I think that
it's funny when Rhaenyra realizes that he's not going to marry the Valerians, because she sees her father turn and look at Alicent, and then she frowns and turns and looks where her father does and realizes, oh god, that's what you're going to say, isn't it? And remember, because not only does Corlys stomp out, but she stomps out right behind him. So Viserys pissed off the daughter as well.
Yeah. And then we get the scene here at the end where Corlys is talking with Daemon to ally themselves together to take out the crab feeder.
Yep.
Because this is something the king is
clearly not interested in.
Yeah, this is a problem that is festering because the king will not take care of it. We have to do something with or without his permission.
Yeah. And he only did this with Daemon because he just got passed over. His line, once again, got passed over.
Yeah.
So, yep.
Um,
I do kind of like this as a thing to set up the stuff. Like I said, I'm torn on the crab feeder. I'm torn on the crab feeder timing and everything, but I think
for me, it's not so much the timing; it's the whole issue of them hiding out in the caves.
Yeah.
If there was a better explanation for how they managed to hold their ground against the Valerians and Valerians and Daemon for so long.
Well, I mean, you could have just said Valerians because it fits. Because it's the
Sure.
Valerians and Targaryens going after them.
Sure, but I just wanted to make it more clear that, you know.
Yeah, fair.
But yeah, if there's a more solid reason for them holding out for so long rather than, oh, they're hiding in caves, then it would have been a lot better.
I agree, honestly.
That would be my main issue with that. I don't mind them staying around for a long time as long as that part is justified. How long are they able to hold their ground? Nearly 2 or 3 years? I think it's something like that.
Yes, that's what they say in the show, which again I think is incredibly dumb. That is super stupid. Again, the books made way more sense. Daemon and Corlys went after the crab feeder and they killed him. Like it's a half a paragraph and the crab feeder's dead. Like this whole hiding out in the caves and holding out for so long does not fucking work.
Like I said, I don't mind them holding out for a long time as long as it's justified. Because I do really like the payoff in the next episode of, okay, the king is finally sending help, and Daemon taking that as, what, you think we can't take care of this ourselves? And that's when he goes and does the ploy. Because it's like he won it out of spite.
Yep.
And I do really like that moment.
There we go. A much more relevant profile picture.
It hasn't updated for me.
Oh! Wow. No.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, anyways. Yeah, so this is them making their plans at the end of episode 2. $2 from Jylin Brunson. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, can you guys read my comment? And a comment is, the sons must answer for the father's crimes, like father like sons. Pagan has died. Now his sons took up the mantle of the pony who wear blackface. May God have mercy on our soul. Oh boy.
Rip.
DC Dynamo. Oh no, he's hot.
What? Anyways, on to episode 3.
Yep.
Let me just grab that quickly. We're actually making surprisingly good time through this, because we're 2.5 hours in, and sure, we've got the first 2 episodes. Why is it green?
Oh no.
Oh no. It should not be green like that. Uh-oh. Technical difficulties, folks. We'll be back to it in a bit.
I just realized something. Like,
what?
I'm gonna have an issue here when we actually get to the episode. When the crab feeder nails the nails into the guy's hand,
Yeah.
he's not holding a nail there. So where did that nail come from?
That would just be a filming issue.
Yeah, I know. But that's what I mean. It's an issue because you can see the crab feeder's other hand. He's his other hand has nothing in it. It's actually by his side. And he goes and swings and hits a nail that wasn't there, and it goes through the board, and the guy's screaming, and then the nail starts bleeding, because obviously the blood ran along the nail, it's coming out the other side. But it's like, who is holding that nail?
Jesus, take the nail.
All right.
At first, I didn't think about it because I was like, oh yeah, he was holding on to the nail, and then his hand comes aside. Then I was like, wait a minute, no, his hand is at his side already. I was like, wait a minute, hold on.
All right, so I've got the episode playing in VLC and not on a green screen, but now OBS isn't detecting VLC anymore.
Oh, hooray!
Oh.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
There we go.
Amazing.
It updated.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Right, let's skip the credits because we don't need to talk about that again. It starts with Valerian ships being raided by the crab feeder and his men. And, yeah, pretty fucking brutal that these people are being torn apart alive by crabs, eaten alive by crabs.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they've got this guy talking shit to the crab feeder. You know, our guys are gonna fucking kill you.
Watch both his hands.
I'm not too concerned about the nail. We need to get through this.
No, we're making fine progress. Shush you. I just think it's funny.
We have 10 episodes to go through, 2 of which we're done. If we take an hour on each of the remaining episodes, we're still going to be going in 8 hours.
Oh, poppycock. Anyway.
Look, I'm just not concerned about small stuff like that.
Nail held up by nothing. There you go, chat. I was just hoping he would show you it. Because it's fun.
What, you don't want another 10-hour stream? Oh, come on. Those are rookie numbers. We got to bump those numbers up.
Look, I don't mind doing a 10-hour stream from time to time. I can't handle them super often because that is a lot to go through. Okay?
Yeah, I know. I'm just kidding. I do like this part though, where it's like, "Save me!" He gets crushed by the dragon.
Yeah, that's the part.
Daemon shows up to save the day, and the sailor is super happy and excited. He's like, "Yes, my prince, save me!" And then crunch, fucking the dragon Goomba stomps him.
Also, yeah. Oh no, that's at the end of the episode where the guy is running and there's just a leg, isn't it? Or is it here? Either way, there's some... Yeah, no, it's right here. The guy,
it is, yeah.
One of the crab feeder's men is running away and gets blasted by flames. And then all you just see is a leg sticking out of the flames from the guy that was running, and it falls over. Because the rest of him has just been burned that fucking badly by the flame.
Yeah, just vaporized.
Instant ash. Just add.
And, yeah, the crab feeder is none too pleased about this.
Well, he doesn't seem like all that, bothered.
Well, he's kind of staring like, okay, it's on, you know?
Daemon's dragon breathes fire at the top of the cave instead of straight forward, so those 3 guys running in front of him just get inside. It's just like...
Yeah.
Okay, why did you burn the roof of the cave?
Yeah, if you just angled it down a little bit more, you could have at least got those 3 that were in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, the crab feeder's men sends out archers to start firing arrows at Daemon, and he gets hit by one. And that's when he flies off. I guess that's implying that they're somehow outmatched by arrows, but I'm still not buying that.
Also, I hate fire arrows. I fucking hate fire arrows so much. I get it, it's dark, and you want to show that there are arrows in the air, but come on!
Yeah.
Fire arrows? Good God, man.
Is it implied that he's supposed to be, like, somewhat psychically linked to his dragon?
I believe there's a connection there, yeah.
There is a connection.
Because when he raises his arm, as soon as he raises his arm, the dragon raises its wing to protect him. So it's like, how would it know to do that unless they're like psychically linked?
Not just that, when he gets hit by the arrow, the dragon screams.
I can't buy the crab feeder as an actual threat because he looks so fucking goofy in the show. He really does. This is what the crab feeder looks like in the book.
All right, hold on.
I mean, obviously minus a certain appendage because of what happens, but yeah, this is the crab feeder in the book. He actually looks like he could go up in a fight.
Fair, but I also kind of like the unique design for him too. I
kind of like that. I don't really mind it because we don't really see him as the fighter. He's more of like a tactician where he moves the pawns around. He's not really a fighter himself.
Yeah, that's kind of what I viewed him as. And I didn't ever think he would be able to stand up to someone like Daemon in a sword fight. I just felt like, he was the leader. He was the one controlling what was happening.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, here he says, it's been 3 years. We can wait another 3 days. Because he's talking about how the Stepstones... So the war in the Stepstones has been going for 3 years. The crab feeder has held out for 3 years.
Yeah, which is... Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of... I don't know about that.
Yeah, I really do not like it. I do not like that as a thing at all.
Yeah. But the king doesn't want to hear about it today because it is Prince Aemon's birthday. His firstborn son, named after Aemon the Conqueror, and son of the new queen, Alicent Hightower.
Aemon the Conqueror?
I was about to say, isn't it Aegon?
Aegon.
Yeah.
Fuck. Look, Targaryen names, okay?
I know. That's why I'm not like bashing you for it or anything. It's complicated as fuck.
Oh boy, just you wait. Wait until we're in the Civil War proper. Oh god.
But anyways, yeah, it's Aegon's second birthday, I believe.
Yes, his second name day.
Yeah. They call it name day because I assume they named them that day. But yeah, he doesn't want to hear about it because it's a joyous day. It's Aegon's birthday, name day, whatever. And they're going out into the forest to hunt. And the queen is getting Rhaenyra to go with them because he wants her to go with them.
Yeah, the king's like, come with us. Is this an order by the king? Yes. Well, at once, your grace. But it doesn't have to be Rhaenyra. None of this has to be. Again, Alicent's getting frustrated that Rhaenyra is being so ungrateful. But Rhaenyra is like, Dad fucked up. Dad fucked up in choosing you as queen. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. You're my friend, but you're not my mom.
Well, not only that, but you caused this war inadvertently.
Yeah.
Viserys caused the Stepstones conflict through not marrying Lord Corlys' daughter as he was supposed to.
Yeah. He was supposed to so much, it was almost his duty to.
Yes.
But yeah, he chose love over duty there. And the realm is going to have to pay for it. But anyways, yeah, they get out to their campground, which it's almost a small city of tents in and of itself, with all the people there, like, all the High Lords there to join in on the hunt. And you can see how far the Red Keep is in the background, how far the city is away.
Yeah. This is a king's hunt, so it's not like they're not actually hunting. More than the nobles are here to schmooze and to mingle and talk and laugh and make merriment, while the huntsmen are actually out corralling whatever the king is going to slay.
Yeah. Oh boy, Aegon. I sure hope he turns out as a functional member of society. Oh, I'm sure he won't be a fucking weirdo at all.
Yeah, no, not at all. He won't. He is not. This is total slander, and I will not have you say it. He is not the kind of king who stands in the window and masturbates to spit his seed on somebody passing underneath.
Nor will he have bastards with the whores of the city, and those bastards be put in the pits to fight other children.
No, not at all. God, I just love the fact that when Allison breaks in and he's sitting there jacking it in the window, trying to like spray on somebody way below, she's not even phased because she's like, "Oh Jesus Christ, again."
Yeah. I forget the name of that Lannister, but he shows up a few times, especially in this episode. Is it Jason Lannister?
There's two.
Yeah, because they're twins. The older one is the
you have-
Lord, and the younger one gets on the small council towards the end.
Yes. And this is the thing is that he's trying to get the two of them together. He's trying to get the Lannisters and the Targaryens together. Amusingly, that isn't really what the king wants in the book, because what gets mentioned by Jacaerys is that the Lannisters aren't actually that good with coin. They're not that good at it.
Oh.
And the reason is because all of their wealth comes from the ground. And he even says, so if King's Landing happens to be on top of a giant gold mine, then I'll call the Lannisters in to be my fucking master of coin. Otherwise, I'm going to get somebody who actually knows what they're doing. So somebody who's a merchant or something.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because the Lannisters have never had to actually earn their coin through merchant means or through tithes and taxes and stuff like that.
I find it funny that, you know, there's this high lady here, and she just has this fucking pug that's leaning over to just score food off her plate.
Yes.
But anyways, yeah, this... I don't think we have too much to say about this episode. There's definitely stuff to talk about, but it'll go by quicker than the others.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's pretty simple. There is a great speech that happens later on.
Yeah.
And there's a couple things in here that are really good, but Lannister tries to speak fondly and kindly to Princess Rhaenyra and makes a total fucking ass of himself. Yeah. And to be fair to him, it is assumed that now that the king has an actual son, that the son will now take the throne, and she has lost her right to be heir. So he was speaking frankly and honestly, because he doesn't expect to be king. That's not what he's after. But he would gladly make
her
Rhaenyra
as the lady of Casterly Rock. Oh,
yes.
We have enough gold for the dragon pit. Oh, do you have dragons? No, but
that speech back and forth between the series and Lannister is great, because Lannister says, "Would you, if you were offered more dragons,
well,
you'd be a fool not to take
different. I was referring to something different, but yeah."
Yeah, that you're combining the two, because he talks about building a dragon pit. Well, why would you need a dragon pit? Well, for my lady wife and her dragon. Yeah. And that pisses off Rhaenyra, because then she realizes what is happening. And so she runs in and argues with Viserys. And Viserys and Lannister have a conversation after Rhaenyra runs off and Sir Criston Cole chases after her.
Yeah, but I wasn't combining the two. I was just misquoting her. Like the conversation between her and him. Because I don't have fucking photographic memory.
That's fair. But that exact conversation that you were saying does happen, but only between Lannister and King Viserys.
Well, I wasn't referring to that yet, though.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
2 pounds from Threadnought. Thank you. Creed, repeat after me. Snakes are lizards. Snakes are lizards.
No, they are not, and you have misread that, sir.
God, I don't have glasses. It looks to me like snakes are lizards.
Yeah.
Viserys
But,
is great when he's pissed. Yeah, he is great when he's mad.
Yeah.
5 pounds from Threadnought, thank you. Here's Creed arranging snakes or lizards to employ Sith Deku? Well, denial that he's a turkey. Gerbil, gerbil, gerbil. I am not a
Wow.
turkey. I do not wear blue and stab family members.
Yep, over slow internet.
Over slow internet, especially over slow internet. I am a person sitting at a computer who is stating facts that snakes are lizards. Anyways,
No.
I like how Rhaenyra says stuff. I forget her exact insult about Jason Lannister, but she says something to the effect of he's like self-important or something.
Yeah, I'll get the exact quote because it is actually genuinely pretty funny.
Yeah, I love
because of what
Viserys'
happens
comeback.
immediately after she says it. Because he's arrogant and hang on a second. Fuck, I had it there and I fucked it up.
You fucked it up.
Yeah, I fucked it up.
You fucked it up. You know, I keep looking back.
He's arrogant and self-serious. Well, I thought you might have that in common. Serious, absolutely ruthless. Drops the mic on his own fucking daughter.
Yeah, it's great. Really good moment. And is this where she runs away?
Yes. Because Viserys is saying, like, you're of age to marry, and he has been drowning in a sea of parchment flowing from every corner of the realm for marriage proposals for you. And this just makes her more upset because you didn't marry for duty, you married for love. And then she runs off, and Sir Criston Cole realizes that she's running off, and he runs and grabs his horse to chase after her. Like, oh my god, no! If she runs off, and I'm her protector, and something happens to her, I am fucked. So he's in a mad scramble to chase after Princess Rhaenyra wherever she goes.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing he did because, she almost runs right into a river.
Yeah.
If she had been on her own, oh, mad fuck.
That will have ran straight into... Yeah, that's a big, big river.
Yes.
And
now too, we get to see the king after he obviously saves her, and he's talking about how like you're hardly toothless, queen. It's like, or sorry, princess, you're not toothless. Like, you are complaining for a life that is so grand and so much beyond what everyone else has. How, it feels hollow that you're complaining.
Yeah, you're complaining for the kind of life most people would kill for.
Yeah. And then we go to the king, and the king is obviously trying to find the hunt. They found fresh droppings of a stag, and it might be a white hart.
Yeah, which has significance in the Seven Kingdoms, because before Aegon's conquest, it was seen as a sign of... not royalty, but like...
It was. No, it was.
No,
it was a symbol of royalty. Yep.
Okay.
And it's Otto Hightower, again, overextends himself, because now he's becoming more desperate to have Viserys renounce his daughter and say that Aegon will be king when he's gone.
Because if he just makes that one choice right now, then Otto is won. He's got exactly what he's wanted. His blood is on the throne.
Yeah. Viserys, listen, he turns to Otto. Otto says, I'm not one for signs of portents, but a white hart on this day of all days? If there was truly a sign of the god's favor, then this is it. Viserys nods his head and smiles, and then wipes shit on Otto's chest. And walks away.
Yeah. Again, just great interactions between the characters. $10 from Captain Van Rijen Taimanov. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Thank you. I'm back. Thanks, guys. Your stags are amazing to listen to while on I-95 and studying. Got an A after your award stag. P.S. Sorry for the Dutch name. I laughed after last time. It's,
Fun Rain?
Fun Rain. Oh. Okay, yeah. V-A-N is the fun part. And R-I-G-N is rain.
Oh, weird, because usually VAN is Van. I mean, I know that's how it's spelled, but normally, like, Van Helsing sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, okay. Fair enough.
I will try to remember that for next time, but I've got a shit memory. There's been times I've forgotten my own age. I'm not joking.
Trust me, that'll happen more often the older you get, and time goes by way faster, and you think, oh my god, it's already been a year.
Yeah.
I do that all the time. I constantly forget my age.
But anyways, we have Viserys sitting in his tent.
Yep.
I guess this is towards the end of the day. It's probably like 5 or 6 o'clock. Point is, it's late in the day. And you've got Jason Lannister kind of sucking up. I had this spear made for you, and I hope you get the killing
In the
blow
Golden Gallery of all places.
Yeah.
Made for you. I hope it might provide the killing stroke of your white heart.
Yeah.
The king of the King's Wood.
And that's when there's that whole confrontation between, you know, I'm offering you the support of House Lannister. I forget how it goes exactly, but that's when Lannister gives the example of, well, if you had more dragons, wouldn't you want being offered to you, wouldn't you take them? And
yeah.
He's like, yeah, do you have dragons to offer?
What I offer you, the crown and your daughter, is strength. And then he's like, do you think the House Targaryen wants for strength? If someone offered you more dragons, would you not take them? Do you have dragons to offer? It's just kind of that, like, oof.
And I just want to show how, like, he's not being smug in a bad way. It's just like, Jason Lannister, you're playing the game very poorly right now. I can see right through... Viserys, can see right through you.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Jason Lannister seems... I don't hate his character, but he seems like he oversteps himself a lot.
He does. But again, he's also playing under the assumption that she will no longer be Queen Rhaenyra.
Yeah.
That she's just going to be the Princess Rhaenyra. So he even says, Rhaenyra may take her place there by my side without shame, and feel herself well compensated for her loss in station. And that starts Viserys on getting pissed. What loss of station? He's like, excuse me? If you were to name young Aegon your heir, and when would I be doing that? So, you know, you can tell Viserys is now getting upset. He's very not happy anymore.
Yeah.
And then he starts talking about, like, many of us, have you and your banners been speaking about the line of succession without Rhaenyra? It is your duty to the crown to tell me of such talk of rebellion. And you can tell Lannister's getting more and more uncomfortable. He's like, rebellion? He's like, no. Because he realizes, Lannister now realizes he is very close to being labeled a turncoat and a traitor right now.
Yeah. It's after that Otto sits down, because Jason realizes, yeah, this is fucked, I should go. Otto sits down next to Viserys, and he's trying to push the whole line of succession thing again, if I recall. And Viserys is... That's when he says the line, too, that I really like. I'm gonna paraphrase this horribly, but I can't get a break without all these fucking politics chasing me around. Like, he's so sick of the politicking constantly. He just wants the day to relax and, you know, go for the hunt.
By the way, I do want to make mention, slight tangent, of the chair that he's on, honestly.
Yeah.
But That chair is so uncomfortable. You see a moment when the actor leans his head back, and he clearly conks his head on the dragon's head, and he just has a moment of oh. It's like, oh yeah, that probably did not feel good.
Yeah, that probably sucked. Actually, there's a line right there. So let me just... There we go. I'm going to mute and play it.
Betroth them.
I came here to hunt. Not to be suffocated by all this fucking politicking.
Yeah, I came here to hunt, not to suffocate by all this fucking politicking.
Yep. And now, what I think is a fantastic scene. Again, you can't get this in the book as well, but the camera pulls back, and the king is all alone.
Yeah. Otto
There's
gets
no
up
one
and
around him,
walks
and
away.
it looks how lonely. It just... Because he's shrinking and shrinking in size, and everyone else is talking and making merry and laughing. And when you see him, there's no one next to him. He just clumsily grabs the pitcher and pours himself more wine. And he clearly looks miserable.
Yeah. And this was the first part, or point in our watch where... I think it was Pagan, but it was one of you who said something to the effect of, like, man, I feel so sorry for this guy. Because, like, yeah, he's trying to do his best, and everything is just fucked. He wants to be happy, he wants everyone to be happy, but everyone won't be happy.
Yeah. And then it's Lionel Strong who breaks the king out of his stupor. And amusingly, and this is something that, if you notice, when the king is pouring his wine and stuff like that, there's nobody around him. But then when Lionel Strong speaks, not only is Lionel Strong in front of him, but suddenly the King's Guard reappear in front of him. To show that, wait, no, you're not alone. You're not alone. Somebody's here with you.
Yeah.
So it's a cool trick. So even if you go back 10 seconds from when Lionel Strong starts speaking, you'll see there's no King's Guard there at all. There's nobody around him. He doesn't have his guards. He has nobody. But then when Lionel Strong speaks, the King's Guard suddenly reappear, and Lionel Strong's in front of him as if they, had always been there. He was just so dour and depressed. He felt like there was no one else in the world but him. And that's a thing that isn't called out or called attention to. It's just something you notice between the shots. Yes. Well, it's slightly different. He comes to tell her first that the writers still haven't found her yet, but they're sure.
Yeah.
They're sure that they'll find her. And then
That's Viserys is like, let me guess, you want to propose a marriage of her to your son.
Well, and the first thing he says, and it's one of my favorite lines of, like, Rhaenyra is so willful and strong, she'll do the exact opposite of what I say. If instead I had forbade her to marry a Lannister, she would have ran off with him this afternoon.
Yeah. And then that's when he's like, let me guess, you propose a marriage between her to your son. And he's like, no, sir. Yeah. No, your grace. I propose a similar proposition to what I recommended to you years ago. Marry her to Laenor Velaryon. And this actually catches him off guard because he's so used to everyone playing the game, everyone trying to further themselves in their house, that someone coming up to him and giving him advice that is genuinely helpful rather than self-serving is like, what? You are a fucking unicorn, sir.
Yeah. Well, also, first, before that, because again, you're to the point where, and I can see it on stream, where he says, let me take a guess for what you're going to say.
Yeah.
But when he comes to it, first thing he says, like, what some great king I am, powerless over mine own daughter. And then Lionel Strong smiles and laughs and says, Jaehaerys ruled for over half a century, and he was constantly driven mad by his children, his daughters especially. He goes, "It is such is the way of things." Or what is his exact line? "It is tradition, Your Grace."
Yeah.
And that makes Viserys laugh a little bit. And Viserys is about ready to think the conversation is over before Lionel then says, "Do you wish to hear my opinion on the matter?" And that's when he's like, "Let me see if I can guess what it is." Because, now the king is currently in a bitter mood.
Yeah. And Lionel Strong's reaction to a part I missed is he's honored that Viserys thought, that's what he would want, but no. Then he gives him the real advice. Yeah, Lionel Strong is just a bro for the king. He's looking out for him and trying to give him, honestly, the best advice he could give, the best counsel as the servant of the king.
Yep, absolutely. And it's something that he needs. He needs people who are genuinely trying to give good advice for the good of the realm.
Yeah. If there were nothing but Lionel Strongs on his small council, there would have been no problem at all.
Exactly. But sadly, Lionel Strong is a white heart.
Yeah.
He is a rarity in Westeros and in society in general. People like them are a rarity. People that put aside self-interest and familiar interest for the good of everyone.
Yeah. Then we get...
And I just love the fact that Viserys, when he walks by Lionel, he actually puts his hand on his shoulder as if to say thank you.
Yeah, that too. There's a lot of little details like that sprinkled throughout the show that I really like.
Mm-hmm.
But then we get more of Rhaenyra and Criston Cole out in the forest, and how important is what they're talking about to the discussion? Because they're still talking about, I believe, her place in the world, that she doesn't want to marry, the likes of Jason Lannister.
Yeah. And how she much prefers it out here. And then she asks if the realm will ever accept her as queen. And he, at first, doesn't know what to say, but then he finally says they'll have no choice but to, princess. And that's when they get interrupted by a boar that comes out of nowhere and damn near kills her.
Yeah.
But she holds it off long enough for Sir Cole to stab it and kill it. It then starts flinching because boars are tanks, not actually creatures of nature. They are literal demonic abominations. So she takes her knife and fucking just...
Yeah, over and over again.
Yeah, that thing knocks
which is one thing
flying.
I don't like her, the way that she fights the boar, because it's so pansy and weak.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
I mean the actress. She doesn't feel like she's panicked, because she keeps bringing it back and going like, It's like, stop. Yeah. No, you should be in full on like die mode, so it should be like,
yeah, the way they do it there, it looks more like the overdramatic stabbing repeatedly that you would see in a TV show, which, this happens to be. But yeah, the way Setch said it would go would be a lot better, where you're just plunging it in over and over and over again with no care or elegance. It's just, holy shit, this thing needs to die before it kills me.
In fact, spoiler alert for anyone that doesn't know, knife fights, the reason they're so dangerous is because oftentimes the person wielding a knife will stab themselves quite a lot. It happens so often. It is absurd. It's like as if the knife is drawn to injure the person wielding it as well. We saw this in a real life incident recently, and I don't want to go too much in detail, but the bodega incident in New York City, when the guy defended himself with a knife, and he accidentally stabbed himself as well.
Yeah, it's crazy easy to accidentally stab yourself with a knife. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
Also, I don't like how she was able to just hold the fucking boar back like it was nothing. Like, she just puts her hands out in front of her and, like, holds it by the neck, and suddenly it just, like, gets this stasis field put around it where it just can't move forward anymore for some reason.
Mm.
It's like, no, that thing would be ripping into you with no problem right now. Like, your throat would be gone.
This conversation at the bonfire is so fascinating to me. So the king is talking to the queen, and he's talking about how, like, he had a dream, a vision as real to him as these flames here in the fire, that his son would wear the conqueror's crown and everything like that. And he starts describing a prophecy. He himself talks about how many in the line of Targaryens have been dragon riders, but very few have been dreamers, and Viserys always hoped that he was a dreamer. Hilariously, not realizing that he very much is one, and he is getting prophetic visions. But again, he doesn't know how to interpret them, and he misinterprets them, and as gets brought up time and time again in the universe of A Song of Ice and Fire and Blood and everything, and the Dunk and Egg series, prophecy will bite you in the ass every single time. Because he figured that, okay, well, I'm clearly not a dreamer, that's clearly not prophetic, because my son died, I will have no heir, I will have no son, so I will make Rhaenyra heir to save the realm from Daemon. And then, lo and behold, he gets a son. And the prophecy seems to be fulfilling itself. And this whole concept of the White Heart and everything being here actually makes him realize that maybe the gods are trying to tell me that this is the way I should go here with Aegon. The gods are trying to tell me that Aegon should be king. And this is what makes him... this is a moment... He'll refer back to this moment a lot. Or, well, he'll refer back to it for a very particular reason later.
Yeah. But when they touch the stag, it's not a white heart, it's a regular one.
Yep, it's just a big one. It's a big one, but it's just a normal, plain stag. There's nothing special about it other than the fact that it's large. And this, I truly think, is when he realized that no, the gods weren't gracing the idea of Aegon. That was more foolishness. I'm being a fool again. It's not a white heart at all. It's just a stag.
Yep. And then he stabs it, not quite in the right place, injuring it, then stabs it again and kills it with what is obviously not what actual hunting is.
Yeah, this is what royal hunting is like. This is very much more in the style of royal hunting. This is not what actual hunting would be, you know, going in the forest and hunting for a meal sort of thing.
Yeah. And it seems like he isn't enjoying this either.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I believe, like, as such said in the book, he does not like stuff like hunting and tourneys and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, if you notice, when he was holding the spear, his hand, he's not holding the spear correctly. And it's because now he's missing 2 fingers. And if you remember before, he had his hand sunk in a bunch of maggots and everything, so clearly something's bothering him. Well, as we see all throughout, he is slowly falling apart. Like, literally falling apart.
Yeah.
So now he has a wound on his back that will never heal. He's now missing 2 fingers on his left hand. Like, his body is breaking down. But even more so, to highlight for the audience, more than anything, Rhaenyra looking over the camp and wanting to take the boar back with them, turns her head and she spies on the ridge a White Hart, who turns and looks at her and acknowledges her presence.
Yep. before it runs off. Kristen Cole wants to kill it, and she tells him no. And, yeah.
Yep. Again, great language for the audience, too, right?
Yeah, she is the royalty. She is the queen. Well,
Yep.
going to be. They return to camp with the boar. And obviously she's covered in blood still. Because she hasn't had a chance to really wash up.
Yep. Actually has a great moment of them coming in camp and everybody looking at her. And they play a special version of the Targaryen theme of how, like, strong she is. Coated in blood. And she's literally, like, walking nonchalantly as she's caked in blood.
Yeah. Jason Lannister looks disgusted, but Harwin Lannister is, like, impressed. He's
Yes.
like, yeah, that's good.
Yep.
Yeah. I do really like her theme, too. Her...
Mm-hmm.
I assume it's her theme. It plays frequently when it has to do with her, and it's just a really good theme.
Yeah. God, though, how much more... I know it would have been super cheesy, right? But how much more fitting would it have been if they came back to the camp dragging the White Hart instead of the boar? Like, again, it's super cheesy. But remember, there was the whole thing about the White Hart and everything like that. But then the whole King's hunting party and everything like that, they get a normal buck. And then she brings back a proper White Hart. I think that would have cemented to the audience more exactly what the king was feeling at that time. Because the king is going to make a confession to her later. Yeah, actually, 2 scenes from now, he will make a confession to her. This really, Otto is just trying to politic with the queen and explain to her, you need to push to get Aegon to be king.
Yeah.
Because as he has a son now, that's ended all uncertainty and doubt. So Aegon was clearly, your new son was clearly to rule the world.
Then we get Alicent meeting with the king. And this is one of the first shots, I think, where you're going to notice, or where you can notice, that his fingers are actually gone. It wasn't just a weird pose like you mentioned.
Yeah. Well, and when you see him holding the spear, you can see the 2 fingers are stuck, like, perfectly erect the entire time. They never move or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, most people might just assume that, that's just the thing he's doing with his hand. Like how some people will hold a teacup with their, like, little finger out.
When in doubt, pinky out.
Oh, I hate that. Anyways. But it's not that. It's that he actually is missing those fingers.
Yep.
Marry your Grace. But she must believe it is her choice to do so.
Right, they're talking about who Rhaenyra wants to marry, and Alicent is suggesting that she must believe that it's her choice of who she's going to marry. I believe that's what the next episode starts with, too, isn't it? The marriage proposals.
Yeah. But this is also where Lady Alicent explains to Viserys, because Viserys has been listening to Otto Hightower too much. And Alicent's like, don't think of it as being weak and going to help your brother. Think of it instead as, is the realm better off with the crab feeder alive or dead?
Yes. And that's when he sends the message to Daemon Targaryen and I guess Corlys Valyrian's men, that he is going to be sending soldiers out in a few days to help them. And just skipping ahead. Do we need this conversation between them here? Is there anything to say between Rhaenyra
Yes.
and... Yeah? Okay.
There is.
Go ahead.
Because he talks of she's constantly like, you're gonna pass over me and everything like that, so you can marry me off and get rid of me and stuff like that.
Right.
And he's constantly like, I'm not trying to send you away. Like, listen to me. I admit to you, I faltered once, but never again. And he was trying to explain to her, you know, stop being so bitter and spiteful. You have to marry. Make it your own choice, though. Because you're going to need to strengthen your claim so you can shore up your succession and have allies. Because when I'm not here, who the fuck is going to protect you?
Yeah. But after that, that's when we get to, I believe, yes. Vaemon Valerian is talking about how Daemon is not actually helping them that much. It's more of a detriment that he's there. And that's when they make the plan to use him as bait for the crab feeder. Send him in alone, without the dragon, to lure them out. And then, once they're out of the caves, we'll send our men in to fucking wipe them out.
Yep.
And, they're like, Daemon isn't going to go for this plan. That's dumb. Also, Vaemon is, talking shit about the king, and Corlys is like, I will not have talk of, treason or mutiny. Mutiny.
I will not have you stoking mutiny.
Yeah, even if you are my brother.
Yep.
And, yeah. But, Daemon lands just in time to get the message that the king is sending his men in, and he's not too fucking pleased about that. He, takes the helmet... Is it his helmet or the soldier's helmet?
His own helmet.
His own helmet. And starts beating the messenger with it. And, That's immediately after this, he rows the boat out to, I guess the cove where the, crab feeder and his men are hiding out.
Yeah. And this battle that's going to happen, this fight, there's a lot of dumb things in this fight. Sure, you can rule of cool some of it. But I do like the fact of, like, they constantly show that Daemon uses the dagger as well when Dark Sister isn't his main weapon. When he doesn't have Dark Sister available to him, he uses a dagger. And you can see the dagger there the whole time, so you know he's gonna stab the guy who takes Dark Sister from him.
Yeah.
But the thing that annoys me are the archers. This is one of the first things that annoys me. The archers. When they draw their bows and they just have to sit there and hold them. War bows have 120-pound draws plus. You're not going to hold your fucking war bow. You're not holding them there. That's stupid. Why would you waste the arm of your archers?
Yeah.
Archers are a specialty in medieval combat.
I chalked it up to a common misunderstanding of archery that a lot of filmmakers have. Yeah,
absolutely. But that's one thing that bugs me. There's another thing in this battle that will bug the ever-loving crap out of me. And that is when the actual fighting begins. Once the Valerians join Daemon here in the field of battle, and battle is truly met between the two sides, it breaks down into a fucking melee. Instead of having any semblance of a battle line whatsoever. And I hate that, because that's another common misconception of Hollywood, is that all medieval battles would turn out this way. It's like, no, they were much more organized. If you ever play like medieval Total War or Warhammer Total War, anything like that, that's much more how battles will happen. Sure, maybe the front couple ranks will kind of get intermixed a bit, but your army's still going to be pretty stable. Like, you know what side of the field is your side of the field.
It's still better than Battle of the Bastards, though.
Oh, God, Battle of the Bastards is so bad.
Just wait until we get their bacon.
But the worst...
Oh, no.
The worst one is definitely the Battle of Winterfell. That is got to be one of the most god-awful battles in all of Game of Thrones ever.
The Long Night?
Yes.
Yeah, fuck that episode. Fuck that entire episode from start to finish.
Yeah, it is retarded on every ground. Battle of the Bastards has some semblance of sanity, but then it's just fucked, mad fucked.
Yeah, it gets tismy.
Yeah. And I, like I said, in this, it just annoys me because when the dragon starts doing fucking strafing runs along the beach, you have no idea where your battle line is and where the enemy battle line is. Who the fuck are you roasting, you dumbass?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
But yeah, they send their men out to fight in the, he succeeds at drawing them out, in strength. Even though it's just one guy, it's just Daemon, and he has been hit by a few arrows.
Yeah.
But of course, the Valyrians show up, and yeah, it turns into a big battle. The dragons show up, and seeing how fucked it is. The dragons also take out the archers, which this is part of my problem with how they've been able to hold out for so long. Is shouldn't you have done that, like, the first time the archers came out?
Yes. And even worse, when the dragon strafes the archers the first time, he takes out maybe 5 of them, and then just fucks off and starts strafing the ground, even though there's dozens and dozens more archers firing still.
Yeah.
This is like, motherfucker, keep killing the archers, you idiot! But again, as I said, it's just such a weird, like... It's usual Hollywood shenaniganry and stuff like that in this fight.
Yeah.
Which it makes the battle feel hilariously like chaotic, but it doesn't feel big, if that makes sense.
Yeah. The crab feeder retreats into the caves, and Daemon goes after him. And we don't see the fight between them. We just see Daemon walking out holding his hand and dragging like half of his torso. Which, yeah, that's pretty much what I expect from Daemon at this point.
Yeah, I did like that shot of him dragging him to the beach, and it's just his torso and upper body. I was like, that's pretty awesome.
And his face covered in blood. Like, hold on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the image is a bit crusty because I had to select a setting so OBS will be detect it, but yeah. And that's the episode. They finally took out the crab feeder. And all is good in the world. All ends happily ever after. There's never any fighter or conflict or anything ever again. And all is well.
Yep, never again. And thus we go into episode 4. Which we get to see Rhaenyra listening to all these marriage proposals, everything that's happening. Again, this I kind of find amusing, because this doesn't happen in the book at all, obviously. But I do find it amusing to, like, see how she's kind of a cunt, honestly. She really is. It is... Like, poor guy is just trying to tell you the virtues of his house, and your immediate thing is to tell him about, like, oh, it looked good maybe 100 years ago, you fucking twat. And it's like,
well,
damn!
It's not so much that she doesn't do that, because, like you say, it is an old guy, and she's like, oh, was my grandmother beautiful when she was young? And he's like, I'm sorry, but that was 50 years ago. And she's like, yeah, exactly. It's like, fuck, that is mean. And
yeah.
The man next to her, I believe that's Lord Baratheon again.
Yes, it's Lord Baratheon who's there with him.
Yeah, and he's just like, that's really unbecoming of you, my lady.
Yeah,
or my
that's
princess.
unseemly. It's He's nearly twice my age. It is unseemly for him to present himself as a suitor for me.
Yep. And then the next one steps forward and it's a kid. And she's like, oh, and now a child.
Yeah.
And it's just showing how there's all these prospects and she's just not interested in any of them.
Though it is funny that, of course, the Baratheons talk shit to the Blackwood, and the Blackwood boy kills the Baratheon.
Wait, that was the Baratheon guy that was shit-talking.
Yes.
Oh, see, I wasn't Ooh. That sucks for Lord Baratheon to lose his son right then and there.
Actually, I'm trying to read the symbol of the house. I can't tell. It's really faded on his shirt.
But anyways, the whole time this kid is trying to put forward his, proposal and stuff. This guy is just fucking heckling him the whole time.
And then makes the very poor mistake to call the little boy a craven.
Well, my favorite part is when we were watching it and the kid is like, the strength of my house will protect you, my lady. And the guy heckling him is just like, she's got dragons, you dumb cunt.
Yeah.
Pagan without missing a fucking beat. I see Kree's in the show.
I forgot I said that.
Oh, I remember that
too. Because I found it amusing immediately because the shit talker is
he's not Baratheon. Okay. He's not Baratheon. It's a red horse on his thing.
Right, it is.
Yeah. Okay.
But anyway, she dismisses the kid, and that's when the Bracken boy, well, I guess he's a teenager, whatever. He's like, craven. It's like, first of all, how is it cowardly of him to leave when he was dismissed? It's just him being more of a cunt. But yeah, this leads to the fight between them, because the kid draws his sword, and the Bracken draws, he only has a dagger, it seems. And, you assume the kid is going to die. Then you hear screams, and it cuts back. And you just see the kid ripping the blade out of the gut of the Bracken boy.
Yep. And it's like, well, get fucked. I actually don't like this scene, because, again, it shows Daemon being a dickhead again. When he sees a ship that has Targaryen sails on it, and then he swoops by to knock it over, or knock it to the side, just as, like, a flyby, like, ha, fuck you. And it's just like, why did you need that?
Yeah, I did find that odd. I was like, what the fuck was that for? What the fuck? I was very confused about that at first.
Oh.
Yeah. I guess it's hard to tell. Like, obviously by the end of the show, I shouldn't say show, by the end of season 1, Daemon is definitely portrayed to be, like, a pretty good guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's just got that Targaryen intensity to him. But it really brings into question when you have asshole moments like this and killing his bronze bitch in the Vale and, like...
Which we're not there yet, remember, that's later.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying...
Which, that didn't happen in the book, by the way. Daemon was still fighting in the Stepstones when the bronze bitch died.
Yeah.
It was genuinely an accident.
But
that's why, because that's another thing I don't like in the show. Not that they changed that, but, her head was crushed in the fall. How the fuck did he crush her head in such a way that they thought it was crushed by the horse and not by a rock? Because what the fuck?
Well, the way he describes it is that her head landed on a rock. So I assume what he did was he hit her in the back of the head with the rock.
Maybe. He would have had to have rolled her over,
in the book,
bashed her head in, and then rolled her back over again.
Yeah, I want to put that past him.
In the book, she was unconscious. She recovered and stood up and started trying to walk off and then dropped over dead.
Rip.
Yeah. So they managed to take her back to the manse and everything like that, and were tending to her injuries. She recovered, it got up, and it's like as if she had a clot or something somewhere, and it just night button triggered, and she just fell over.
Oof.
But anyways, with the victory over the crab feeder, Daemon returns with the crab feeder's hammer and a crown that was made for him because he had been crowned King of the Narrow Sea. And this is seen as like an insult by I believe Otto Hightower points it out as like he's wearing a crown.
Yeah.
That's before he walks in. But then Daemon, he drops the hammer and says, melt it down and put it with the rest in the chair.
He says, add it to the chair.
Add it to the chair. And Viserys is like, you wear a crown now. And then he explains that, yeah, they gave me this because we won the battle, but this belongs to you, and hands it over to the king. And
yep.
It's just it's one of the few good moments we get between, and I mean good as in, like, where they're on the same side. There's no, or little animosity between them. Because there's obviously a lot of friction there. For most of the show, but this moment is just, I like it because it's showing, Daemon isn't the bastard a lot of people think he is. He's there for his brother.
Yeah, he cares about his family, but he needs his hot blood tempered at times. He needs to actually do something. He's not like Viserys where he can just relax and be calm and, like, he can't sit on the council. It's made clear in the book that he being on the small council drives him insane while he's there.
Yeah.
Because he's a man of action, not a man of, like, sit around and talk about doing something. Just do the damn thing.
Yeah. And that's actually one of the things that came up in that small council meeting that we skipped earlier, where Otto was trying to explain that, what if he tries to take the throne from you? And Viserys is like, oh, he doesn't have the patience for the throne. And that's when Otto says something to the effect of, don't underestimate...
he said, the gods have never made a man who lacked the patience for ultimate power, your grace.
Yes. Which is fucking hilarious coming from Otto.
Yeah.
It's like the perfect person to say it.
Yep. I also just want to say too, Rhaenyra is a young actress. She's okay. She has decent moments, but she's just kind of there.
Yeah.
Granted, she's going up against Viserys and Daemon as like a lot of the people she's talking with, and even Sir Criston Cole as well. And they're, they all put in really fine performances.
Yeah, Patty Constantine and Matt Smith do fucking amazing in this show.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Morning, Stag. What are your overall thoughts on Hot D? Also, I love the thumbnail you chose. I really fucking like this show. I hope it ends well. I hope it stays good.
There are moments, obviously. There are moments that irk us, but it's genuinely a really good show. Like, this is a 7, I'd say 7.5, maybe 8 out of 10 show, honestly. Yeah.
I was going to do numbers at the end, but since you already threw that out, I'm pretty much in the same boat. 7.58 out of 10.
Yeah, somewhere in that range, I think, is accurate for this. It is a really genuinely good show.
What do you think, Pagan?
Oh, I'd say an 8. A solid 8.
Yeah, and by the way, keep in mind, chat, hopefully, for anyone that watches this later, or anyone that doesn't know us, we actually use the full number scale, where 5 is average. We're not fucking weirdos, that we only use the top 5 numbers. Fuck that.
7 is an average middle of the road.
Yeah, hearing somebody actually say that at the 7 out of 10 middle of the road, it's like, what? What is math?
It is definitely a magical experience to find out 7 is in the middle of 1 to 10.
Yeah. Martin has Rockport, don't make me hurt. Still, unfortunately, no longer give a shit about A Song of Ice and Fire since Martin abandoned it. He has not abandoned A Song of Ice and Fire.
I heard he was only 500 pages away from the end of Winds of Winter. Winds of Winter.
Kriya will hurt you.
What?
No, stop.
What?
It's only 500 pages, yeah. No, stop.
What?
So 500 pages is a pretty good sized book for like normal authors. It's just like, God, just please, all right, George.
Maybe I misheard it.
I want to mention the fact too, George. I can't remember what country it was. I think it was Denmark. Actually offered to fly out George R. R. Martin, and they said, "We'll lock you in a cabin in a nice, beautiful lake resort, and you're not allowed to leave until you finish the fucking book."
Yeah, but he did that already. I'm gonna write in my cabin in New Zealand or whatever, and I'm not gonna leave. You can hold me legally responsible if I don't finish the book by the end of 2019 or something. Only 500 pages left out of 800. Okay, fair.
Well, yeah, he'll work on any side project that's not the main story. I mean, he did work on Fire and Blood, but it's a totally different style, too. Again, it's a historical versus, like, actual character moments and everything. Plus, it does feel like he got deflated because of how bad Game of Thrones was and how much Dan and Dave fucked him over.
Yeah, looking back on the older episodes of Game of Thrones 2, the first few seasons are definitely solid, but I think they still need that extra bit of detail that was lost to translation between the books. You know?
Yeah. Oh, God, and yeah, Game of Thrones was so shit.
It was good, and then it went to shit.
Yeah. Yeah, this is them basically just talking back and forth amongst each other. And her, once again, complaining that being a woman is like a death sentence when it comes to marriage, whereas men view it as a political arrangement.
Yeah. What's the small council meeting about? It's been a while since I've watched the episodes. We watched.
This is where Lord Corlys, where they're talking about Lord Corlys is still upset and pissed at Viserys, and that he's now making alliances with the Sea Lord of Bravos and stuff.
Ah.
And that he's actually going to wed Lyanna to the Sea Lord's son, which does actually happen in the books. And then the Sea Lord's son turns out to be a fucking plank.
Oh, rip.
And by that I mean the Sea Lord dies, the son then squanders the entire fortune, gets chased out of Bravos, and then camps out on Driftmark like a fucking homeless hobo. But he can't legally, like, get rid of the marriage because it's there, but he keeps postponing it. He's like, no. The Corlys is like, no, my daughter's not marrying a fucking hobo.
You could see some of the rot. They made some good decisions here and there, like the Cersei Robert how did we go wrong scene, but still, like, some random horror as a protagonist, and Renly. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck they're doing with the random horror that they keep giving perspective scenes to that don't really add anything, and then they... Well, we haven't gotten that far yet, but,
Yeah.
And, what was the problem with Renly again? Because I know the problem with Stannis is that they hated him, so they intentionally fucked him over.
Yeah, they believe that Renly should be the king.
But
because
he's like, out of everyone in that war, Renly is like the second last that should be king. With the last obviously being Balon Greyjoy.
Yes. It is like, it beggars belief how the fuck the showrunners Dan and Dave thought that Renly Baratheon of all people should be fucking king. Fuck off.
Well, I guess that's the thing, though, is they fell for the whole, like, deal that Renly is. Renly, it was the blacksmith at the wall, Donald Noy, who described, Robert as true steel. He is strong and almost unbreakable. Stannis is like iron; he'll bend before he breaks. Renly, he's like bronze, pretty but not very useful.
Yep.
And that was the whole thing with Renly, a lot of it was a game to him, and he would have been the least suited to rule. He would have been worse than Robert. I mean, probably.
Like it would have been Renly actually ruling. It would have been the Tyrells.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, oh my god, though. Like, Jesus.
But anyways, they completely fell for the character that you're not supposed to root for, that the books are going out of their way to tell you that is a really bad person to rule.
Kind of like how Synthetic Man fell for Odin being a good guy.
I can't believe that, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah.
It's so plainly obvious what's happening, and
Yeah.
Anyways,
what an idiot.
Rhaenyra finds a bag in her room that has like peasant clothes in it for some reason. She's looking through them like, what the fuck is this? And she finds a note showing her a door to one of the secret passages in the castle, which she follows outside and meets up with Daemon, who takes her into the city, and she gets
then random stuff happens. There's not really much to say about them in the city for now.
Essentially, she gets to see what it's like on the city without being treated as royalty. Assuming she's ever actually walked these streets, because we don't know for sure. Well, she would have had to pass them to go to the dragon pit.
Yes.
But
usually that's with royal procession.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
This is her first time out on, not all by herself, but on her own, essentially.
Yeah.
They do stop at a play where, well, we'll get to that in a second. It's not a big deal, but we'll describe it after this. Viserys is having his bath, and he's got all these wounds, and the queen tells the servants to go away, essentially. Leave the stuff they have there that we need, then go away. And she starts, scrubbing him down with a much gentler touch, and he comments on that.
Yep.
Kind of showing that she does care, even though a little later stuff happens that, But anyways, we get back to Rhaenyra, and there's this play talking about, and they're making fun of everyone here, because they make Daemon look like a spoiled, unhappy brat because he never got the throne. They don't think Rhaenyra should rule because, she's a woman, and they don't trust her, but the baby boy from Alicent should be the one to rule. It's essentially showing what the small folk think.
Yeah.
Stannis got fucked out of the Stormlands. He deserved the Iron Throne by all rights. Most rights, yeah. You do have the fact that Daenerys still exists, but if she were to be removed from the picture, then it should definitely be Stannis. In fact, it probably should be anyways, considering Daenerys is Daenerys.
It is funny. The play is genuinely a really well performed play, honestly, in the show itself. And it's like, but would she be strong or would she be feeble? And the whole crowd's like, no, Rhaenyra would be feeble. And then it goes to where Aegon may be long for the claim, but he's got two things Rhaenyra does not: a conqueror's name and a cock.
Yeah.
And then he pulls out a big, like,
A piece of rope that's tied to look like a dick and balls.
Dick and balls. Yeah. And meanwhile, Damon and Rhaenyra, the actors on stage, and including the narrator, are all going like, looking over his shoulder towards his pants as he's pulling it out.
Yeah, she's not too happy about this, and
yeah.
Damon is just, I forget what he says exactly, but it's like, it does matter what these people think.
Yeah. Because she says, their wants are of no consequence. And then Damon laughs and says, like, they're of great consequence if you expect to rule them one day. Which, I will not say why, but it will be spoilery, but is very, very sage advice for something that is going to happen in the Civil War.
Oh, so this is Harwin Strong she runs into here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
it's easy to miss him sometimes because they don't really point him out.
Yeah.
Before they start naming him, he's just a guy. But yeah, he sees Damon coming, so he lets her go because he recognizes, oh, that's the princess. Back in the castle, Alicent is called to bed with the king, which she is very unenthusiastic about. She literally just lies there and takes it, and the show kind of goes out of its way to show that, like, yeah, the wounds on his body are all over the place now.
Yeah. Clearly he's deteriorating from something.
Yeah. And she's
which,
just
I don't think they ever name it.
They don't. But
yeah, but I think it's leprosy.
Something like that. I thought leprosy took you a lot faster than that, though, because this is, like, well in excess of 10 years that it takes him out.
I don't know. Like, it's just so weird.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. All I knew was that it was some form of necrosis and nothing else.
It could be some fictional mystery disease, too. I'm fine with that.
I mean, that's fair.
But yeah, she is totally unenthusiastic about that aspect of their relationship. She literally just takes it. But anyways, Damon takes Rhaenyra to a pleasure house, and I should actually maybe... Hold on, where's the image? There. I should maybe not have some of this stuff up on screen. Again, the filter blocks most of it out, but best to be safe than sorry. And they start doing Targaryen things in the pleasure house. Very, very Targaryen. But Damon stops before it gets too far.
Yes.
I love that their name is so fitting, where if you just shorten it a little bit, it's like, oh, it's perfect. It's fucking Targs. Targs being Targs. Like, yeah. Jesus Christ, that is so perfect.
Literally Targs being Targs.
Yeah, so then Damon leaves her. She now is upset. She goes back to the keep, which spooks the shit out of Kristen Cole, because what the fuck? Where you were in your room. He's like, what the fuck?
He saw her enter her room
and never come out.
And never come out, and now she's entering it again. And it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
How did you do that? But when she leaves the pleasure house, someone spots her and goes to inform that, oh, look who I just saw leaving the pleasure house.
Yeah. And then he says, I shall go inform the Lord Commander. And she immediately comes out, opens the door, is like, no, and takes his helmet and runs off. Then she starts toying with him. And for whatever reason, even though he isn't showing any interest whatsoever, she gets all flirty because, oh, me so horny.
Yeah.
And, again, this is why I think this is a really dumb thing in the show. She should have instead gotten with names. Harwin.
Refer
should have gotten with
to
Harwin Strong.
I put it together for a reason, god damn it.
No.
Yeah.
But yeah, she should have gotten together with Harwin Strong. It makes more sense, especially for later.
Yeah.
Instead, it just it happened during the time jump. I really despise that. I really, really do.
And ironically, if she had gotten together with Harwin Strong out of her choice, this is my marriage proposal because you let me decide who I want to marry, then it would have solved not every issue, but a lot of them.
Yeah. But instead, no. She wants to bed Mr. Kristen Cole, which she never showed an interest in before. And he, like, even as it's happening, he doesn't look, like, thrilled or enthusiastic. He looks like he's dreading the fact that, oh my god, I think I'm gonna break all my vows right now and stuff like that. And he doesn't look excited, you know?
Yeah. And her interest in him before was entirely, okay, which of you can protect my father the best? Oh, all of you have been in tourneys, and only one of you have seen actual combat. Well, I'm going to choose the one that's seen actual combat.
Yeah, it's very strange, especially since there's literally no consequence to him just saying no. It's like, what's she gonna do if he says no? I don't want to do that. What is she gonna be like? Well, I'll punish you somehow. It's like, bitch, all I have to do is say that you left your fucking room and went into the city at night. It's like, yeah. I have something over you. Like, there's no reason he can't say no.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, it would make more sense that if then she would have yelled at him or something like that because she didn't get what she wanted or whatever, that would have kind of started their animosity towards each other.
Yeah.
Because I hate this fuckboy energy he's gonna get. He's gonna get, oh god.
Yeah, it gets real fucking bad real quick.
Yeah.
Because I went from liking him, I genuinely liked him as a character, to immediate fucking hatred of like, wow, you are just a fucking pussy.
Yep.
Anyways, Otto Hightower is called into the courtyard at night, and he sees the boy who gives him the information. And
boy.
Then we cut to Damon sleeping in, I guess, the back room of the whorehouse, and his whore from before is here, the White Worm, and she's trying to give him something that's going to make his hangover go away, and he just fucking drops it.
Yeah. Well, it might be appropriate, too, because he doesn't know what's in that fucking thing.
Fair. But yeah, you see the child returning and giving her the money from giving the information to Otto. So she literally just sold him out. Then obviously Otto is like, this is very helpful for Otto for what he wants, but this is going to be a hard thing to sell to the king. So he's just like, you know.
Yeah.
He's got that level of bit of stress. Like, if I don't handle this really well, this could end with my fucking death. With what I'm about to accuse the princess of.
I'm about to say something that will have to force the king to exile the princess, to kill his brother, and just, oh, yeah, this is...
Yeah. Which, if it had gone the way he wanted, he would have won everything. Again, this is him playing the game.
Yep.
It definitely didn't turn out nearly as bad for anyone as it could have, but it still causes problems. He tells the king that they had been caught in a pleasure house, and I think he says something to the effect of the things they did in there are not the kinds of things to be said out loud. To leave the I guess leave the accusation unsaid, but to let the king come to the conclusion himself. Like, literally leading him to the conclusion.
Yeah, which makes Viserys mad. He's like, why don't you say it plainly?
Yeah. Which we should clarify, when we said, like, Targs being Targs, they don't fuck in the pleasure house. They kiss.
It seemed like they were going to fuck.
They were
And-
going, like,
And
she
Damon
really wanted it.
decided against it at the last minute.
Yeah, at the last minute, he was like, no. So all they did was kiss, but nobody else knows that.
Yeah.
And Damon doesn't help his situation because he doesn't deny it.
Yeah, we're getting to that. Because Alicent is in the room because they had sex that night. So she overhears it as well. But,
Yep. And she also hears Viserys getting pissed at Sir Otto Hightower, be like, is this, you're so desperate to put Aegon, your own blood on the throne, that you would damn mine?
Yeah.
Like, because he's like, thinking this is clearly like a fucking,
Yeah. This is one of the times that Viserys gets pissed. And, again, they're rare. Because he genuinely is, like, a kind of person that wants everyone to be happy, doesn't want to be mad. And,
Yep.
But this is one of the things, it's like, okay, my family is being fucked with. He even says, tell me who told you the slander and I'll take their eyes.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is also the moment where he's starting to see through Otto, where it's like, you are definitely trying to advance yourself and your family here, and this can't keep going on. I am not letting you get away with this. Otto leaves, and Alicent comes out, showing she overheard the whole conversation. I think she gets called to see Alicent here. Yeah, she does. And she brings Rhaenyra in front of the God Tree, which... There's definitely significance in that because the old gods are watching, but I don't know how much the Hightowers believe the old gods. Because they're a very southern house. Right?
I have no idea.
Did Such say he was going AFK?
I didn't hear him say anything, but...
I feel like if he was here, he would have said something when I said that.
Yeah.
But anyways, Alicent is putting forward not the accusation, but mentioning what she heard, and Rhaenyra is denying it entirely. Well, I mean, she kind of has to deny it anyways, but she is swearing to her friend that, this is not something she would do. She didn't have sex with anyone that night, and everything is fine.
Yeah.
No, you there?
Yeah, sorry.
Alright.
I had to turn on the light.
Alright, I wasn't sure if you were there or not.
Yep.
$5 from Captain Fawn Rain. Timenoff. Thank you. I've always wondered this. Like, Miniature Nerd or Acertard, but do you guys feel bad for some people? The ones that genuinely believe what they are saying. It depends on the person, honestly.
Yeah. I would say I feel bad for Synthetic Man, but then you realize how shit of a person he is. And it's like, you know what?
He's
not
someone. He's not someone I felt bad for at all during that stream. Again, it depends on the person for me. It would have to be someone who...
No, you know what? You know who I feel bad for? Kanye. I really do. Because he said something that is pretty... Well, if we're honest, there is some truth to what he said. His life is now being destroyed by said group, and now he's just taking that to the extreme to mean everybody in that group. He genuinely needs somebody. He needs help. Someone needs to reach out and actually give the man help. That's who I feel bad for.
The famous STAG where we covered Kanye.
Oh,
yeah.
Not like Miniature Nerd or Acertard.
Yeah, because I don't really feel bad for Matten or Acertard.
I don't know. I don't know if I feel bad for
Yeah,
anyone we've covered. Like, it's really hard to pity someone who just comes off as an asshole.
Yeah.
I'm sure we've covered one person where it's like, you have potential. I do feel pity for you, but I just can't think of anyone who that is right now.
Well, feeling bad for someone or feeling pity for someone makes it implies that they're going through something bad, which is different. I didn't like Charlatan Wonders videos, for example, but if something bad happened to him, I'd feel bad that something had happened to him. You know?
Yeah, but I mean, I meant it more in the sense of you can pity someone for being a retard. Like it's sad that they're that mentally deficient.
Well, fair enough. But yeah, there's no one I can think of off the top of my head. Before we continue on with what's happening now, did you have anything to say about the confrontation between Alicent and Rhaenyra that I haven't already mentioned?
Not in particular, because it's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
Of Rhaenyra trying to play Alicent.
Yeah, and she does for the time being. Alicent doesn't fully believe her, but there's nothing she's really got on her aside from the accusation. So she does essentially side with her for now. Daemon gets dragged in before the Iron Throne to face the accusation. The Kingsguard are not kind with him. They're very rough, and they just drop him on the floor, and he is still suffering from the fucking hangover, or however drunk he still is from that night. He got super fucked up.
And then he's like, will you not even deny the accusation? He's like, first I need to know the charges of the crime before I can debunk them.
Yeah, something to that effect. And, the king just walks in from the side. He isn't even sitting on the throne.
Yeah.
And he even kicks Daemon while he's down. Again, we don't really see this side from Viserys. He doesn't... To work him up to this point takes effort, and of course that's something Daemon can do frequently.
Yes.
But even better with this is that Daemon doesn't admit to it and doesn't deny it either. He literally says, what's the fucking point? So what if it's true? And then, because Daemon, again, he's not... Daemon loves his family, but he's not thinking beyond... he's very much a maybe 2 steps ahead kind of thinker. He's not thinking about the obvious things of the rest of the realm and statehood and everything like that. So that's when Viserys throws back like you've ruined her. What lord would have her now? And Daemon goes, well, the obvious solution is marry her to me. Duh. And instead of it being because Daemon cares, because Daemon does genuinely care about her, Viserys thinks it's another ploy to take the fucking Iron Throne.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of ironic that this happens right after, basically, a day after he tells Rhaenyra, the people's, the way they view things actually does matter. Their opinions do matter. You should actually care what your people think. And then here he's not even thinking about the consequences of potentially the accusations of deflowering his sister and what the people would think. And it's just dude, take your own advice, man. Come on.
Not his sister, his niece.
Niece. But still, it's come on, take your own advice. Think things through a little bit more.
But again, it doesn't matter because exceptionalism now reigns in the lands with the faith. So that's the thing that King Jaehaerys put in place.
I was partially expecting the drama to come from oh well, I thought he was gonna deny it in some sense that it happened. And then they'd be like, okay, well, we can test it, and we'll see if she's still a virgin. Yeah. And then, but because she fucked Cole, it would kind of ruin that whole thing of well, she's clearly not a virgin anymore, and you're the only person who's been accused of having sex with her. It's that's not a good look. That's kind of where I was expecting it to go, but it does not go there, thankfully.
Yeah. I thought it was going to go there too. Then Alicent says she believes Rhaenyra, but the king doesn't reveal what he thinks because he thinks it was Daemon, and he ends up having the Grand Maester send Rhaenyra the tea, the abortion tea, and that comes into play a little later as well.
Well, the good news is that Alyssa's doing damage control here specifically for is like, hey, Rhaenyra isn't known to lie, whereas we can't say the same about Daemon.
Yeah.
Like, how often has Daemon ever told you the truth? Like, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is completely fair.
And then he asks, "Oh, what would Daemon have to gain about lying about this?" And she says something.
Yeah, to weaken you.
Yes, to weaken you. I was trying to remember what the exact phrasing was because I was going to say it because it vexes you or something. Because that's another word that
It diminishes you.
Yeah. But because because Alicent defended Rhaenyra, the king decides that, you know what, I've had enough of Otto, because him giving this information is what has led to this crisis in the first place.
Yep.
Yeah.
She finds the dagger in the brazier, the Valyrian steel dagger, that shows up in Game of Thrones, that has Aegon's dream printed on it.
Yeah.
And
he said the last of the fire mages hid their secrets in the steel. And that's when it shows. And it's a really cool idea, heating the blade, because it's Valyrian steel. It's not normal steel. If you heated a blade that hot, like normal steel, you just completely ruined that blade. That blade is done. It's over. You lost the heat treat. But it's Valyrian steel, so it's magic. So we can say that it can take that heat. It takes an enormous amount of heat to work with Valyrian steel.
Yeah. It also is sort of reminiscent of Lord of the Rings, where the inscription on the ring will show when it's heated.
Yeah. But in here, what's cool about this blade is when you look at it, when she's actually reading it, you can see it properly, like, full on.
Yeah.
You can see that the inscription, it was there all along. Even on the cool part of it, you can see the inscription and the rune work and everything.
Yeah, it's just
but it's obvious as
better.
it's cooler, it's harder to see. So I like that. I actually genuinely like that as a touch.
We are definitely not going to finish this in time for the stream I want to watch in 2.5 hours.
Well, it depends, because we will be able to pick up speed, because here we've got to kind of set the stage for what's to come.
We're 4 episodes in. How much more stage is there to set?
Well, honestly, when we do the time jump, things are going to get a lot simpler.
Fair.
And the time jump is literally the next episode.
No, it's the episode after.
Are you sure?
Yes. Because the next episode is the whole, she's going to marry Laenor. And,
oh, that's true.
Sir Chris
Cole. Yeah, and it starts with the thing that annoys the piss out of me. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, Viserys is talking about the prophecy again here. And how it's important that...
Vulture who perches upon your throne.
What vulture?
Oh, right. She points out the vulture that perches upon your throne. What vulture? And she's referring to Otto Hightower, obviously.
Yeah.
And she basically tells him that he's being used by Otto, which leads into him confronting Otto, and he's like, 5 days. Within the span of 5 days, my father went from a healthy man to dead. Within 5 days, you went from just another man in court to the second most powerful man in the realm. We can't ever truly pay you or thank you for the service you have done for the 7 kingdoms, for the realm. But we can't tolerate you acting out of self-interest anymore, essentially. And
absolutely.
He dismisses Sir Otto Hightower as the Hand of the King.
Yep. Which was genuinely a good idea.
Yeah.
Very good idea.
Yeah. Fucking deserved.
It's just unfortunate everything else that happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we then go.
He can't accuse Otto of killing his father because he's got no way of knowing. It's just really fucking bizarre that his father was a healthy man, and within the span of 5 days he fucking drops dead. Essentially,
he died of a burst belly. Which didn't make any sense.
Yeah. And yeah, the acting in this scene is really good. Like, the acting in most scenes too, but Otto's... The actor who plays Otto is really fucking good. Wrong image. Whoops. Is really good at his job.
Yeah.
Just to try and get another shot where it's on his face. Because you can see the emotion in his face. He doesn't like the accusations. He knows the bad position he's in. This could end very badly, and it does only end in a dismissal. But I mean, it's still him losing that power he had. He was in... Well, he was the second most powerful man in the realm, and arguably maybe even the most powerful, because he was so able to convince the king of what to do that, you know, it's only that short distance between him ruling the realm, essentially. Except for when the king said no, which seemed to be rarely. This also kind of shows, too, that, yeah, Damon was 100% right. Otto is a fucking cunt. But yeah, he takes the Hand of the King pin, well, the pin on his chest that symbolizes him as Hand of the King. He takes that away. And then the Maester delivers the abortion tea. They obviously don't call it that, but she's just like...
Abortion tea.
The Maester's like, oh yeah, I brought you the tea. And she's like, oh, what's this for? And he's just like, to deal with any unwanted consequences. And it's like, yeah, it's just saying that, you know, saying it without saying it.
She clearly knows, because her face immediately goes dour, like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
I feel like that should be a meme.
Abortion
I can totally see that fucking, that scene right there being turned into a meme. Just abortion tea. The make mistakes go away tea.
Yeah, that's the end of episode 4, and we are gaining time a bit. We are 4 hours and 16 minutes in, so we are gaining time here.
Yes. Episode 4 starts off with a thing I don't like. Damon...
You mean episode 5?
5, yeah. Damon kills his wife in the Vale.
Yep, the bronze bitch.
That, it's so, like... Again, she didn't do anything to him. She threw his own words back in his face, and then he forced the horse to fall over and crush her, and then he fucking bashed her head in with a rock.
Yeah. It was here where I thought, like, oh, I'm gonna hate this character. Like, they're not gonna be able to redeem him in any way. And he's literally just there to be opposition.
Yeah.
But they do fix that later, but my god, they do not do him any favors.
Yep, not in the slightest.
Not in the early stages of the show.
Then we go towards where we see Viserys in the hand. What?
She's T-posing.
Who?
The bronze bitch.
Oh, she's T-posing. Oh,
yeah, she's lying on the ground T-posing.
Oh.
She's asserting her dominance to this guy.
Hold on.
When you said she was T-posing, I just had this thought in my head where, like, for a split second while she's on the horse, she just goes from, like, normal riding position to T-pose to back to normal again, like a Skyrim fucking glitch. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But, yeah, the fall has crippled her, so she can't do anything. So,
Yep.
At least she spent her last moments T-posing. I don't think her other arm is outstretched, but it's just funny to... Yeah. Another scene, it's just... Like you guys were saying, it really makes Damon seem like a fucking asshole. Which, to be fair, he kind of is, but not that bad.
Yeah, it's more that he's hot-blooded. It's not that he's a fucking psychopath.
Yeah, here's, like... I feel like this scene right here is the most out of character he is in the entire show. Like, where it feels like this doesn't fit his character for the rest of the show.
Yeah, based on everything else we see in the show, it does seem out of place. But after that, we get Viserys on his ship, puking over the railing because he does not do well on boats.
Nope, not at all.
But they're going to Driftmark to propose the marriage of Rhaenyra to Laenor, son of Corlys Velaryon.
Yeah. And then we get to a scene where the queen is, like, shocked that her father is being cast out of the Red Keep.
Yeah. And it's very similar conversation that they have here that Viserys had with Rhaenyra, like, an episode or two ago, where it's like, yeah, I'm trying to protect you, and I can't protect you anymore. You're going to have to do this on your own. And also, you chose your side. You decided to choose her over me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But this is also... she still believes in Rhaenyra right now, but something this episode will disrupt that incredibly later.
Yeah. So we just go to Driftmark, where the king's procession has arrived finally, and we see Laenor, who is swinging his sword and banging it against another man's sword over and over again. And oh wait, sorry. What I'm trying to say is he's super gay.
Yeah.
Which everyone kind of knows, honestly. It's been court gossip for a long time that he is gay.
Yeah. Even Rhaenys mentions it later on. Who are these two that come out? I know one of them is Laena, the daughter, but who's the other guy? Is that Vaemon Velaryon?
I can't remember.
The younger brother of Corlys Velaryon, because he does look really young there.
I don't think that's who it's supposed to be. It might be.
I'm not sure then. But anyways, we get the first real scene with Creepy Footman. He appeared before, but here he is again, Larys Strong, and just from his first interaction too, kind of proves he's really, really fucking good at playing the game. Because he's really good at saying so many things without saying them. He's like, oh, I'm sorry to hear of the princess's illness. What illness? Oh, she was delivered a tea. I had assumed that she wasn't feeling well. Because it's telling the queen, hey, she had the abortion tea without outwardly saying it. It's a lot of implications that completely destroy her trust in Rhaenyra. Larys Strong, Creepy Footman, is... he definitely plays a strong role really well.
Absolutely. The actor for this is really well done.
Yeah.
The casting, like, the way he carries himself and holds himself, the way he speaks, it fits perfectly for kind of Weasley little, like, snake of a man.
Yeah.
Your father was a good man.
As is yours, who took his place.
I thought we were at a better scene there that I can unmute for, but they're just talking about their
There's
fathers.
something of an injustice.
It's an injustice that he was
What do you
put
know
out.
of the manner of his leaving?
When one is never invited to speak, one learns instead to observe.
So yeah, that kind of shows there. One learns never to speak, but observe. It shows just an example of his manner of speaking, but it also tells us that, oh, so he is like the spy. He's gonna sit there unassuming, and he's gonna hear the important bits of information and deliver them to the right people, which is the role he pretty much serves for the Queen for the rest of the season.
Yes. Then we go back to Driftmark, and the king is meeting with Corlys. And this is actually an interesting scene because there's tension. Corlys doesn't want to get off his throne. He finally does and kneels before the king. The king then asks him to rise, and the moment that he rises and they're about to speak, Rhaenys comes in, comes in, and she is super happy to see the king. She says, "Cousin." They both smile. She immediately walks over and is like grabs his hands, and she's really happy and everything. And then suddenly she realizes that was not proper.
Yeah,
do.
I not that it wasn't proper to do. It's that she felt that he was missing 2 fingers from his hand, which she didn't know. Because it had been a couple years since they'd seen each other. And
yeah.
That's what prompts her to ask, "Oh, are you all right?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, that's fair. Because
yeah, that would be a shock if, you hadn't seen a family member and hadn't talked to them for a few years. And then, you think they're all right, and you grab their hands in like a friendly gesture and realize that, wait a minute, something's missing here. A couple somethings are missing here.
Yeah. So this scene it's okay. The thing that's really important to set up is that Rhaenyra is being set up with Laenor, Valerion, and that when the sea snake pushes a little too hard and says, "And shouldn't they be, go in Westerosi tradition where they take the name of the father?" And this almost makes the king mad, but then he comes up with a compromise. When they are born, they will have Valerion as their name. When they ascend the throne, they shall rule as Targaryen.
Yeah, because Viserys says, what, you think my house should die out just because I've named my daughter as heir?
Yep.
Yeah. My favorite part of today's stag is when Creed forced it to end early so he could watch the other podcast. Who the fuck said it was a podcast I'm going to watch? I said stream. But anyways, after this scene, we get Rhaenyra and Laenor walking on a beach, and neither of them are too enthusiastic about it, but she obviously knows of his tastes. And she even says, "We will do our duty, but we will not prevent each other from indulging in our own tastes." Which is basically, yeah, we'll do the whole marriage thing, but we're gonna fuck whoever we want. Because,
well, not just that. They're gonna do their duty. They're gonna do the marriage thing, and they're gonna try to get pregnant.
Yes.
But from then on, once they have an heir and a spare, as it's called, an heir and a spare, then they'll get whoever they want.
Whatever, Creed. It's been like an hour since you said it. I'm sleepy. See, even I'm making spelling mistakes. All right, fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the core essence of this scene. She does like him, and she does want to be with him because she knows he'll treat her right. But at the same time, there's no passion between them. Also, just another thing I like here quickly, it's just a little detail, it's easy to miss, but Corlys is observing the mask of the crab feeder as a trophy.
Yes.
I do like that they added that detail in that, oh yeah, that's something he kept as a memento, as a memory of a victory they had. Was there anything to mention in this scene? I know there's a lot more stuff we could be talking about if we went a lot further into the details, but we can't cover everything, you know?
Ooh.
Betting a woman.
God.
We are placing our son in danger.
All right. Then, it just goes kind of back and forth, and they're discussing about how, like, your crown was robbed from you and stuff.
Yeah, because that's the one thing he keeps bringing up and she doesn't.
Yeah.
Is that you should have been queen. You should have been queen. Oh, I left that behind generations ago, decades ago. I don't care about it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you should have been queen. She's also concerned that they're putting their son in danger by marrying her to Rhaenyra, because she understands the whole threat of who's going to be the king, because when the time comes, when Viserys dies, there could absolutely be a power play by the Hightowers to wipe out Rhaenyra and her children and husband so they could claim the throne. So she understands that this is a real danger they're putting him in by marrying him off to her. Then we get a scene, of course, of Laenor with Joffrey, the Knight of Kisses. And yeah, they've got the very big gay for each other.
Oh, absolutely.
That's essentially what the scene is. So I'm being married off to her. I'd rather be with you. And yeah.
Yep. Then we get to the king's procession leaves.
Is
and
this
Princess
the part where you really start to hate Kristen Cole, or is it towards the end of the episode? Kristen Cole.
Megan?
It's around this part, yeah.
Well, you started hating him around here too, didn't you, Such? Like this episode?
This, I thought he was being super whiny here.
Yeah, he's essentially saying to Rhaenyra, you don't want this. Why don't we run away together and live in the free cities? And
yeah, this part right here is where I get pissed off at him.
Yeah, and that's not what she wants. She wants the throne at this point, and
yep, because it was promised to her, and at first she wasn't that excited about it, but she's getting more and more like invested in sitting the throne as time goes on.
Because at first her take on it was, oh, he didn't declare me his heir because he thinks I should rule the Seven Kingdoms. He was spurning Daemon. And I think she even still believes that partially after Viserys dies, because it gets brought up in the final episode, the prophecy, Aegon's dream, and Daemon is, what the fuck are you on about with this prophecy bullshit? Viserys always believed in this mystical shit that I don't care about. It was kind of proof that, oh my god, he never fucking told you.
Yeah, so he wasn't thinking of Daemon as his heir ever.
Yeah.
Which again was a really good touch. The fact that Daemon had no idea about the prophecy, the Song of Ice and Fire.
Yeah.
But then it goes to Queen Alicent, and Queen Alicent...
Oh, well, we have to finish this off quickly. She turns him down, and he gets pissy and walks away like a little bitch.
Yeah. But then Queen Alicent calls for Kristen Cole to come to talk, because she wants to hear things. She wants to hear it from the King's Guard, because the King's Guard who would have been standing outside the room. He would know.
Yeah, did Rhaenyra come back in the middle of the night? Because that's really fucking weird.
Yeah.
And he misunderstands what's being asked and thinks she's accusing him of betting the princess. So he just comes...
Which he confesses to.
Yeah, he comes out, he felt like immediately, he doesn't even try to resist. He just says, yeah, the thing you're talking about was done. And the queen doesn't have time to react. Well, like, she's shocked into silence for a moment. And he says, I'm the one who did it. I betted the princess. Rather than gelding me, please just fucking give me a swift execution. And she's just like, all right, you can go. And he's like taken aback by that because you're letting me go for breaking my vows and defiling the princess. Your friend.
Hey, I was right. It was a black man who said the poultices. Ha!
Wow.
I was correct.
Skipping ahead.
Yeah, I thought it was a white guy, but I completely missed that. But yeah, I just like how immediately they shut him down. Like, you fucking hippie. Shut the fuck up.
Good to touch the detail, though, that it was a black guy that was the younger
Yeah, and
maester.
he's likely gonna be, he's the one that's gonna become maester.
I'm certain that's the new maester by episode 9.
Yeah. Oh, God.
And yeah, this is where we get that moment, too. That really good moment between Lionel Strong and Viserys, you know. Am I a good king? Am I gonna be remembered? Are they gonna tell songs about me? And Lionel Strong is just like, is it better to have songs sung about you, or to rule over a peaceful kingdom with no issue? And that's what Viserys is like, yeah, but sometimes I wish I would have been tested, that I could have proven myself. And Harwin Strong says, yeah, and I'm sure there's many who would wish to not be tested.
Lionel, not Harwin.
Lionel, sorry. I knew I was going to fuck that up at some point. But yeah, point is, Viserys is concerned about how he'll be remembered. And Lionel's, you know, telling him the truth that, you know, it's better to rule over peace than suffer during a war. And people remember, like, they may not sing songs about you, but what matters is the people didn't suffer during your rule. Gay of Thrones? Rude! Hello, Domingo. Right, the Valyrians are coming into King's Landing for the marriage. They have a great feast to celebrate the occasion. And, we don't... Aside from the few big things that happen here, I don't think we have too much left of this episode, do we?
No, because we get to the feast, and the king goes to give his speech while the Lord Royce, confronts Daemon to say, like, I accuse you of murder. And while the king is trying to give his speech for the wedding, the queen interrupts the speech intentionally.
Yeah, I'll get to those. I'll do, well, whatever order they come in. I'm pretty sure the accusation comes first. Nope. Yeah.
No, I believe the accusation is a little after.
Really? I'm just skipping through the episode now. Yeah. So, the king is giving his speech
the
uniting after these two great houses that fled from Valyria, the doom of Valyria, and they're surviving here, and we're finally uniting them. And that's when Alicent walks in, interrupting the speech, pretty intentionally. And I think it's Larys Strong who says to his brother Harwin, oh, the king isn't going to like this. Do you know what color? Is it either fires or banners? I believe it's banners. What color banners do the High Towers fly when they go to war? Green. And she walks in this fucking emerald green dress, interrupting the speech, walking down the center for everyone to see her.
Yep.
Of course, the Hightowers stand first for her.
Yep,
Nice
and
little
they also
detail.
congratulate her for standing strong without her father, because they were afraid she would wilt in the sun of King's Landing, but she's proven that she can stand on her own.
Yeah.
Because, again, they understood immediately, because, again, what color? It's green. They know immediately. But
Yeah.
even more telling, or what should have been more telling, was this should have been a moment where they should have made it more clear, and Rhaenyra should have been wearing the black and red of House Targaryen.
Yes. She should have.
Because this is mirroring. This is where this should have happened in the books. This should be the tourney.
Yeah.
And that's where the name the blacks and greens come from.
Yeah. And she also says, like, she kind of talks down to Rhaenyra there. She says something like, stepdaughter. Oh, you look well, stepdaughter.
Yep.
And it's just like, yeah, that there is
obvious tension.
Obvious tension. Their friendly relationship is no more. They are enemies now.
Yep.
Yeah, he finishes his speech, and then we get this weird dance thing they do where they start T-posing in front of everyone. But yeah, after that is when we get this nice little moment where the Royce guy, I don't know his name, but confronts Daemon. And he's like, oh, people in the Vale are... men in the Vale answer to their crimes, or something to that effect.
Even Targaryen.
And Daemon says he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's like, oh, the death of my sister. Are you confessing something? I am accusing you. Men in King's Landing are made to pay for their slanders.
Yep.
Anyone?
Well, again, that is very not important in comparison, because really by this point he doesn't have a claim to anything in the Vale, because they never consummated the marriage. But what's more important is that Joffrey figures out that Sir Kristen Cole is pussy whipped.
I just wanted to play this clip of Daemon calling him a bronze cunt, though, because I really like that moment.
You know, in King's Landing, men are made to answer for their slanders. Even old bronze cunts like you.
That was probably very quiet, but he says in King's Landing, men are meant to men answer for their slanders, even old bronze cunts like you. It's just great. But yeah, the Night of Kisses, Joffrey is talking with Laenor about, oh, well, Rhaena knows who your lover is, and she's got that basically over you to extort you with, so we should find out who hers is. And then they're looking across the dining hall, and they see that Kristen Cole is staring intently at Rhaenyra, and like far more than a Kingsguard should. And that's how they figure it out. So he goes over to confront him about it. And essentially just, you know, we wouldn't want those we care about to get in trouble or something to that effect. I don't know. Point is...
So you protect her, and I will protect him.
Yeah. And he walks away, and Kristen is looking there kind of like not happy. And then we don't see what goes down exactly, but most of the people are dancing in the hall, and screaming breaks out.
Well, first Daemon goes down to dance with Rhaenyra, and they're talking, and this gets the king concerned, because he can just barely see that Daemon grabs Rhaenyra's chin, and is holding her. And then all of a sudden, the group comes together again. He can't really see very well, and then there's screaming that comes up.
Yeah. Damon also talks to Lena Valerian here, which will be a little bit important later, because he ends up marrying her sometime in the 10-year gap, which happens immediately after this episode.
Yep.
But yeah, as Setch said, he sees Damon talking to her, and he's concerned, and then they get blocked out by the crowd. And that's when the screaming happens, and people are trying to get away, no one knows what's going on. There's a lot of confusion, and the crowd finally parts to find, well, actually, we see a shot of Laenor pushing over Kristen Cole, who then gets up and pushes Laenor over, which seems like a pretty big deal to me. A knight pushing over a lord like that, or a lord's son. But essentially, Kristen Cole is going after Joffrey, the Knight of Kisses. And rather than just, punching him out, excuse me. He ends up beating Kristen Cole ends up beating Joffrey's face into a bloody pulp.
Yep.
And, obviously, Laenor is not too pleased about his lover being killed.
Yeah. And then, of course, we get Fuckboy goes out to the Godswood and is going to kill himself, which doesn't make any sense to me why he's doing it in the Godswood, because he's Dornish. So, why the fuck is he going to kill himself at the Godswood? Dorne doesn't believe in the old gods. But, whatever. And then, of course, the queen stops him from killing himself, and the wedding continues onwards, even though everything's sad. And actually,
well, it's not so much that the wedding has continued onward, because there's supposed to be like 10 days of celebration that would end in the marriage, and this is only the first day. So they speed the shit along to get it wrapped fucking immediately. We can't allow this to be delayed anymore, so we're marrying here and now. Everyone get the fuck out.
Yep, even with all the blood and brains and everything matter still on the ground.
Yeah. They pulled the body away, but they didn't even wash the blood off the floor. Because
and the king collapses at the very end.
The king collapses, and the shot we end on is a rat feeding on the blood.
Yep. Because everything important that happens at King's Landing has to take place in a garden. South Park pointed that out. It's the Kingswood. It's the Godswood. I don't understand why he's there. But again, this isn't something that happened in the book at all. So it's their own invention.
Yeah.
Again, the way it happened at the book was Kristen Cole killed the shit out of Joffrey in the tourney. Because there was a tourney to celebrate the wedding. And Kristen Cole figured out that to weaken Valerian and to make the marriage less fruitful, he figured out that Laenor Valerian's lover was, and specifically targeted him during the tourney.
Then we get the 10-year gap that starts episode 6. Rhaenyra has her third child, and immediately after giving birth, the queen wants to see the baby, and not wanting to give her the pleasure of having the baby sent up alone. Rhaenyra decides to walk up with the baby, and Laenor goes with her to help, because she is not doing well after fucking giving birth. Jesus Christ.
Yep. And we know the queen wants to see the children because she's interested if the child will actually be a fucking Valerian or not.
Yeah. And once she does get a look at the baby, she goes over to Laenor and says, "Oh, maybe one of these times you'll get one that looks like you."
Yeah.
So just being an utter cunt.
And just pointing out the fact that she knows that, pretty much everyone in King's Landing knows that those children are bastards.
Yeah.
Basically everybody knows.
And the king walks in with significantly less hair. He's balding. And
missing an arm.
Yes, I was getting to that.
Yeah.
Because you could see his hand out of the one arm, but the other one was looking a little loose there. Then we get Rhaenyra returning to their quarters, and Sir Harwin Strong is in there, and he wants to see the kid. And it's fucking obvious who the father is. They've got 3 kids. The oldest is Jacaerys or Jace.
Yep.
The middle one, Luke or Lucerys. And this new one, Rhaenyra didn't get the chance to name because Laenor just said, "Oh, he's Joffrey," naming him after his former lover.
Yep.
We get to the dragon pits where the kids are being taught how to train their dragons.
Yeah, Hiccup shows up and starts showing them how this is how you...
Yeah, shut up. They're literally being trained how to handle their dragons. Right?
Yes.
One gets fed a goat, but the Rhaenys 2 kids have a dragon, and the older of the 2 of Alicent's 2 kids, Aegon has a dragon, but Aemond doesn't have a dragon. And the kids, the other 3 go, "Oh, well, we found a dragon for you." And they send it up the ramp, and it's a pig with wings on it, and they're all laughing at him and bullying him and treating him like absolute fucking shit.
Yep.
I will say it is a bit confusing that Aegon is the tall one and Aemon is so small here. Also, they just look drastically different when they're a bit older, because Aemond is the really tall one later on. But it's fine.
Well, the thing that gets mentioned, and this is actually in the book, this is correct, by the way, that after Aemond got a dragon, he grew. And it's just like all of the Targaryen children. Once they actually get dragons, their personality changes, or they come out of their shell because they feel whole.
Ah. But yeah, he goes down into the dragon pit, hoping he'll just find a dragon down there, and he does run into one that is not at all happy to see him. And he
runs into Vhagar.
Then we get a shot of the daughter, Helena Targaryen. God, these fucking names.
Yeah. Which actually has a fantastic scene in this, so...
Well, this moment here is really good, too, because she's playing with bugs and talking about, like, the details of this bug to her mother, who's clearly, like, grossed out by this long, creepy crawly that her clearly autistic daughter is playing with. And, Aemond gets brought in trouble for going down into the dragon pit. Where the dragons are kept. And, she's yelling at him and he tells her that they were tormenting him. And she's like...
And gave him a pig.
Yeah. And she says something to the effect of... one of them says that he'll get a dragon one day. And that's when Helena says, he's gonna have to close an eye. It's just, like, completely, like, weird. No one pays attention to her. No one takes notice of it. But it's kind of proof that she's a dreamer.
Yes. Indeed, that's what's so good. You will have a dragon one day, I swear it. And then it just turns to her. He'll have to close an eye. And then Allison says, "I know it." And it's just, oh.
I didn't know if you caught that or not when we watched it.
Yes.
But then after that, Allison confronts Viserys that, oh, those kids of hers are monsters. Look what they did to our kids. And 1 is a mistake, 3 is an insult, implying that the whole they're bastards thing. And she's brought this up with him before, and he's like, this is not the kind of thing we could talk about. This is the kind of thing that has to go unsaid because of the consequences. This is the kind of thing that could lead to a horrible war that we desperately want to avoid.
Yep.
And she won't drop the issue because it is
Well, he also tells a story that he thinks settles the matter.
Right.
Where he had a black mare who got with a perfectly silver stallion, and the foal came out as, or the coulter foal or whatever the
foal
thing was, the foal came out as a chestnut.
The most unremarkable horse you had ever seen.
Yeah. And then she points out, did you actually see the stallion mount?
Yeah, did you see the act?
Yeah.
Then we get a scene here of her ranting to Kristen Cole. And he says, oh yes, she is like a spider.
Who stings and sucks her victims dry.
Yeah.
A spoiled cunt. And then he realized what he just said, and she looks over at him like...
Well, she is fine with everything he's saying until he even pauses a little bit. Then he says, a spoiled cunt. And then that's when she stops and looks at him like...
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, that was beneath my station.
Yep. And then you're going to probably want to put up the name plate, by the way.
Oh.
Because then we get to Aegon jerking the tackle box, spanking his meat.
We don't see anything there.
You see his ass.
It is ass enough. It's YouTube.
It's YouTube. Of course.
Alright. But yeah, we see Aegon. I probably should have gotten pictures of younger Aegon and younger Aemon just so the chat could tell between them. But anyways, yeah, he's standing in his window like a fucking weirdo.
Yeah. Banging his fucking meat. Cheer.
And she is just standing there. You could see her blurred out in the background, standing there. And then he realizes she's there and he falls out of the window.
Yep.
And she's lecturing him on, why would you do this to your brother? If you want to make fun of him within confines of the castle, that's fine. But you are family and you're supposed to protect him. Because you'll die out, essentially, without his help. And she even brings up, and this is the part I really like here, you could be seen as a threat to the succession for the throne, a challenge. And he starts to say, well, I won't challenge. And she just fucking stops him dead in his tracks. You are the challenge! Yeah.
Your very existence is challenge enough.
Yeah. This is also kind of how the parents are poisoning the kids against each other, too.
Mm-hmm.
Because there probably wouldn't be as much animosity between them later on if stuff like this wasn't happening.
Yep. Oh, and not just the parents, but Sir Kristen Cole is not helping the situation either.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
And again, in the books it made more sense because he was firmly on Team Green. And he could tell that it was Strong's bastards.
But anyways, we go across a narrow sea where Daemon and his wife, gonna bring up the fucking image here.
Lyanna.
Lyanna? Is that
what
it is?
Lyanna Valerian. Yeah, because remember, she was the one that was originally...
Lena
Is it
Valerian.
Lena or is it Leona?
Lena.
Lena, okay. So yeah, she was the one that was originally to the Bravosi Sea Lord, and then Sea Lord's son. Yeah.
Yeah, but they don't bring that up at all in this show.
Well, they do bring up that, but they just don't bring up where that went.
Oh, they do?
Yeah. They said, I bring dire tidings. It has been heard in Lannisport that Lord Valerian has entreated with the Bravo Sea Lord.
Yeah,
and he will
wed
her to him.
They mention that was going to happen, but they don't mention like the whole story behind it.
Yeah. They don't mention the rest of it. No, they just mentioned it was going to happen.
And she is also the girl that Corlys Velaryon wanted Viserys to marry back in episode 2.
Yep.
Who was 12 at the time and is an adult now. Daemon Targaryen married her and had 2 kids with her, 2 girls. One of them is named Baela. I don't know the other. It's not really that important right now. But yeah, this Bravosi Lord is offering a deal. You could have this wonderful house and all these riches to live here with us if you ally with us against some enemy they're facing. Because Aegon, the Conqueror, helped them out with that back in his time. There was a similar conflict. And Lena says, oh, we're going to consider it. Basically meaning she doesn't want to take the offer at all. She talks to Daemon about how, he's stuck inside all the time. For someone who apparently loves it here, you spend all your time in books. And Daemon says, isn't it nice to be free of all the politics and arrangements and everything of the Seven Kingdoms? Which you could kind of tell he's bullshitting. He might not like the more heavier political side, but he liked being a part of, the battles and stuff.
Yeah.
But essentially what we get out of this is she doesn't want to be here. She doesn't want to die here. She doesn't want to give birth here. She wants to die like a dragon rider. She wants to give birth to her child at Driftmark. Because she is pregnant. And,
yes.
With her 3rd child. And this is not the life she wants to live. Then we get to the training yard. And, the kids are training and everything is going fine. And then both Kristen Cole and Harwin Strong start taking a little bit too much interest in training certain kids.
Well, to a point. Kristen Cole was doing it first, and it was Harwin Strong noted that you're only training 2 of them. Yeah. What about the other 2?
Yeah, he says something to the effect of, alright, let's give them real training then. Both Targaryen children against both Valyrian children.
Yep. Then what it ends up being is Sir Kristen Cole is telling him to become more ruthless, beat them, more. Like that, he's like, is this what you teach? This lack of honor and this fucking, to be this gruesome and brutality to an obviously weaker opponent, and then then that's when Cole says, you take a lot of interest in this. You only would take so much interest if it was maybe a cousin, a brother, a son, perhaps. And then that instantly sets off Harwin Strong, who starts beating the shit out of Kristen Cole, which showed in front of everybody that the accusation was true. And that's the point of everything that's coming later. So Kristen Cole is taking the beating with a smile because he fucking knows he got his ass.
Yeah. And also Kristen Cole throws in the line here that, there's never going to be a fair fight, which not exactly untrue, but not fully true either. There's definitely a lot of unfair fights that people would have to deal with.
An honest statement is, if you're fighting fair, you're the idiot. Why would you ever engage in a fair fight? You should always take every advantage you should get.
Yeah.
And that's the truth of war and anything too. That's what you should learn is why are you ever engaged in a fair fight? Like, come on.
Yeah, because the price of losing is death.
Yep. Then Rhaenyra hears that there's trouble in the yard, so she goes to listen in at the hand of the tower. Hand of the Tower of the Hand? Oh my god, Hand of the Tower.
One thing that does bug me about this shot is it's hard to tell, like, where she's supposed to be listening in on, because I can't tell if this is a secret passage or not. If this is a secret passage, there shouldn't be fucking windows there where you can plainly see the people there, but...
Yeah, it was. She went into the secret passage and then came out somewhere in the normal area. She's listening now outside. Yeah.
But essentially what we have here is Sir Lionel Strong, the ultimate bro, berating his son for dishonoring the house and family by sleeping with the princess like that, having bastards with her.
Yeah.
And
especially over and over again. One time could be, one time could be justified as a mistake, but even as Queen Alicent says, 3 times is a fucking insult.
Yeah. And when confronted with the whole, you bring dishonor to our house, you bring dishonor to me, Sir Harward Strong is like, you have your honor, I have mine. Basically saying, I don't give a fuck, I'm going to keep going. Because I can.
Yeah. And then he even tries to lamely say, it's just spun by the princess's rivals. And then Lionel goes, people have eyes, boy. God, they could fucking see that it's clearly not Valyrian stock that they come from.
Yeah.
And he even says that the only reason why you're still alive and we are not shamed forever is because the king refuses to believe that it's true. For whatever reason.
Laenor comes back with his apparent drinking buddy, but, his new lover.
Drinking buddy, yes.
The way everyone else would refer to it in-world would be drinking buddy. But anyways, she's talking about how she needs him to, be there more often and essentially reaffirm that these are his kids. Because this is a danger to her. She's obviously very concerned about this kind of thing getting out. And Sir Harwin Strong, just by his actions in the courtyard there, made things a lot worse for her. That, if it could get out. Just skipping ahead. Lena's daughter is trying to hatch one of the eggs by putting it by the fire. A dragon egg. So she can have a dragon. She either doesn't have a dragon or only her sister has a dragon or something. It'll be relevant a little later. Next episode.
Yep.
Then we get more of Daemon and Lena. I think she's pushing the issue here again that she wants to return to the Seven Kingdoms, and he doesn't really want to go, but he also doesn't like it here.
Yeah. Even though here, as what the Pelosi noble said, Pelosi noble?
Wow.
Wow, Pentos noble said he would give him this manse and these lands, and he would collect title and deed here.
Yeah.
He would collect taxes, and this would be his fief. Even though that was offered, it didn't make him happy. He liked that someone was offering him. But here it's not made as clear as it is in the book that nobody really wants Daemon around.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what makes Daemon kind of evolve to who he becomes later.
Yeah, but you can understand why he might come to that conclusion, even if it should have been presented better in the show. Why he would come to this conclusion by this point in the show. Because his brother has repeatedly told him to fuck off, and the last time was fuck off and never come back, even though he did come back for the wedding. He kind of just tolerated it then. But yeah, it definitely seems like not a lot of people want him around.
Yeah.
There's a small council meeting, and I don't remember if the succession comes up again, but to try and quell things, Rhaenyra offers Alicent a marriage proposal, both of her sons to... No. Not both. Her
eldest to...
Her eldest son to Alicent's daughter.
Yep.
So that would put one of Alicent's kids in, like, would make Alicent's daughter the queen, while Jace would still become the king. But that's kind of interrupted because of quite awkwardly. Was Rhaenyra taking medication? Is that what caused the essentially, I guess, breast milk comes out of her boobs into her dress? And
no, I think it was just the situation, I think. But yeah, if it's Alicent, everybody else at the table realized how much of an insult this actually was, because everybody else knows that they're bastards. The king just refuses to see it.
Yeah. So obviously the proposal gets turned down.
Yeah. Even to the point where the queen tells the king that you can do whatever you like out over my cold dead body.
Yeah, because the king is all for the proposal. He thinks it's great. He thinks this is going to be the thing that will unite the family.
Yep.
And, yeah, obviously it doesn't.
Yeah, and then Lionel Strong goes to
resign.
Basically say that he's no longer allowed to be Hand. He's going to resign his position.
Yeah, I'm resigning my position because I'm no longer fit to serve. There are conflicts that I can't talk about. And the queen even steps forward and says, oh, what conflicts? Why are you resigning exactly? Trying to get him to spill the information she wants. And he's like, yeah, no, I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
So the king says, Viserys says, then I deny your request to resign. You shall continue to serve. And that's when we get Lionel saying, oh, well, it's time for me to die now. Okay, but I shall return my oldest son to our seat of Harrenhal. And it's like, oh boy. It was nice knowing you, sir. It was good while it lasted.
Well, the queen then complains to Weirdo Strong.
Creepy Footman.
Yes, Creepy Footman. So, Lyris Strong hears the queen's complaints and then hatches a plan, and I think this is another one of those things that annoys me.
Really?
This plan? Not the plan itself.
Okay.
How the plan is carried out annoys me.
Alright.
And I'll explain that when we get to it. It's at the end of this episode, near the end.
Yeah, it's not too far off, but okay, so he talks with her and sees her displeasure. So he goes down to the prison. I don't know if this isn't the Black Cells, is it?
I don't know for sure, but
so
it's
either way,
clear it's somewhere in a dungeon.
Yeah, he picks out 3 people. Someone arrested for treason, I think a raper and a murderer? Either way, he takes these 3 people, cuts out their tongues, and has them... They're essentially his hitmen for the rest of the show. They do his bidding. And
this will be for their freedom. They just have to do what he says. But they'll no longer be in a cell.
I assume they're going to be paid somewhat well, too, because the seat of Harrenhal has the richest lands in the Riverlands. So they'll be getting a lot of money. And like, to keep them loyal in service for years upon years, like, if they had their freedom, they could just run away, you know, and never return. But they stay employed to him, because we see them take out another place via fire later on. And one of those men walking away, so...
Well, one of the key things here, Lena has problems in childbirth. She's trying to birth, it's not coming out, and the child is in breach.
Yeah.
Which unfortunately means the child is in a place where Damon now... This is what finally seals Damon's character and changes him forever.
Yeah.
Damon is now presented the same exact choice that his brother Viserys had to make.
Yeah, you have a horrible choice to make. You can either save the child, or both of them will die.
Yep.
And this part is definitely weird, the way it's portrayed here, because everything kind of goes quiet from the bed area, because she gets up to leave, and then they suddenly realize, oh, she's gone. Like, how did she get so far out onto the beach without anyone catching up to her? When she's moving that slow, when she's in that kind of pain.
Yeah.
Mid-childbirth. Because she was only a few feet away there when they realized, oh, she's gone suddenly? They should have been able to catch up to her. That could have been portrayed better. But she goes out to where her dragon is resting, and she demands it to...
burn her.
Yeah, essentially. She says it numerous times, and it's not following the order at first.
Because it recognizes them as family, too. That's the thing with the dragons, is that that's why the blood of the dragon is so important in Targaryen lineage.
Yeah. But, it does eventually follow the command, just in time for Daemon to come out and see it kill her. Because he's coming out to get her. Hopefully save his kid. But she wanted that Dragon Rider's death, and, yeah.
Yep. And what I like about this scene so much...
You could tell it immediately affects him.
Is that Daemon couldn't bring himself to do it. He couldn't bring himself to make the decision.
Yeah.
And that immediately put more in perspective to him what Viserys had to go through.
Yeah. But yeah, just seeing that immediately affects him. You could tell he cared.
Yep. And then he cared for Lena as well.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at there, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it helps for the audience to understand that he isn't just, like, pure station and everything.
Well, if he was pure station, they would have cut the kid out immediately.
Yep.
It wouldn't have been a question. But yeah, he couldn't make that choice. And, he did lose both, obviously. Then, Sir Harwin Strong gives his final goodbyes to Rhaenyra because, you know, I'm being taken back to Harrenhal.
Yeah, for some reason. You know... Yeah, no. He's for some reason he's meeting with the queen to be and saying goodbye to her and the children for some reason.
I assume most people wouldn't be who don't know about the affair.
Exactly.
They'd probably just be like, nah.
At least there won't be a fourth one, is what everybody's thinking.
But yeah, even Luke here is like... I'm pretty sure that's Luke. That looks like Luke. He's like, oh, Sir Harwin Strong is my father, isn't he? And she's like, no, you cannot say that.
Yeah. And then she immediately... Now that, like, everything is collapsing, the ground under her very feet is falling away. So she goes out to the yard, she meets with her husband, and says, we're leaving for Dragonstone. I have been undermined. My offer has been completely undercut. We leave. I will let them let their tongues wag. But clearly, you know, the time for for diplomacy is over. We'll need as many swords as we can, so bring your lover along too.
Yeah.
And then we jump to Lionel Strong is taking the family back to Harrenhal, and then the weirdos oversee it. This is the part I don't like.
Okay.
The three weirdos look at Lionel Strong leaving, and they have the sigil of Lyra Strong on them.
Oh, the little beetle.
Yes. And I'm just like, motherfucker, if people saw you there, or saw one of you set the fire, and they could see that emblem on your fucking chest, you dumb bastard, take that off. Take that off right now.
Fair, but is that actually the emblem of Lyra Strong, or is that just something that was randomly carved into his walking stick?
It's his emblem. Well,
Okay.
as far as I know, I should say. I should say in this show.
Fair.
You know.
But anyways, Lionel Strong wakes up coughing and smoke pouring through his door in the night, and Harwin is banging at the door desperately, begging to be let in, because he's surrounded by flames. And then part of the roof collapses down on him. Lionel was trying to break down the door with like a fire poker, and that's the end of both of them. Rest in peace, Sir Lionel Strong, the broest of bros.
Yep.
Then we get Rhaenyra obviously arriving at Dragonstone. The king alone in his quarters, and there's been something of a theme of rats throughout the episodes. He sees one running across the mantle fireplace. A couple episodes ago, there was one on top of the bed that Alicent saw after the king fucked her.
There were two that were
skull. Yeah.
Yep, Valerian skull. Yeah, and then Lyris Strong is meeting with Queen Alicent, and Lyris basically all but confesses that, yeah, I had Harrenhal put to the torch.
Yeah, that's actually the thing that's being said over all these clips of the dead bodies at Harrenhal, and Daemon dealing with the death of his wife, is that family are a weakness.
Yeah, better to not have any such connections. And you can tell Alicent is freaking the fuck out.
Yeah. And which is now the position that Lyra Strong is in now, too, because he is the only member of House Strong that we know of.
And even more, like, not only can you see Lady Alicent is terrified of him, but she said, I didn't want this. I didn't want them killed and stuff like that. Stuff like that. He doesn't acknowledge that. He says, I feel certain that you will reward me. And it's like, oh god. Yeah, you just realize you just met a true monster.
Yeah. Better for her that he's on her side, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We are going through these episodes a lot faster, too, now.
Yeah, because again, we don't have a lot of background stuff to do. We're getting set up to the big things now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been trying not to interrupt you guys, so it'll go as fast as possible.
Yes.
Interrupt as much as you like, because you've probably got things to say about the episodes, too. Like how much
No.
Cold to Die.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll definitely say that, but... No. You guys are way more invested in this than I am, and it's a lot faster when it's you two going.
Fair.
Yeah, it's fair. I will be right back a moment, though, but continue, please.
I'll continue, yeah. Episode 7 starts with Lena's funeral. They've taken what's left of her and put it in this elegantly carved stone box to drop into the ocean, and you see there's a lot more coffins down there like this. Yeah, it's pretty sad scene where everyone is mourning the loss of Lena, her kids, her parents. Damon is, for the most part, pretty upset here, too. Though he starts laughing at one point, I believe. Otto is back as Hand of the King. And he's... Hopefully Such comes back soon. Just like I said, it's been a couple weeks since I've seen these episodes. Vayman Valerian talks about how our blood runs thick, must never run thin, which comes into play next episode. But yeah, it's the funeral procession, and oh god, I'm getting a call. I don't fucking want to talk. Jesus. Just trying to remember. Pagan, you got anything?
No.
Re. Rhaenyra tells Luke to go comfort his. I'm not sure what they are in relation to him. Are they cousins? It's Targaryens. There are several familial titles between them. But yeah, Luke is like, oh, I have just as much claim to grief as they do. And she's like, we cannot talk about that because it's referring to Harwin Strong. And yeah, he does go over and try to comfort them. Helena Targaryen is playing with spiders now. And the two boys, her brothers, are like, she's got nothing in common with us. At least you don't have to marry her. And, yeah, how they're shit-talking their sister because she's so fucking autistic. Aegon is shown to be drinking quite a bit too here and getting drunk. He's more drunk later on in the scene.
Yeah. But again, she's fascinating because it's clear that she has a gift.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. It is Jace that was over talking to him. This is Luke. Papa G was right. That was Jace, actually, yeah. Because this is Luke here, and Corlys Valerian is like, oh, you're going to inherit all of this one day. You will be the Master of the Tides, Lord of Driftmark. And Luke just says, I don't want it, though, because if that happens, then everyone will be dead. Which is actually, like, a pretty good perspective, kind of, because most people don't think that way in this world, because him, it's like, all these people are my family, I don't want you to die.
Yeah.
And yeah, that kind of leaves Corlys speechless. Rhaenys comes over to comfort her granddaughters. Aemond realizes that there's the dragon out there that doesn't have a rider now. Because he's definitely taking interest in that. Laenor is drunk and standing in the ocean, upset at the loss of his sister. And Corlys tells his boyfriend to go get him. Not so subtly, by the way.
Yeah.
But he does. And he's also, something to mention, that this guy is more of a commoner. He's lower born, so he's really out of place in this funeral that is almost exclusively lords and ladies and their servants.
Yep. Yeah, Aemond hears the dragon call. And because now it's riderless, Vagar just wandered wherever Vagar wanted, so Vagar's just out there.
Yeah.
Then it goes to talk about where they're all they're talking to each other.
Viserys shares a few looks with Daemon before going over to walk with him, like showing sympathy for the loss, and he even gets up and starts talking to him, you know. I'm very sorry for the loss. The gods are cruel. And then Daemon says they've been more cruel to you. Referring to his various injuries and illnesses with age.
And the fact that his daughter is, just...
Yeah.
And then we get to the Valerians talking to each other, and Rhaenys says, we're going to have Driftmark pass down the female line instead, because obviously those aren't Laenor's sons. Like, come the fuck on.
Yeah. Because a couple episodes ago, when the marriage proposal was initially made, when Corlys talked about what the sons' names would be when they take the throne, he said, "Oh, history remembers names, not blood."
Yep.
And because that's what he was more concerned about, is that they would be named Valerion. Obviously, the thing there being like, sure, I care about my blood being on the throne, but I'd prefer my name to be on the throne, which is why he wanted those kids to have his name rather than the Targaryen name.
Yep.
That comes back into play. Is it this episode, or was that episode 9? No, that wouldn't have been episode 9 because he wasn't back in action yet. So that is this episode. We'll get to that in a bit then.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, Rhaenyra and Daemon go for a walk and talk, and they decide to bang.
Yeah, that comes in a little bit, though. Otto finds Aegon drunk off his ass down a stairwell, and he looks about before he does it, but he gives the prince a kick, because, like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yep.
And he drags him off the bed, because he needs to... I guess it's getting late and they need to sleep. Some of the lighting in this scene is a bit weird, too, because it doesn't feel like it's getting to be nighttime. It feels like they're darkening the screen.
Yeah, they absolutely are.
Yeah.
You can tell by some of the really strong shadows later.
Yeah, I was gonna say it kind of has that
day for night shot stuff.
Yeah, that I'm trying to think of the fucking thing again. I don't know why I can't think of it. Mad Max effect.
Yeah, day for night.
Yeah.
But
usually what they'll do is also put a slight blue tint on it too. It's just like, oof, that's stuff.
But anyways, most of the children are sent to bed, but they miss one who, Seth said, went off to go chase the dragon.
Yep, because he figured out where Vagar, who is now a rogue dragon, by the way, because Vagar doesn't have a rider. So Vagar is riderless, completely rogue. There's no, like, obedience or anything.
Yeah.
And Aemon manages to bond with Vagar, who is a
jumping way ahead there. But yeah, that's fine. He bonds with Vagar, and we'll get to the consequences of that in a bit.
Yeah, again, to make how important this is, Vagar is a direct line to Aegon the Conqueror. That is his sister's dragon. Vagar is of old Valyria.
Yeah. Anyways, God, I have to.
Rhaenys?
Rhaenys.
Is that what it is?
Rhaenys is talking with her husband Corlys, and she's like, "Oh, you know the true nature of our son. Those kids aren't his. That's the thing we're talking about is treason." And that's when that line comes back from Corlys of, "It's not blood that history remembers; it's names." And this time when he says it, it specifically, like, very much feels like a cope. It's like, well, sure, they're not of our blood, but they do have our names, which history will remember. But it does very much come across as a bit of a cope answer. It's like, what else are we gonna do, though? Because it's treason to claim otherwise, and if it happens to be right, then, you know, the king isn't gonna do that to his own daughter. Either exile or death or whatever. So they're in a really bad place because of all this shit. It's the really heavy marks against Rhaenyra.
Oh, absolutely.
Where it's like, yeah, this kind of shit makes me not want to side with you because, you know, you are a mother trying to protect your children, but at the same time, you
should have kept your fucking legs closed.
Yeah, you should have kept your legs closed, and now it's putting so many people into jeopardy.
Yep.
But yeah, this is going to be an ongoing issue for House Valerion. Yeah, Rhaenyra and Daemon go and walk the beaches, and then they end up...
They fuck!
Yes.
They banging!
They targ.
They smashing hip.
They targ.
They doing the monster with two backs.
They said it's targing time, then they targed all over each other.
They targed all over the beach.
Yeah. And then, as mentioned, Aemon goes to get the dragon, and I really like showing, or how the show shows the scale of his size compared to Valerion's size, because it is just a massive fucking dragon. This is the biggest dragon that is currently living still.
Yep.
And they do a very good job of showing the scale, I think.
Yeah. Though I don't much care for the way Vhagar looks at first. She looks a lot better later on, and a lot of it is they get rid of the fucking CNET.
Yeah.
I hate the CNET. Just looks like old hair hanging off.
Yeah, it's weird.
It fits because it's Driftmark. You know, it was a Driftmark dragon. Now it's not a Driftmark dragon anymore. It's a Targaryen dragon, fully again.
It's a Driftmark dragon, so I'm gonna cover my dragon in CNETs and stuff.
Yeah, to be like I am mounting a ship and stuff like that. It's like get those cargo nets out of here.
But anyways, yeah, Aemon climbs up onto the dragon's back and flies it. He takes control with it. They bond.
Yep.
And they go for a flight. He has trouble at first, but he does eventually gain control. What's the dragon's name?
Vhagar.
Vhagar flies him through a fucking flock of seagulls. Which, it would suck to get hit by one of those projectiles going at that speed. But luckily he doesn't. It's like, you know, he didn't lose an eye or anything.
Yep.
Which could have easily happened there. But, you know, he lands triumphant and returns to Driftmark. The kids have woken up because of this commotion outside, too. Because one of Laena's children was supposed to... the Targaryen tango.
Yep.
One of Laena's children was supposed to claim that dragon. And he did. And there's a fight over this.
Yep.
Like, he comes in confident, too, because he's... You could tell the difference in his personality already, because he was weaker and quieter before, but now here he is fighting and all confident. One of the girls hits him, and he just fucking decks her right back.
Well, he's sassing her real hard, too, because she's like, Vhagar was my mother's dragon. Well, your mother's dead, and it's mine now. No, she was meant for me. Well, then you should have claimed her.
Yeah.
And then he's like, don't worry, we can find a pig for you. I'm sure you'll like that. And that starts the fight.
Yeah. But, yeah, they started a fight. He manages to hold his own against 4 kids. They're all younger than him, and 2 of them are girls. But one of them pulls a knife. Jace... hold on. Was Luke or Jace the older one? Because the older...
Jace is the older one.
Jace is the older one?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Luke
I
is
know
the
what
younger.
happens here. I know why I got confused. My bad. One of them pulls a knife. Jace pulls a knife and gets knocked aside by Aemond. And then Luke grabs the knife and slashes him in the eye.
Yeah, and this is after Aemon says that you will die in fire as your father did, you bastards.
Yeah. And then the Knight of the King's Guard comes in and sees that the prince is injured. He's like, by the gods. Because he knows how much trouble they're in for fucking this up.
Yep.
And one of the great scenes of this show is the aftermath of all this, of how did this happen, the king trying to figure out, what caused this, why this happened, why they were fighting. He demands answers from the King's Guard, and they've got nothing. What started the fight? Oh, he stole the dragon. He called them bastards. Who told you this lie, boy? And then he says, oh, it was Aegon. Well, who told you? It's obvious. Everyone can see it. Yeah, I really love this scene. Because it's a lot of people coming in, too, confused after everything has started. Like, Rhaenyra and Daemon coming in after the kids have been brought forth. But what it essentially comes down to is there'll be no more talk of these kids being bastards. Anyone who says they are will have their tongue removed. And this draws back all the way to the start with that line of tongues won't change the line of succession, let them wag. Where it's like, yeah, but this is actually very fucking serious, these tongues wagging. Because this can actually undermine the validity of Rhaenyra's children. Who aren't valid.
This entirely destroys the line of succession.
Yeah.
You needed to deal with this, but Viserys didn't want to. He just wanted the family to be happy.
Yeah. But yeah, he promises to take the tongue of anyone who says they're bastards again. And Alicent isn't happy with that. She wants equal payment. She wants one of Luke's eyes taken out in return, which is sort of like actually really fucking monstrous to demand a child's eye be out. But she's also super concerned about her children for obvious reasons. And the king is like, I'm not taking a child's eye out. And she isn't having it. She steals the blade, the Valyrian steel blade from the king, and goes to, I guess, stab Rhaenyra? Or Rhaenyra gets in between, so she...
No. She goes for the kid, and then Rhaenyra gets in the way and stops her, and then she gets mad at Rhaenyra for trying to stop her.
Yeah, so there's a fight between them over the blade, and the Kingsguard are getting ready to intervene. They're approaching, but their Lord Commander says, don't intervene, because either way, you're attacking royalty to get them off of each other. Who do you stop? One is the princess who is going to rule the Seven Kingdoms next, and the other is the wife of the king. They eventually break away from each other, with Alicent slashing the arm of Rhaenyra with the blade, and giving her a pretty deep fucking cut.
Yeah, she got really lucky. A little bit lower, and it would have hit her veins the long way, and it would have definitely killed her.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, that's essentially... That's almost the conclusion. We get one badass moment here from Aegon right after that. And he's just like, fuck, what is his exact words? He says, "Don't mourn for me, mother, for I have gained something 1,000 times the price I paid." Or something to that effect. I have a dragon now. And, it's just that realization that this kid owns the biggest, most dangerous dragon that's currently living. And there's even a shot here where when he says that, you see Otto for a brief moment, and he's just like fucking impressed that his dumb kid grandson was able to pull this off. I love it. Otto ends up confronting Alicent, and he's proud of her for the strength she showed, and that, similar to what Setch mentioned earlier, I didn't know if you'd have the strength to survive on your own, but you've shown you can. You are that strong. I've never seen this side of you before. And Aegon is right. Getting that dragon is insanely valuable to our cause. That I'm fucking up, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. This is also when Laenor says that he's going to actually be a father now. Even though they tried multiple times and it never took. The seed never took.
Yeah.
But now they're going to actually try. Viserys is now depressed. Rhaenyra is now staying at Driftmark so that they can go their separate ways. Which is when the plots start moving, the various plots between all of them.
Yeah.
With Daemon starting his plot to kill Laenor. Well, kill, air quotes.
Yeah, so Rhaenyra and Daemon realize they want to be together, that they want to marry each other. Daemon is free because his wife is dead, but Rhaenyra isn't because Laenor is still alive. So they come up with this plot to murder Laenor. I almost said Matt Smith again. Daemon approaches Laenor's boyfriend. I don't actually know what his name is, but the lower-born knight, and starts talking about, oh, you're low-born, there's this, there's that. In the free cities, you can be anything with the right amount of money. And I can give you that money if you get rid of Laenor. And that's essentially the implication we're given. But what happens is... and
then there's a fight.
There's a fight between, the boyfriend and Laenor in front of the fireplace. But at the same time this is happening, we see a clip of Daemon capturing and killing like one of the servants in the castle. And when Corlys Velaryon and his wife, Rhaenys Velaryon, well, Targaryen, but Velaryon now because of the way names work.
Yeah.
They come in. She is heartbroken to find that her son is in the fire burning. He is unrecognizable. His entire head is burnt. And then we see and now clean-shaven Laenor rowing a boat with boyfriend guy out towards a ship, implying that they're
he's
heading
escaped,
off
essentially.
They're heading off across the narrow sea. It was the servant that Daemon killed that actually got burnt. So they faked his death to let him go free.
Yep.
And that's essentially the end of the episode.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel really bad for Rhaenys here, because up until this point, we're going to pretend episode 9 doesn't exist for a minute. Up until this point, she's been a fairly strong character. She's not like cruel or heartless or mean or anything like that. She's just kind of aware of the way the world works and seems a bit tired of it. But overall, she seems like a generally nice person. And here she is, fucking finding out the second of her children died just after they buried the first, and this is really hard for her to deal with. It is really sad seeing her reaction to thinking her kid is dead. But then episode 9 happens, it kind of ruins her character. Thank you, episode 9. Anyways, Rhaenyra and Daemon marry, and they're together now. And that is episode 7. Anything else to add quickly, or can we move on?
We can move on.
Alrighty. Then we get to easily the best episode of the season. And it's just a really fucking good episode overall. Episode 8. Which starts with the information that Corlys Velaryon has been gone for several years, fighting in the Stepstones again as the Triarchy has returned. And his younger brother, Vaemon Velaryon, wants... he's concerned about the succession because, well, Rhaenyra's kids aren't Valyrion. They are not true-blooded members of the family. And that's a problem. He says his brother only cares about history, but it's blood that matters. Our family who escaped from Valyria should not die out due to these bastards. Fuck, where's the window? I'm just trying to get this back up. So, a letter gets sent to Rhaenyra from Rhaenys, talking about, you know, he's going to the capital, he's going to King's Landing to challenge the succession. And they realize they have to talk to the king, or, well, the queen is ruling now, and Vaemon believes the queen is going to rule in his favor because it benefits her.
Yep.
So, yeah, Rhaenyra goes to King's Landing to talk to her father and try to get him to reaffirm her position. And at this point, he is deathly sick. Like, he's been in a bad state before, but now he is pretty much in pain.
He's bedridden.
He's bedridden. He's in pain to the point of incoherency without medication, without milk of the poppy.
Yeah, and his wonderful, beautiful model of old Valyria is now covered in dust and cobwebs and everything.
Yeah.
And he's basically a hollow person right now.
Yeah.
He's wasted away to almost nothing.
Yeah. And they also introduce him to his new grandchildren, that Rhaenyra and
Daemon
had together. I forget the name of the first one. I think it's Aegon as well. I think one of them is Aegon, but the other is Viserys. Named after him, obviously, and he's like, oh, that is truly a name fit for a king. Because he's, you know, it made him happy that they named one of their kids after him. But it seems clear he's going to be unable to help. And then the queen comes in to talk. No, the queen does something else. That part's not really important right now. Basically, Aegon fucked a serving girl, and she told the queen, and that's the problem. So she has her swear to silence and makes her drink abortion tea.
Yep. Just so that there'll be no bastard claimant coming later.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it wasn't like, oh, they slept together and she's just worried about that. No, Aegon basically raped her.
Yeah, that's kind of what it comes across as.
Yeah.
But anyways, oh yeah, this episode starts when they arrive. They're not greeted properly, Rhaenyra and Daemon. And when the Kingsguard tell Otto that they've arrived, he says, oh, well, I hope you greeted them in a way that befits their station, which is not greeting them at all. And
Yep.
The Kingsguard confirms that's what they did.
Yep.
There's a confrontation here between Daemon Rhaenyra and the Queen, Alicent, talking about how, he's bedridden, he's who's the one really ruling, you or him. Nice greeting, blah blah blah. And oh, you've changed the way the castle looks. You've gotten rid of Targaryen heraldry in favor of this seven-pointed star. And she's like, yeah, well, Faith of the Seven. No.
Yep.
She says that when she presides over the claim tomorrow, she's going to forget their accusations here because of the seven. Which probably means, I'm not actually going to. Fuck you. The two boys go into the courtyard, Luke and Jace, and where they once trained, and they see Aemond fighting Kristen Cole. And this guy who plays Aemond, we've said this before, but he fucking owns every scene he's in.
Yeah, absolutely.
The guy they got to play him is fucking fantastic. Cole says, oh, you'll be good at tourneys. And he's just like, I don't give a shit about tourneys. And he turns to his nephews, Jason Luke, and he's like, nephews, do you want to train? He's definitely not forgotten about the eye.
Yeah.
Vaemond arrives. They have a small council meeting about what's going to happen here, I guess. Rhaenyra talks to Rhaenys and offers a marriage proposal. Both of her kids, Jace and Luke, married to Laena's two girls to unite the family, double unite the family. But this is to win her over to her side, so she'll support the claim. When all is looking dark for Rhaenyra, she goes to talk to the king. And she's like, I need you. I need you to reaffirm your position. Because, essentially the walls are closing in around her. She can't win this battle on her own. She needs him there. Because the High Towers are going to do what's best for them. She doesn't really get a response from him because he is so addled from the medication, from the milk of the poppy, that he doesn't know where he is. But in the morning, when he's more coherent, he says he wants a dinner tonight because all his family is here, and he believes this is going to be the last time he's going to see them all together, which he's not wrong about. And when given milk of the poppy, he denies it. Then we get to the kind of ultimate scene of Season 1 that takes place in the throne room, where Corlys Velaryon is putting forward his claim to be the next Lord of Driftmark. Sorry, Vaemond Velaryon is putting forward his claim to be the next Lord of Driftmark should Corlys Velaryon die.
Yep.
because whether he lives or dies right now is a question up in the air. He is gravely wounded. And obviously Rhaenyra is arguing against that, but she's told to wait her turn. And just as Rhaenyra is about to put forward her argument, the doors open and in comes Viserys Targaryen. And this is just such a great moment of the show because despite how sick he is, the fact that he's dying and can barely walk, here he is. And it feels like much of season 1 is leading up to this moment to me, where it's all this build up just for a man to walk across a room. And it's great. In comes the fucking king. Yeah. And everyone pays their respects to the king as he passes. When he gets to the stairs, he says he doesn't need help from one of the guards that tries to help him, one of the king's guard. And as he's like having trouble catching his breath on the way up, the crown falls off his head. And in comes a hand to pick it up for him, and he says again, "I said I don't need help." And he turns to see Daemon there, giving him the crown and helping him up the rest of the way. And I really fucking love this moment. When we were watching it together, before this, Pagan had, like in the last episode, when there was still a bit of tension between these two, Pagan said, "I really hope they can make up and get past this trouble between each other before he dies." And knowing this was coming, because I had already seen this episode, I couldn't say anything, but in my head I was like, "Oh, you're going to get that, Pagan, don't worry." Yep. It's just a really good moment of, there's been so much conflict between them in the show, and presumably in the years in between everything. We didn't see, prior to the start of the show, we didn't see what happened in all the gaps, but either there was silence or other shit was going down in that time. Point is, there's been a lot of friction between these two. And, to see some reconciliation there, and it was just really nice. Yeah. Rhaenyra puts forward her argument once he takes the throne that, actually, no, I don't think she even has to make an argument, because Viserys says, "This confuses me greatly because the matter of succession was already settled. And someone else could help me figure out why this is being brought forward, or help me answer this." And he calls on Rhaenys, who says, "Well, yeah, her children are true-born Valyrian, and I plan to marry Laena's daughters to both of them. I accept the proposal." And Vaemond isn't too fucking happy about this, because he sees his family line coming to an end because of this. Even though the Valyrian blood would live on through Laena's daughters. But
and through him.
And through him. But he's concerned about who rules Driftmark, because it's a difference of, they would be Targaryens on the throne, even though they're bastards. The name wouldn't be there. It has to be the blood and the name. And he starts calling out the king immediately after the king says the matter is settled yet again. That you're breaking years of tradition and law to install your daughter as queen. You can run your house the way you want to, but I will not have my house die out because of these, and he points at the kids, and he stops himself from saying it. And Daemon just kind of like, say it. Because he knows what will happen if he says the thing you cannot say. And after being provoked into it, he kind of just gives a look. I'm going to take the copyright filter off for this and put the audio on, but I'll be pausing it just so we don't get hit.
Her children are bastards! And she is a whore.
Yep, he said the thing you're not supposed to fucking say. And, there's people gasping. Amon is pretty fucking happy about this. He is smiling away at this.
Yeah, he's smug as fuck.
Alicent looks pretty concerned that, okay, Viserys is probably not going to react too well to this guy saying this about his daughter. Because the consequences are fucking dire either way this goes.
Yep.
And, Viserys, I'll have your tongue out for that. Go put the filter back up just briefly. Because, he meant what he said when he said, I'll take your, whoever does this, I'll take your tongue. But, it even looks like he's going to cut it out himself. But then it cuts back to, Vaemon Valerian, and... didn't take the tongue, but took a whole lot more. It is just an awesome shot. People are freaking out. The, Helena Targaryen has a weird reaction where she covers her ears and turns away. But yeah, Daemon takes the top of his head off. You can even see the tongue flopping around, like flop out of the bottom of the jaw, so the tongue is on the body part and not the cut off head part. And Daemon says he can keep his tongue.
Yep. Disarm him! No need.
And yeah, again we get another good shot of Aemon there, because he is like impressed almost that Daemon did this.
Yeah.
He's like, holy shit. But there's that level of respect there, even though they're obviously on opposite sides.
Yeah.
They're very much alike too. They have a very similar temperament at this point.
Yeah, they both have the fire part of the blood of the dragon. They're both incredibly fiery.
Kanye moment.
But at this point, the king starts having trouble. He's sick. He's saying he wants to make things right. But he essentially has at this point by affirming Rhaenyra's position as heir. They take him out to get treated. And then we get to... well, not quite to dinner yet. It's the Silent Sisters preparing Vaemon's body for burial. And Rhaenyra's watching over it. Obviously upset about, his death. But there's nothing she could really do. It was his own fault. Because when you say to the king that his daughter is a whore that has mothered bastards and has destroyed the line of succession, the outcome probably isn't going to be good for you, especially when the king already said he'll have your tongue for such words. But after that, we get to dinner being... the family sitting down for dinner as he had requested. And there's a bunch of toasts here where at first the king is talking about how, you're family and you should be acting like family. You shouldn't be fighting. Make peace among yourselves for your father and grandfather and brother. And how he wants them to see his face, and he takes off the fucking golden mask covering half his face to find he's lost an eye, and his cheek is rotted through on that side, so you can see, like, the inside of his jaw. And,
Yep.
you know, I'm not long for this world. You need to make peace. And, it seems like they have. It seems like there is peace between the families, where Rhaenyra toasts Queen Alicent for taking care of his father, or her father, and being loyal to him all these years. And Alicent gives a toast to Rhaenyra, you know, you will be a great queen, and all that sort of thing. Well, Aemond is watching with a smug little smile on his face the entire fucking time during all these toasts. The kids start toasting to each other. And, all is going well until, dinner gets brought in. A roast pig gets set on the table in front of Aemond, who, was teased with the pig many years ago. And Luke kind of chuckles to himself about this, and Aemond slams the table and stands up grabbing his glass, toasting to Luke, Jace, and Joffrey, saying, I just watched this episode today, what was the exact line? To my nephews, who are... I forget. I'm just gonna skip to the line, because we're almost there anyways. But, it's definitely him being a smartass and, causing problems.
Final tribute to the health of my nephews.
Gonna pause it quickly for copyright.
Jace, Luke, and Joffrey.
Pausing again because of copyright, obviously.
Each of them handsome, wise, strong.
Aemond.
Come.
Like, just what an absolute fucking smartass. Each of them, I forget the first one. Healthy, wise, pauses, strong, and the whole time Alicent is looking at him like, what the fuck are you gonna do? She is terrified of what she's about to, or what he's about to say.
Yep.
And, he repeats it. Oh, I'm just making a toast to the strong boys, my strong nephews. And this obviously causes them to want to fight him. And he leaves the room knowing, you know, he won that battle, because the strong boys got sent to bed. But yeah, it's showing that the parents have absolutely poisoned the kids against each other. Aegon is taking shots at Jace, and Aemond is making his own shots there. There's not going to be peace, even though it was just decided that there will be peace. Yeah. Alicent is still trying to make peace, though. She says, you know, Rhaenyra, why don't you stay? And so on. Rhaenyra says she'll take the kids back, but she'll return on Dragonback. And then we get, Alicent giving the king Milk of the Poppy in his deathbed. Where, he's clearly not in the right state of mind. He's having some kind of fever dream. He doesn't know who's there. And he's talking about, oh, the prince that was promised. to unite the realm against the darkness. You have to do this. She, hearing what she wants, takes this as meaning that Aegon should be king, even though he just declared that day that Rhaenyra should be queen.
Yep.
And that's how episode 8 ends, is with him saying that and then passing. Now we get to the Tism episode.
Yep.
Oh, it went green screen again, rip. Hold on. This is easily the worst episode of the entire season, and we can honestly skip about 95% of it.
Yeah.
What it comes down to is this. After the king has died, Aegon has gone into hiding. He went into the city because he doesn't want to be king. I'm not actually sure why he's hiding exactly, but when he does get captured, he does say to the queen, yeah, but Rhaenyra. And, I would be placing her out of her claim to the throne. And,
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Lyman Beesbury is furious that, because the queen's, realized that the entire small council, except for Lyman Beesbury, were planning this coup to begin with.
Yeah, well, Alicent wasn't aware of this. She finds out that the king has died in the middle of the night, and that's when the small council meeting is confirmed. Or that's why they have the small council meeting. And then they start talking immediately at the small council meeting about what they... Huh?
Yeah. So, anyways, the plot has been in motion. Lyman says, no, this is absolute fucking thing. I will not believe that the king renounced and suddenly changed his mind on his deathbed.
Well, here's the thing. There's a couple things at play here. Yes, Otto and the others were going to install Aegon. That was their plan. Alicent is shocked at this because you've been plotting to put my son on the throne behind my back. Because she genuinely believes the last second deathbed claim of Aegon being the heir. The rest of them are doing this regardless of that, aside from Beesbury, of course. So she is shocked to hear this. And that's why I don't know the name of the guy to the left of her, but he's sitting in what used to be Lionel's seat. He says something to the effect of, the queen shouldn't...
There was no need to trouble you over such darkling schemes.
Yeah, which is like, why the fuck are you saying this in front of people who... Like, you're clearly scheming to put someone else on the throne who shouldn't be there, and not everyone in attendance is in agreement with this.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are you talking about actual treason?
Yep. So Lyman Beesbury stands up and screams and yells.
Yeah,
and then
Beesbury isn't happy with this, and you want to go ahead with that?
Yes, because I want to get through that.
I'm trying to get through it too.
So Sir Lyman Beesbury stands up and screams and talks about how this is treason, and then Sir Criston Cole walks over, grabs him, and shoves his head down to the table, crushing his skull into his little ball that shows his symbol of office. This causes the commander of the King's Guard to draw his sword on Sir Criston Cole. Looks like there's going to be a bloody fight until the commander of the King's Guard says that he will not support this treason. He withdraws his cloak and he leaves the small council.
Yeah, he says he only takes orders from the king, so he's going to take no orders until there is a king.
Yeah.
And he leaves. And then after that, we get into the whole plot of both the queen and the Hand want Aegon so they can put him into power the way each of them want to, which is different. So there's this big dumb chase for most of the episode where Criston Cole and Aemond are looking for Aegon for the queen, and two of the Kingsguard, twin brothers, are looking for Aegon on behalf of Otto. They eventually track them down, or they don't track him down. They get information from the White Worm, which they sell to Otto, and I believe Kristen Cole and Aemond overhear this information. So they both end up going to the Sept where he is being hidden. There's a fight. Kristen Cole and Aemond win, and they take him back to the Queen. Creepy Foot Guy reveals to the Queen what the source of information was for Otto. Well, all this is going on. Otto is putting the lords to the sword, basically. Either you will declare for Aegon, or we'll execute you. But anyways, the Queen gets Aegon. Creepy Footman burns down the home of the informant, the White Worm. I guess the brothel. Rhaenys is locked in the keep until she gives her support to Aegon, which she refuses to do. But one of the Kingsguard takes her out and tries to help her escape, but won't take her to the Dragon Pit, because that's where they'd expect her to go. But she gets lost in the crowd and ends up there anyways. The Queen takes Aegon to the Dragon Pit for the coronation. They have this big ceremony where he is officially declared king in front of the Seven and whatever. Rhaenys goes down into the bottom of the dragon pit to get her dragon, and this is the biggest tism of the whole episode. She bursts through the floor, killing countless nameless civilians, which... Jesus Christ, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
God, I hate Rhaenys in this episode. Yeah, so do I.
She could have come up the fucking ramp and ripped through behind.
Yeah, because the ramp was behind the stage.
No.
But they didn't. They decided killing the small folk would be better. Which is really fucking irritating that they did that. This whole episode is a whole bunch of fucking tism.
It really is. Because there's a bunch of showing Aegon had a bunch of bastards, and the bastards were all made to fight each other for the small folks' amusement. And then the Kingsguard, that was protecting Rhaenys was actually the twin brother of the other guy that died, trying to save Aegon, get Aegon to Toronto Hightower. So it's just
the other brother didn't die; he was just beaten in the fight.
Oh,
but yeah, the one brother did betray, I guess, Alicent and the rest of the Hightowers, the rest of the Greens. And we see that next episode.
Yep.
Aegon is named king, and he's a little bit awkward about it, but he grows to accept it pretty much immediately, and enjoys the position.
Yep.
Rhaenys flies off, and that's the end of the episode.
Yeah.
This is definitely the most out of place episode of the entire season, because the pacing is super fucked, I feel, and so much time is wasted on this dumb chase of Aegon hiding when I just feel like there's better things they could have done with that time, you know? But that's the episode we got. And then we move on to the final episode. See, I told you we'd get through this in somewhat decent time.
Yep.
God, it keeps fucking green screening. There's been like once since that first happened where it didn't happen. It's happened every other single fucking time. Alright. Take that off and start skipping ahead. there isn't a whole lot to this episode either. It's essentially the realization that war is happening. There's no way to stop it, so we should start gathering allies.
Yeah. And the announcement of Viserys dead and everything, and the Aegon's on the throne, freaks Rhaenyra out so much that she actually goes into early labor.
Yeah.
And causes the child to be born too early and it dies.
Yeah. Rhaenys warns Rhaenyra and Daemon, obviously.
Yep.
That this has happened.
Daemon then makes the King's Guard, who were assigned to Rhaenyra because she's supposed to be the new queen by Viserys, takes them outside and asks them to swear their loyal service to Queen Rhaenyra.
Yeah. If you decline, you will receive a swift death. But should you accept with the intention of betraying us later, then you will suffer. Essentially. Daemon is pretty much rearing to go right away, where he wants to get everything in order so they're well defended, while Rhaenyra wants nothing to be done initially. Make no decisions without her leave, but he does anyways for the sake of protecting them. When she's finally in the right state of mind, she decides, we will not be the first to strike. We will not start this war, they will. And because they know it's going to come eventually. There's no way it's not going to happen.
Yep.
Can we skip to the part where Otto comes over to confront them? Oh, during the funeral of their baby that died, the one twin of the two that are in the Kingsguard comes to swear his service to her, and brought Viserys' crown, the golden crown, for her to wear, which she does.
Which, remember too, what Viserys said about his vision, his prophecy. His son would wear the Conqueror's crown. What happened? Aegon, because they couldn't find the other crown, he is now forced to wear the Conqueror's crown when he is now usurped the throne. And the gold crown now goes to his daughter instead.
Yeah.
Again, prophecy. It fit perfectly. Unfortunately, the rest of that prophecy is also coming.
Oh no. Anyways, yeah, they're planning for war. They realize they need to get allies. There's a lot of assumption at first, I believe, that they have allies that they don't necessarily have due to 20-year-old vows. That's the thing they mention is, stale vows from old lords. Where it's like, sure, but their son might not necessarily, their sons might not fulfill those vows. You need to go and talk to them again. But before that happens, Otto shows up, demanding that they accept Aegon as the new king. I said Otto shows up, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, he's faced off against Daemon. That's similar to when they had a confrontation here years ago. Rhaenyra lands behind them on a dragon and walks through them. But then, obviously, turns to talk to Otto, saying she's not going to back down. She is the rightful queen of the Seven Kingdoms. She is the named heir. Otto does offer her terms where, you won't be killed if you accept our terms, but that's just not happening. But anyways, Otto leaves, they continue their planning, and then they have the idea, well, they have to send envoys out to, like, House Stark, House Baratheon, House Tully, and a bunch of the others. And,
well, the first thing that happens is, Corlys recovers,
yes,
which is shocking.
He does recover.
And what also shocks everyone, given everything that's happened, and Corlys knows that those are bastard children. He knows that. He knows his line is gone now. It's over because his brother's dead. His male line, so direct line, the Valerian line will be gone. He then declares for Queen Rhaenyra, which again makes everyone realize, hang on, this is maybe more possible than we think, because now, the Royal Navy essentially just declared for Dragonstone.
Yeah. But yeah, after Corlys gives his support, that's when the boys, Jace and Luke, offer to fly on Dragonback to be envoys to House Baratheon. Is it Tully or Aaron that that the other one goes to before Stark?
One of them is going to Aaron to then jump over to
Stark
to the north. Yes.
Okay.
Because they heard that the Riverlands have already declared for the Queen.
Right. So yeah, Jace goes to House Aaron and House Stark, which we don't see, and Luke goes to meet with House Baratheon, who has a new lord in charge now because the one that was there a decade ago must have passed away. That's typically how that works. So she gives them the letters to pass along to the lords. And she says, get in no fights, you are envoys, not warriors. And she makes them both swear on the book that they won't do that, they won't fight, they won't cause a fight or get into fights. And Luke goes over to the Stormlands. I forget the name of their castle at the moment. Fuck, what was it called again?
Oh God, what was the Stormlands Castle?
Either way, he lands and then he sees Aemon's dragon outside the walls because it's too big to fit within the walls, meaning he's here.
Storm's End. That's
Storm's End.
I kept going Storm Land. No, Storm Land. Storm. No.
Yeah, I was doing the same thing. But anyways, he comes forward and hands this letter to him, which this lord can't read because he didn't have the patience for it. There's stuff you wanted to say about the scene, actually, Such?
Yes, the scene in the book is a lot better in this part. Again, we've talked about where the show does a lot of things good. Here is another one where the show kind of lets it down. So the thing is that when he arrives, when Luke arrives, there's a banquet going on. There's a feast. And clearly the Baratheons are honoring Aemond because Aemond got here first. And Baratheon then gets handed the scroll from Luke, but Baratheon had no patience to learn his numbers and letters, so he just handed it over to a maester and had him read it.
Which is essentially what happens here. He gets the note, and he looks fucking annoyed when he gets it, so he calls for the maester, who runs out to read it for him. He looks it over, then he whispers in Baratheon's ear.
But look how so much weaker this is, though. In that it's just the throne room. There's no feasting going on. There's no merriment or anything. It doesn't look like there's an alliance being formed here. It's just like, and then Aemon standing over there in the side.
Yeah. But the main point of what's happening here is Lord Baratheon isn't pleased that there is no offering. They just expect him to uphold these old vows. Aemond came with a marriage proposal for one of my daughters, and you offer me nothing?
Yep.
It's essentially this whole get out of my castle type thing. I have no reason to declare for you. You have offered me nothing. That's it. Aemond isn't quite ready to let things slide, though. Aemon says, oh, well, you still owe me an eye, and I would like to take it. I'll give it as a gift to my mother. And Luke is obviously a bit scared of this, especially when Aemond lifts up his eye patch. You just see this fucking sapphire inside his eye hole.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that blue sapphire looks fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Underneath it, it's like of all the things, it's like, oh, that's so perfect.
Yeah, we're gonna see it here.
It works so well. Yeah,
but
so good.
Lord Baratheon doesn't want this fight to take place in his castle. One prince injuring another? Fucking no way. Especially from two warring sides. What if Luke had been the one to get a lucky strike on Aemond, similar to how that other kid did years ago?
Yep. Even though Aemond is the better fighter, it happens.
Yeah.
It just happens.
But anyways, he has not let that Ike thing go. Even though he said, you know, it's worth it for the dragon.
I honestly think he's doing it as a pretext. And in the book, it's more that Aemond is clearly antagonistic against him. This is why I think the book does it so much better. Aemond is already taken off to the sky while Luke is looking around like an idiot. And it's like, come on. Because the conversation between Aemond and Baratheon is actually really good. Because he says, you know, you won't do any of this under my hall, under my roof. It is my laws, my rules, my order. But out there, I can't order you to do anything. Which is then what makes him smile, and he runs off to go get Vhagar.
Yeah. Then Luke goes out and he sees, you know, it's raining heavily, and I don't see that big-ass dragon over there anymore.
Yeah, which
What?
What?
I said I don't like that because, again, like I said, it made it so Aemon's already beaten him out there instead of trying to catch up.
But anyways, yeah, Luke gets on his dragon, and he can't see anything around because it's so stormy and cloudy and rainy. But he does. There's actually this really fucking cool shot of Luke flying his dragon in the storm, and you get like a shot from underneath him, and you just see this massive shadow in the clouds above him. I'm trying to keep an eye on for when that happens.
53:16-ish is where it says on mine.
Really? That late? Okay. Oh no, it's right here. That's just such a good fucking shot. Just to show the scale between them. And there's a bit of a chase, and Luke's dragon is terrified because it's so much smaller than Vhagar. And Luke's dragon eventually takes a shot at Vhagar, blowing flame in its face, and at this point, both kids have lost control of their dragon. Because Luke is saying, what's his dragon's name? Vamax, or...
Yeah, Virax.
Virax. He's saying, Virax, no, Virax, no. And then Aemond has a similar problem after he gets that, his dragon gets that blast to the face. He's saying, Valar, no. And Luke gets up above the storm into the clouds. He sees this pretty vista. And then he's fucking dead. And even Aemond is like, oh shit, I fucked up. This is bad. This is really bad. Then the final shot of this show, without a word of dialogue, Daemon walks in with the information that he gives to Rhaenyra that her son, Luke, has been killed by Aemond, who is now a kinslayer because of this, obviously.
Yep.
But...
And remember, the gods despise kinslayer.
Yeah. But point is, the first blood has been, what's the word for that? There's first blood is the point. They have struck
first blood has been drawn.
Drawn, yes. First blood is what she was waiting for. because they were not going to be the ones to start this, and it has happened.
Yep. And that's why I think that's another reason why Aemon realizes just how badly he fucked up.
Yeah. And we discussed this after that episode had ended, and Setch told us about how it goes down in the book, and I think we all agree that the show actually did that dragon scene.
That
at least
particular
the part
right there.
That particular part right there, yes. Not the moment leading up to it, but the part after that.
Yep.
They did that better in the show than they did in the book. I like that Aemond is like, oh shit. Like, he didn't mean to kill him. He wanted to scare him and maybe take his eye if he could get away with it, but mostly scare him. He didn't mean to fucking kill him.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's House of the Dragon Season 1. Very good for the most part. There's obviously a little bit of Tism here and there, and then an entire episode of Tism. Episode 9 really does bug me. The more I think about it, the more it pisses me off.
Yeah.
Obviously not the worst thing ever, but it does a lot of damage to Rhaenyra's character.
Yeah, I think that's my biggest issue with the episode is
Rhaenys, not Rhaenyra.
Yeah, is that it hurts Rhaenys' character by just having her kill a bunch of innocent people for no reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, you didn't have to do that. You could have just walked up the fucking ramp. There was no reason to bust through the floor and potentially kill yourself.
It would have been too.
Yeah, because she could have killed herself in that, like, because the dragon is facing back first.
Yeah, I know.
It comes through the floor, so
all right, we're gonna push through the floor. Wait a minute, this is a bad idea.
yeah, exactly. It's like she could have crushed herself so easily. It's like, why'd you even fucking do that?
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, that's Season 1. I very much look forward to Season 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I do too.
Yeah.
Granted, again, I know ultimately where it all goes, but it's cool to see a lot of this stuff because, again, it's Fire and Blood is written as historical, so it's awesome to see these things kind of reinterpreted to be what they would be in the sense. You know what I mean? Like Daemon saying that, you know, in the Vale, men are said to fuck sheep, and because they're prettier anyways. Him actually saying that versus it just being written as in a letter, he said this and stuff like that. You know, we get to see that, and we get to see consequences of that statement, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very, very interesting to see, honestly.
And Pagan really did keep that cursed icon for most of the stream, like, since
Yes,
he put
he
it
did.
up.
Yep.
Wow. That's what do you want to shill, Pagan?
God, I don't even know if there's even a point to shilling my fucking channel at this point. I mean, I got my security cameras up, so maybe if I can actually fix my fucking sleep schedule, I could get back to streaming. We'll see.
Sorry for having an impact on the sleep schedule, by the way. We
it's
spent
fine.
like 12 hours the other day just watching random fucking videos on YouTube.
Wow.
It was fun.
It was unintentional because we started off with just watching one video, right? But then we were like, oh, you want to watch this? You want to watch that? Hey, let's watch the Plinkett review. Let's watch that. Let's watch this. And then it's like, oh, well, it's like 4 or 5 a.m. I should probably be getting to sleep. Oh, hey, we started this call 12 hours ago. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
As for me, we did the test of the YouTube streams. They went all right. There's a lot of annoyance I don't like with the YouTube stream stuff. I don't like having to make thumbnails every single time. That's pretty fucking tedious. And having to schedule it, I like just being able to go live and just to go live.
You don't need to schedule your streams before you go live.
Yeah.
I mean, really? I don't?
No.
Really?
Okay.
Really?
I'll probably do that with something. I feel like I should, though, because I feel like I would want the thumbnail, honestly. it just I don't know. It looks better that way here on YouTube. But also the unfortunate reality is Twitch pays me, so
Yeah, that's the big one.
that's the hard part. It's hard to break away from that if you're actually going to get money from it. So it was what it was. It was a good experiment. We'll have to just see in the future. We are working on more of the Halo Reach video. I still got the cursed PC that I'll have to work on. So that cursed PC has been down for a month now.
Jesus.
So yeah, we'll see what happens there. So yeah, feel free to stop by. If you want to go on the YouTube channel, you can. If you want to come by Twitch, it'd be greatly appreciated. I stream every single weekday from 10 a.m. Eastern Time to 1 p.m. Eastern Time.
I think what I'm gonna
I
have
am
to
going to do
do.
something special for Christmas, though. Christmas Eve, because I have Christmas insomnia. It doesn't matter. I cannot sleep on Christmas Eve. So I will probably be doing a stream there as like the Christmas Eve insomnia stream or something.
Yeah. I think what I'm gonna have to do is I'm just gonna have to not have a set schedule for when I stream, because I was trying to do it before where it was like somewhere between 11 and 11:30 is when I would start, and then I would stream for at least a few hours. But with the way my sleep schedule is, because the thing is, I can't just change my sleep schedule because of all the shit I have to deal with. I don't know when I can be up and when I can be asleep. It's literally just impossible. I can't schedule around it because I can't control life. So
yeah,
I think I'm just gonna have to just stream when I'm awake, no matter when it is. So like if I wake up at like 5 or 6 in the afternoon, stream for a few hours anyway. Because I think that's the only way I'm going to be able to do anything on my channel. So yeah, keep an eye out for that, guys. You might see me streaming at odd hours, but at least I'll be streaming.
Yep. Also, my community yesterday, we got to watch Jingle All the Way, a fantastic Christmas movie. So that was fun on Discord. And yeah, so this next one, which will be for Christmas Eve as well, we will be watching Joy and Noel, and I highly recommend everybody shows up for that. That is a fantastic movie.
Alrighty. Thanks for coming out, everyone.
Yeah, appreciate it.
It's been a long stream.
Yep.
But yeah, we'll be back here again next week at some point covering something. I have no idea what yet.
Yeah.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
See ya.
Bye.